Having fun?
No, not yet.
Well, just so you know, that's on stream now.
Oh,
Everybody will see it. We're going.
yes. I mean, I'm having all the fun. I'm playing with the camera focus because watch.
Yeah, you're definitely having too much fun there.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Yep, welcome to the stream. So, Mantic was kind enough to send us a copy of their new Kings of War Champion starter set. And we're going to see if we can manage to paint it this weekend. And I'm not a speed painter, so this is going to be interesting.
I don't think either of us are, honestly.
No, I'm a very slow painter, in fact.
I just spend way too much time doing it, which is how I'm able to get models done.
Well, it looks like we've already got one person in the chat. I recognize that name. Vozici.
Vozici. I feel like I need to do this when I say it.
Now, as a heads up, there is a chance in the next half hour, so I may have to step out for a few minutes, just because my Games Workshop sales rep for my store has not called yet, and they're supposed to have called like an hour ago, so that's just the state of things today.
Alright, well, before we get started, do we want to discuss strategy and how you think you're going to do it? And all that kind of stuff? That way you may not get started before the phone call comes in?
Yeah, we could do that. So, basically, I'm going to kind of stick to similar colors to what's on the box-ish. So I'm going to be doing, iron armor. We'll have blue for the fabric. So I'm probably going to start with the armor, just because I like to start with the messiest step first. Except for maybe on the cavalry. I might start with the horse skin first on them. But on the infantry, I'm definitely starting with the armor, just because I'm going to be doing some dry brushing, and that's a little bit messy. And then I'm probably going to move to the blue fabric and the leather, and I'll try to do those kind of simultaneously. And then from there, it'll just be detail work.
Yeah, I'm probably going to start with the skin because there's a lot of red, because I'm going to do this the more traditional style. Like those that have seen my actual Abyssal army that I have, I do the lava cracks in the skin. I'm not going to do that with this one because this is going to be the store copy. So I'm going to just do red skin, basic stuff like what, demons all have. I think I'm going to test out a few of the lower Abyssals, just because if I don't like something, it doesn't show up quite as much as, say, on the Berserkers. Right? They're a little bit bigger and a little bit more noticeable if the scheme doesn't go off. And eventually, once I get sick of them, I'm going to move on to this guy, because he's the most exciting one, because I have painted so many of all the rest of these models already, or having already had an army, so he's going to be kind of like my break. But also, some of the more eagle-eyed ones, I'm just going to get ahead of this, will notice that I cheated with the models, and I just used 2 that I already had built for the Berserkers, because, work smarter, not harder kind of thing. And so they do have the same head, yes. Yes, they do. So, just going to get ahead of that. But I'm then probably going to keep it pretty basic, because, again, this is supposed to be like a demo copy, so keeping it pretty straightforward and easy for newer players to see it and kind of see what it looks like kind of thing. But I am looking forward to it. I am glad that there are... I lucked out and got the smaller pile of miniatures to do. You'll notice I have just 10 little dudes, whereas Scott has double that.
26.
Yeah, 26.
Yep.
I have 16.
Now, that said, I'm not fitting 26 guys on these 3 little bases.
That's true.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
Not if I want it to look good anyway. So what'll probably end up happening is I'll probably do 7 or 8 of each. I'll probably still paint them all, but I'll only put 7 or 8 on the base plate for each of the infantry squads. And then the cavalry, I'll probably be able to get all of them to fit on.
I think they'll fit pretty good.
They're kind of designed in such a way that they should be able to fit. Worst case scenario, I only put 4 of them on, and that 5th one can... I don't know. We'll do something with him. He'll find a home eventually.
Yeah, I think the same. Well, I don't know. We'll see if I can get all 10 of them on this little tiny. It's a smaller one, so it's this one. That'll be tight. It's a tight fit, tight spot.
And honestly, I'm thinking I might also have to like when we do the basing, I might play around with like elevating some of them so they can sit a little closer together without clashing into each other.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
I also did something fun with the lower abyssals that usually doesn't happen as much anymore. As I gave him an actual standard bear and a musician, because this is an older set of sprues. It's the original sprues that the lower abyssals have, and so that would just be kind of fun as a callback to olden days, you know. But musician and a standard bear in it.
Sweet.
Well,
Well, we might as well get started because
doesn't look like he's called yet.
if GW decides to call today, they will interrupt us no matter what we do.
It's true.
So I think where I'm going to start is just with some simple lead belcher for the armor. Well, no. Before we do that, try to make this as efficient as possible. We'll actually start with the brown on the horses. So I'm going to start with Pro Acryl's warm brown for the base skin tone of the horses.
And I'm going to go back with my war paints from Fanatics. There he goes. It focused. The Wyvern Fury or Wyvern Fury, however you want to say it. Just because it's like a purplish, like maroonish red kind of thing, which makes for good for like shadows and for layering and stuff like that. One thing with these ones is that they are definitely a thicker paint. So I have a wet palette that I use. Scott doesn't.
I am old-fashioned.
He turns his nose up at those
Well,
wet
no,
palettes.
I've used them. I just, for my style of painting, did not find them to be the most useful tool, except for when I'm doing like lots of edge highlighting. But if I'm being honest, I kind of hate edge highlighting. I do it a lot, but I don't like it. Like, I like how it looks, I just hate the process.
Yeah. See, that one's fun for me because at the point where you're at edge highlighting, that's where it starts to come together. In my opinion, my thing I hate is the first part where you have to keep telling yourself, trust the process, trust the process. That's the part that I hate the most because it just looks awful at that point.
Makes sense.
So, grab those over there. Well, let's just start with a basic one. We'll go with that.
Because I'm a heathen, I'm going to use one of my most destroyed brushes for the base coats.
Oh yes.
In fact, I'm going to do all my detail painting with a destroyed... No, no, I'm not going to do that.
If you want to give yourself another challenge, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a speed paint, so it's not going to look as good as I want it anyway, right? So,
yeah, we're trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Now, I say that, and I've brought 3 layers at least for each color, so...
Oh, yeah.
That's, speed painting. Air quotes there.
My speed painting on this horse, I'm absolutely going to be doing the little fur grain that I do on, like, my Minotaurs and my other cavalry for other games. So, like, I'm only lowering the standard in some aspects.
Yeah. Trying to take as many shortcuts as I can that my conscience will allow me to take. So I think I'm going to do this guy pretty close all the way up, just to get a test mini done to see what it's going to look like when it's done before I keep going to see if I want to keep with that. That being said, I'm not really doing anything revolutionary with these guys, so I probably could just keep going. But also, I hate batch painting, and so the longer I can put that off, the better I'll feel, I guess. I don't know. But
I think batch painting is kind of the name of the game with this particular project.
It's true, but I hate it. I hate it.
We hates it.
He hates it so much. It's the worst. Like, nothing to me is more demoralizing than after an hour I look over and they still don't look good because I'm still in that trust the process stage. And so, that one's hard for me, which is why I would not consider myself a speed painter, because batch painting is kind of what you have to do with speed painting. So
I briefly debated trying to just slap chop this stuff, but I was like, no, I can't reduce myself to that level.
And
I am not a slap chop person.
I think that's the way to go with this if that is the thing that you are practiced in. I am not practiced in slap chop. Like, the basic, entry level skill of that one, I don't like the look of it when it's done, and I think you can produce some amazing stuff with some slap chop. I've seen some really good painters produce really cool looking stuff with speed paints and stuff, but I have not. It's so hard for me to Because if you dedicate yourself to that, that means you've dedicated to that for the army. Because a slap chop paint job next to a layered or traditional or an heavy metal style, it's a very obvious difference. And so consistency within the army means that I would have to dedicate myself to that skill for an entire army, and nobody got time for that.
Yeah, I've never been happy with how they've turned out. Like, you can make minis look good with slap chop for sure, but it never looks as good as what I could do just doing it traditional.
Yeah. So.
And maybe I'm just an old man stuck in my ways, but
Get off my lawn. Yeah, and that's fair too. That's a fair criticism.
well, people who are watching, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Kind of a weird time of day to be starting this. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon our time zone.
Which means it's like 4 o'clock Eastern time, so that means,
A lot of people aren't off work yet.
on a Friday afternoon. We're just waving our privilege right now that, all y'all suckers at work, we get to sit here and paint miniatures. Now, I say that as a school teacher and I'm taking a day off from work, but
Well, this is kind of just another day of work for me.
yeah.
Although it is nice to get to sit and paint for a minute instead of having to be setting up terrain for games and stuff.
Tournaments and stuff. Yeah, I can see that. Messy stage, baby.
I'm sitting here looking at these models and I'm like telling myself, don't get any crazy ideas. Because I see all these flat surfaces and I'm like, oh, I could do like heraldry on that. I could quarter that off.
Freehand.
Just freehand some.
Griffin on there. Maybe just for the champion, just start there.
Yeah, that's how it starts. And then next thing you know, you're doing like checkers on the knee pads. And you're like, why do I do this to myself?
And I say that, and I'm the one that brought my airbrush to potentially do some OSL effects if I feel real ambitious later on. I hear you.
Luckily, this isn't a project where I looked at it and said, okay, I have to paint those. Like, I've got to give it a try. It's one of those things where it was like, well, we kind of need a store copy for demos, and they are kind of cool minis, so let's do it. But it's not one of those projects where I'm like looking at the model and like, oh, look at all the crazy cool things I could do to that model.
Yeah. Agreed. And there are some cool ones, like the main characters, like the new resin sculpts they brought out for them. These guys are super cool, I think. And I might be a try hard on that one, but that's probably it. I probably just made everybody sick because I bumped the camera.
You're a monster.
Monster. There's a whole bunch of jokes that just jumped to mind that are probably inappropriate to share on a live stream.
Yeah, don't do anything that's going to get us demonetized. We tried to get all those jokes out before we started the stream.
No, bite the tongue.
That's what she said.
I know it.
Okay, anyway, that's the worst it gets today.
Yep, we promise. Yep. PG. Oh gosh, I painted the wall.
I mean, I might even try to keep it at G level.
I'm talking like pre-Gremlins PG too, for me. Before we had a need for PG-13.
Well, hopefully as the day goes on, we see more people jumping in the chat, because we can talk, but
it's always nice to have interaction.
It's always nice to have somebody else giving us some prompts to talk about.
Questions and all that kind of stuff. Speaking of Kings of War stuff, I know there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with the new Champions book. There's a lot of new lore. So to kind of go over it a little bit, so I'll give a little bit of background, then we can talk about it again later. But like the Bloody Baron here, not Bloody Baron, is it the Red Cardinal? That's his name. So all the idea behind him is he started out as a really, really good guy back when he was alive in Basilia, and all this kind of stuff. And he rose to prominence because he was the kind of priest that would sit down and work with his congregation. He helped build the chapel that he was in. He got raised up to, get this, the level of cardinal within the church. And then one of his rivals was assigned as his like archdeacon or something like that, some underling, his assistant essentially, and basically was not happy about that because his rival was very much so a kind of a proud individual and was in the church more to for their own personal gain kind of thing, which led him to he was going to try and corrupt this guy who would eventually become, the Red Cardinal, which seems a little redundant. Bloody Cardinal? I feel like that's wrong. But basically just started whispering things in his ear, started getting him to like divert laborers to go and work on his house, get invited to like well-to-do people and all that kind of stuff. Just basically getting him to try the finer things in life, right? And at first it was trying to do that to like, expose him, to like trick him into doing this kind of thing. But it turns out that this supposedly really nice guy evidently had a taste for this kind of stuff. And so as soon as he started doing that, like as soon as he took a taste of it, he was all in on that. And so it kind of fell very Slaneshi like to, really adopted it hardcore to the point that like he was leveraging his abilities to get more money, more wealth. He stopped giving like food to the poor kind of thing and started diverting it instead to his house, which is why he's such a big dude. It's because by the end of his life he was so obese because of his lascivious lifestyle that he basically got so fat that he could barely walk the length of his church, it says, without him gasping for breath. And as he was lying on his deathbed, he cried out to the Shining Ones for repentance, but evidently it was the wicked ones that hurt him because of his sinful lifestyle. And so they reached out to him and said, "Hey, you don't have to. You're gonna, the way you are right now, you're gonna die. You're gonna come to the pits of the abyss anyway." Hey, speak of the devil.
Yep, I'll be stepping out for a moment.
Yeah, I'll just keep telling the stories. But evidently, because he was there goes Scott with his thing. He'll be back in a minute. But basically, they said you're gonna end up here in the pits anyway. So we've got a deal for you. If you promise to serve us and all this kind of stuff, if you keep doing what you're doing, we will give you basically this infernal eternal life, and you will have the one drawback is that you're going to have a voracious appetite that you can never satisfy, but you won't have to live in the fiery pits kind of thing. You won't have to burn, essentially. And so this guy heard that and he's like, well, sign me up. That sounds better than the alternative. And so he signed a contract to become a demon, which is how he ended up like this. And now, if you look really close and if you've seen the official artwork, like you can see these little guys like holding up his thing. It almost looks like they're like crawling up out of the abyss kind of thing. But in reality, they are carrying him because he is so fat and he's so lazy and all that kind of stuff that he doesn't want to do anything by himself. He can't carry himself by his own power almost. And so they carry him across the battlefield where he slams them with this giant hammer of his kind of thing. And so that's kind of his general background story. Is, I guess, if you were to translate it to Warhammer terms, it would be, he was very much a Slanesh follower kind of thing, but not in the, sexy demons kind of thing, but more in the, lots of good food. Lots of, the good life kind of thing. So, that's That's kind of his background. Now, Scots with the Basalians, she is the niece of Gnaeus Celestus or Celestus, and she basically is kind of grown up living in his shadow. Everybody kind of compares her to him, kind of expects her to be like him because she's, a up and coming member of the Sisterhood or the Paladins. She's a paladin. So she's an up and coming member of the Paladins, and a lot of people kind of see her coming up and it's like, oh, it's because your uncle was Nias, and so she's kind of got a chip on her shoulder about that, which might be a stumbling block for her later on. But right now she's got this desire to prove herself because she has always been compared to Nias. The only time she ever got any reprieve was when her parents died. So she was a child, a young child-ish, like 8 to 10 years old, during the expansion of the Abyss, back in the Edge of the Abyss campaign that was done now, close on to about 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago in reality. And of course, it's been like 15 odd years now, 15 to almost 20 since that happened, and so she's grown up now in the Order of the Paladins, and she's now kind of sick of everybody comparing her, and so she's kind of gone out on her own, which is why she has this little warband patrol that's part of Champions, and that's kind of the basis of the game, right? And it's kind of fun. Each of the characters that are in these Champions warbands have their own little story, and I can tell you this because I'm part of the lore council for Mantic. I help write their lore forum. Is that each of them is going to be moving up and becoming kind of like main players in the narrative of Kings of War for the foreseeable future. So you get to get in on the kind of the ground level, and we'll get to watch these characters kind of grow up within the story, starting with their, little war bands that they have, which is going to turn into like formations, and the characters themselves are going to branch into Kings of War regular as well. So these are kind of like your big sorry, I just lost my train of thought. They're going to be like the big heavy hitters eventually within the world. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to replace the special characters they have. Like, they're eventually going to bring out like a dwarf character. That's not going to replace like Bannock and Sverri and Herneas and all of those characters that are currently big names for them. But they will kind of become the next big names. That the narrative at some point will have a heavy focus on them. And so, if nothing else, it's kind of fun to do that. But I said I was only going to do one guy and then kind of do all the things to that one to get up to a test model. And then, of course, I immediately turn around and do the exact opposite. Just start painting all of them. Getting into batch painting mode. The shutters. And so you don't have to listen to Scott placing his order in the background. Other things to look forward to coming up in like Kings of War universe and all that kind of stuff is it's no secret, we're getting ready to head into 4th edition. Like, that's been the rumor mill for a while. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not that's happening. Please don't take that as confirmation of anything. But of course, that's probably being worked on in the background as far as all of that is concerned. But I do know that there's going to be more lore tidbits and all of that kind of stuff. I can't share any details about any of it, obviously, but there are gonna be lore details and stuff like that put out on like their blog and things like that, that you'll be seeing, kind of like what they've done in the past, but also um, just more development, things that we're wanting to see from the world. Things like just basic cultural things like, currency and more details about the religions and the belief systems of all these races and stuff like that. And so they're really starting to flesh out the world for it, and it's gonna be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to the stuff that is being developed, finding its way out to everybody else. I won't say much more than that because NDAs and all that kind of stuff. But I will say there's a lot of really cool stuff being worked on in the background, and it's a lot of fun stuff to look forward to. The world's going to get a lot more definition in the next couple of years or so, which is something really cool to look forward to. Um, Now, let's see. This is also kind of boring part of just layering stuff on. So, if anybody wants to answer out there, if like, how do you push through like this part when you're starting out with a new army? This first part right here. This is the part that I'm sure there's some people that enjoy it because it's a new adventure and all that kind of stuff. But as for me, I hate the first layers of painting. Like this is the part that's hardest for me to get through. Once I get through this and I start seeing stuff coming together, it's a lot more fun. How do you guys get through this? Like what is your go-to thing? Normally for me, I usually go with like audiobooks or something like that, but I feel like that's a pretty common answer. Um, I finally broke down and purchased a YouTube premium account because I got so sick of the ads just to have like, because there's so many cool like content creators out there that produce stuff. So, I don't know, what do you guys do to help you get through the just absolute monotony of like batch painting? Because soul crushing right now. Like two guys, the first layer is done. That's all there is. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not crying. Does anybody have any really good like Spotify soundtracks that they listen to or anything like that? That'd be awesome to know because sometimes that's really fun. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just. Also, if you noticed, if you've bought this Champions set, show a music while painting. Awesome. What kind of shows? Vizici? Am I saying that right? What kind of shows do you like to watch? Is there one that you like? Is it one that you've already watched a bunch of times, like a sitcom or something like that, that you just put on in the background and it's just background noise, or is it something that you use to focus your attention on and like take yourself away from just basing and painting and all that kind of stuff for a little while? Make it easier so that when you come back to reality, you're like, oh, hey, look, we've got all this stuff done. Yeah, agreed. It can get monotonous. I myself, I've been watching a lot of, because, I've tripped and fallen into the arms of the great empire of GW again and started painting up Age of Sigmar stuff again and playing that game, and it's fun. I've been enjoying it, but I've been listening to a lot of content creators, a lot of lore videos about that, because the lore is kind of what gets me excited to keep going, to build up this thing and to help build the story for my guys in my head, which is why I want to do some more content on the lore of Kings of War. Just because that's like the number one complaint people have about Kings is that there's no lore, when in all honesty I can genuinely say there's actually quite a bit. It's just not as advertised as it probably could be. But that's been a big thing for me, as I've been listening to a lot of Age of Sigmar content, because that's the thing that's, most abundant is GW lore content and all that. So that's kind of been the thing that I've used, because it just captures my imagination, gives me somewhere for my brain to go. So nice. See, Bleach is one that my wife loves. I've never been able to sit through it all. I'm kind of in the same boat though, because I've always wanted to get through One Piece, and that's one that legitimately you don't even have to pay attention to, because there's a lot of filler with it, right? With over 1,000 episodes kind of thing. So it's just easy to sit down in the background, and I can just occasionally check in and quickly catch myself up on what's going on, because a lot of it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, where you just catch up with the fight, right? So Bleach is a cool choice. Stargate, I remember Stargate. It's been a long time since I've been back to check that one out. That was one that I didn't have I remember when it came out when I was younger, and I never had like the cable TV to be able to watch it. The stations that it was on. So I think I missed that one, because I loved the movie, but by the time I could actually watch the TV shows, there were so many of them that it became almost like too daunting and so diverse that it was kind of hard for me to get into. But I keep hearing good things about it, and people always tell me that it's a really good one to just have for comfort and all that kind of stuff. So that's cool. But I agree, background noise can help a lot. Just got finished with DW, now he's got Parabellum on the line. Thought I recognized Joey's voice. Ah. See, I'm a heathen in the fact that I don't use paint handles, because they always feel like they're just gonna fall apart on me. Like, they always feel like they're gonna fall off, or else I'm gonna break it when I try to take it off. So Zichi, what are you working on today, or are you just hanging out with us? Sorry, he's also talking about my army over there on Conquest. That's the problem, is I play too many games. So right now I'm gosh dang it, keep hitting my light. Crab droid for Star Wars Legion. Nice, nice. Star Wars Legion's one that I've wanted to try for a long time, but I also know I don't have time or the bandwidth for yet another game. But I love Star Wars. Do you play that then? If so, what's your army for it? You said the crab droid is for your friends. Do you play it with them? Or with them, I guess. Shouldn't assume. I currently play, obviously, Kings of War. I'm heavy into that. I play pretty much anything Mantic. I have a Halo army, well, Halo squad. I'm looking to buy the Banished expansion that's coming out here shortly. I play Conquest, and I play Age of Sigmar. Are all my big ones, besides the usual basic stuff of like, D&D and stuff like that I paint minis for. Those are my three main games, though, are probably Conquest, Kings of War, and Age of Sigmar. What games are you? What are your main games? Are you into Star Wars Legion with your friend, or you? Oh yeah, go on Rex Legion. Nice. Maybe Rebels. Nice. That's the other thing that's kind of fun, because it doesn't really have a specific era, right? So you can have like clone troopers fighting the Empire and stuff like that, right? From what I understand of it. I know if I were to play, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I know if I was to play, I'd probably do droids as well, because that's the droid army. I always thought they had the coolest ones, coolest looking ones. I know that's heresy for someone that grew up on the original trilogy, but do you have a main faction for that one? Interesting. That would be fun. I'm hoping the older one wins, but is gentle to her past self, because I feel like that's in her best self-interest. Gosh, can't ever tell this guy. Yeah, I think he's got weird suspenders. I should paint this. Yeah, we're gonna do it with red in the middle, just because that makes more sense. I thought about making those like bone spurs sticking out of his back, but I think I'm just gonna do them as just extra scaly back parts. I feel like you say that just for the sake of the video, he says that he mainly plays rebels, but he agrees with me that droids are pretty cool looking. He says though that the B1s are painful. I feel like that's the case though for pretty much any army out there. Doesn't matter how good the producer is. There's always at least one or two kits that are just not the funnest to put together, right? Even GW stuff, which is usually pretty interesting. I have been struggling with some of the Stormcast stuff, putting it together, just because it's sometimes like the way they put it on is just not intuitive in certain ways, and so yeah, I've been struggling with that a little bit in some of them. But I totally get what you mean about, like, sometimes there's just kits that are just brutal or not fun or just boring even to put together, or difficult. Some things that you're like, I know I need this in my army, but I really don't want to put it together. I sympathize with you there. That'd be a good question for everybody. What's the kit that almost broke you out there? Trying to think which one's been the worst for me, honestly. Think. I would probably have to say the hardest kit for me that I had to put together. Boy, it's been a while. Yeah, I'd say just recently, I put together a group of Stormcast Eternals, the Vigilors, the guys with the bows. And like, a lot of them weren't hard, but they've got some really dynamic poses, which look pretty good once they're all put together. But sometimes, like, making their limbs go the way that you wanted them, or the way they're supposed to go, because, you know, the new thing with GWs, there's very little modularity. It's all very much a, you know, one of 2 or 3 poses for each model. That was one that definitely made me reconsider some of my life choices with that one. So, that one is probably the most recent one. Trying to think. Yeah. Especially if you have to do more than one of that kit. Yeah, I totally get that. So he says he put 2 B1s, yeah, squads together of 8. He says after that he's like, I'm kind of done for a little while. Are they fun to paint at least, the B1s? Because I mean that can make it easier to, like, forgive the kit if they're at least fun and they have good detail and they're, you know, they're satisfying to, like, paint or something along those lines. At least that's how I feel, because I'm more of a painter than I am a builder in any case, and so if I can get past the stage of building and get to the fun part of painting, and it's fun then I can forgive a difficult kit. Not necessarily a bad one, but a difficult one. Like, for example, I'm doing Euroni for Conquest right now, and they just brought out a Domaru Namashi, which are like these floating suits of armor that have, like, trails of scroll work and all that kind of stuff coming off of them. And like, they look like they're going to be a lot of fun to paint, but everybody that I've talked to or seen or heard talk about, like, the kit says that they're the kindest euphemism I've heard is challenging. There's some other words that I won't repeat here, but basically boils down to hellacious as some of the others that I've heard of, that it's just not fun to build them, but they look like they're super cool and super fun to paint once they're done. So yeah, that can go a long way to placating me, I guess. So he says that it's pretty easy once they're built. Just wraithbone, contrast, paint them white, put some contrast on them, and then paint the gun, and you're done. So it looks like they go together pretty quick, and they look really good on the table pretty easily. So that can go a long ways to mollifying me personally. If once you get going on it, you've got something to make it so that there's that dopamine hit of, like, okay, now that we've done the hard part, we can do something fun now. That reward at the end of it. As you can tell, this is the super sloppy stage. I promise they're gonna look good once we get through it, but this is definitely the get paint on it first, almost like a second base coat. This is the kindergarten color in stage. Oh yeah. So I went to Adepticon and saw them live. Like they had one of the kits for it. For the Domaru Damashi, the Conquest at the Conquest booth, and they're super cool. But they're huge. They are short of their monsters. They're the tallest thing they've got, like by more than a head and shoulders. Like the biggest Euroni model. Like I think it's the tallest non-monster model that they've made to date, as far as I can think of. Right? I don't know if there's another one that's as tall as they are. They're these huge suits of armor, but like I said, they look super cool. Like I'm super excited to paint them, but there's a lot of like spindly strips of paper coming off of them and stuff like that. That's what connects them to the base and all that, which I'm sure if you know what I'm talking about, you've seen pictures of the model. But they are definitely looking like there's a lot of small contact points for the glue, so you've got to hold it for a certain way and for a certain amount of time, and there's a certain way you have to build them, and if you mess that up, well, heaven help you kind of thing. So a little nervous about how it's looking like it's going to be, but at the same time, I think that's going to be one of those situations of like once I get them built, they're going to be fun to paint, but getting them built might break me for a little while. Exactly. Trust the process phase. It's gonna look good. It's okay. Just keep the mantra going. Trust the process. This is also kind of like if you liken your army project to a meal. This is your vegetables. So I'm eating the stuff that I don't want. Here's my broccoli before I move on to the roast beef and potatoes or whatnot. This is the stuff I have to do so that I can get to the funner stuff later on. So get the stuff where I'm more motivated and can work a little bit harder on, get them done first, and then move on to the funner aspects of the project. Oh gosh. Next. Yeah. The problem, and so he talks about how like in Legion there's an option to build a list with like 124 B1s. That sounds like it would be painful based off of your description of the kit. And the worst part about that is like if even if you manage to get through it all of the building and all that kind of stuff, then what happens when there's an update that kind of changes that aspect or makes it so you can't? They're not as good with that, right? And so you always face that when you're starting off. Of course, me myself and I'm more of a hobbyist than I am like a hardcore like strategist or anything along those lines. So I pick models that I think look cool before I worry about like their tactical value or anything along those lines. So that way, when inevitably something comes along with the nerf bad or whatever and destroys my preconceived notions of what my list should be, I'm not as devastated. Still irritated, but not as devastated, I think, as people who might build their list around a concept and then have that concept change and their former strategy is no longer valid or viable. So that's always something that is daunting too about those really challenging kits, especially if people aren't buying the kits if they're too much of a pain to put together and build. So that also begs the question of like, what kind of player are you? I mean, there is no wrong way to play, with our plastic toy soldiers, right? There absolutely is never, so long as it's not interrupting someone else's fun, right? So long as it's not making it a bad experience for your opponent, there's not a bad way to enjoy your game. Um, so obviously keep that in mind with any questions that I preface or any discussions that I have about this. But um, having said that, like, there's obviously different ways to play the game, right? There's the narrative style, which is where you either play to be involved with the overall narrative of the game because there's a story in there that really captured your attention and you wanted to play that out. So I imagine that's kind of like how Star Wars kind of goes. Is like, I like this era of Star Wars, so I pick that type of army, which is totally valid. Whereas somebody like with Age of Sigmar or Kings of War, they might be like, oh, I remember, I really want to play out like in Kings of War. There's the War with Winter, right, where they fought against the literal god of like cold and snow and ice and all this kind of stuff, and she was uh, basically, it's like if Elsa just went full, dark mode kind of thing from Frozen and just tried to take over the world, and they basically have to fight back like armies of glaciers and stuff like that, which is really interesting, right? And like frost elementals, and so someone building an army around the idea of I really want to play out that aspect of it, like my army is a survivor of this, veterans of this war or something like that, and they're because elves are timeless kind of thing and might have been alive back then or something along those lines, and so they've built it up in preparation for what they think could be another, and there's factions that would work for, so like Northern Alliance and Forces of Nature and even Trident Realm and stuff like that, that you could build an army based around that kind of thing, right? And so that's one way to play the game, and that's kind of the style I lean towards. That being said, like Zichi's saying here, is he says he tends to lean more to the gameplay aspect, and the hobbying side. Um, and I think that's a good point. He also says he builds lists to look for fun to play, but that are still competitive. Right, and so he says that's also why he got back in, was to play Mandalorians. I imagine that's kind of the part of the lore that he gets into, that you get into, right, with Zinchi. And so, yeah. And I think it's more of a spectrum, right? It's not a one, or you don't have to be exclusively a gameplay person or a lore person. I think there's a combination, right? Um, 2 Plus Toughs does a really good. Doug from 2 Plus Toughs gave a really good analogy that I really like. Is like, you can have the coolest story in the world, but if you can't recreate that on the board, then it doesn't matter. And you can have the coolest gameplay in the world, but if that doesn't cross over into the lore, like I can't see how the lore is represented by those rules, doesn't matter if they're really good. Sometimes that can be a deal breaker. That can be something that breaks that sense of immersion, because ultimately that's what we're going for. Because I don't think anybody plays tabletop war games because um, for the because they're easier to play or more sound than like video games, right? You could go play RTSs or board games and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's other methods to getting that itch scratched. Not to say that isn't your primary thing, but there is something more that draws you to tabletop gaming. I think we've had this discussion on the last live stream we did when we were painting Euroni. But I definitely think that it's more of like a spectrum, a group of people, a group of reasons why you do it, and there's a hierarchy, right? There's things that my games have to have X, Y, or Z in order for me to play them, but as like your primary objectives for playing the game. But then there's gonna be secondary aspects to it too. So like having cool models, or having a cool background, or having maybe it's just there has to be a community that's active that I don't have to run near me, or something along those lines. Any of those are viable reasons why you'd want to have a community, or why you'd want to play a game. Yeah, it looks like Scott's coming back. I'm gonna vacuum upstairs too.
I'm back. I do still exist.
He does. He's back. He lives.
That ended up being kind of funny because I got almost done with Games Workshop. Was ready to, was like saying goodbye, hanging up, and the phone starts ringing again, and it was Parabellum. So I had to do my Parabellum pre-orders as well.
Yeah, we could. I could hear you from the background, so I was like trying not to listen because it's like I don't want to hear what he's getting, because that's gonna be bad for my wallet.
Don't worry, I only ordered 4 of the Euroni giant monsters.
So that just means I have to race in to beat everybody else, is what you're telling me.
Yep.
All right. See how it is.
So it looks like we're chatting with Vozici here in the the text chat.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth. Oh, that's cool. That's always awesome. The fact that they can. So Vozici says the one thing he really appreciates is how the gameplay reflects what they look like in like the movies, and I imagine like comic books and stuff like that get pulled in as well, and the approved novels and all that kind of stuff.
Other than when the Mandalorians fail their armor saves.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel as fluffy.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what they're failing it too. Plot armor only goes so far, right? I kid. I love Mandalorians too. They're fun.
What makes Mandalorians rough is that, despite being heavily armored, there's still only 1 wound.
Oh, jeez.
So they can only take 1 hit, and then they're dead if they fail their saves.
Ugh. That does feel bad. Feels off.
So you've got like a mega lead on me now, right? You're practically done?
I'm practically done with the first range of my first 10 guys. This is the kindergarten crayon stage where it looks like a kindergartner just grabbed a crayon and just went to town on the models.
Vozici knows exactly what I'm talking about with those Mandos failing their armor saves, based on his reaction there in the chat.
Yeah. No, we've been having a pretty good conversation. We've been talking about like different kits. I asked what kit, we talked about how like which kits might break you kind of thing, and like how do you recover from that?
Break you in the sense of like breaking your motivation?
Yeah, break your motivation.
Okay, you want to hear a kit that really, really broke me just yesterday.
Oh no.
Built that plastic kitsune.
Oh no.
For the Euroni from Conquest.
Don't tell me this. I have to build one of these.
So it has 9 tails. Each tail is 2 pieces.
Oh no.
And it's hollow, the tails are.
Of course.
So they fit together in like this weird shell. It took me like probably an hour and a half just to build the tails, and then the rest of the model after that was fine, and the body goes together super fast.
Oh no. Don't tell me this. I need to build at least one of those.
Yeah, I've got to build a second one too, because the Parabellum sent me 2 of those.
Didn't you get the not Founders exclusive, the Artisan one? too?
I actually did not.
Oh, didn't you? Okay.
However, I've got more on order, so I'll have another chance to get one.
I mean, that one wasn't terrible, honestly. I mean, you needed to paint it separate before you could put it together because the tail's really close to the body in some places, so it can be real hard to paint. But that one wasn't terrible. I was saying that I'm nervous about the Domaru Damashi that are coming out because everything I've heard from them is like the best euphemism is that they're challenging, right? Which usually translates to strap in, we're going for a ride.
Well, I mean, just their design with the floating armor held up by the
Thin strips of
thin
paper.
strips of fabric, paper, whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I don't think they'll be too bad, though. I think... I don't know, maybe they'll be like strikes. The only reason people don't spam strikes is because everybody hates building them.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how they'll balance them.
Balanced.
That's why they give them such good stats, because they know nobody will make themselves suffer through more than 2 or 3 kits of them.
That's an interesting game design. This is how we're going to make it so nobody takes more of these. It's going to make it so the models are a pain to put together. It's bold choice, Cotton. Bold choice.
No, and I'll do my best to not change the subject to Conquest too often, since this is a Kings of War stream we're doing here.
/ hobby, so it makes sense.
It's just it's the rank and file game I have the most experience with,
It's true.
so it's easy to relate back to it.
It's true. And well, they are like kissing cousins, basically. Conquest and Kings.
Yeah, their core gameplay was designed by the same person.
So there's a lot of similar DNA between the two of them. I've noticed a significant amount of layover, but that also kind of makes it challenging being members of both, because there's times I'm like, wait, that only applies in this game, not in this one.
It's even worse when you just play all the games.
It's true. Then they just kind of all start bleeding together. Ugh, I need to get like an armrest thing for me to lean against. My fingers are going to sleep.
I
Already.
need to get you a shorter chair.
So I can.
That's what's helping me survive this. Is I got this office chair and I lowered it to the lowest setting.
Nice.
So now when I just sit normal, my elbows are holding the mini up, so I can paint it just at the right height.
Yeah, I'm like hunching. Yes. Dobie has given Master a chair. Or Master has given Dobie a chair. Got that backwards.
I certainly hope Dobby gave Master a chair.
Oh. Now Dobie is sad. Dobie has no chair now.
It's okay, you'll get over it.
Eventually your feet will go numb from standing.
Kings of War.
Kings of War. I imagine that's what it is.
Yeah, so
Yes.
it's rank and file. The main difference being that in Kings, your minis are all on a tray, like this. And they just kind of get glued on. You build a diorama, and when the unit dies, the whole unit is removed. Whereas Conquest, you remove them one little tray at a time. A unit will consist of anywhere from 3 to 6 trays, and they, remove them one tray at a time. Whereas Kings, it's like I said, it's an all or nothing kind of situation. You either remove the whole squad or you remove none of it.
And they are tactically different games too. Like they have different interactions, they have different things like that. But they do have they have similarities because, like I said, they both have the same like parent, I guess you could say. So they're like siblings within the gaming world. It definitely got Calvatori's like fingerprints on it, which is not a bad thing. He's a good game designer, so.
The scenario design in Kings of War is kind of interesting, because it's end of game scoring in most scenarios, rather than progressive scoring. Whereas like Conquest, you score points at the end of each round. And from what little bit I've played of it, it changes how you approach the game because your strategy tends to be revolved, centered.
Seems to revolves.
It's
Revolves?
whatever.
Revolve?
It's
Yeah, one of
centered
those
around
words.
around the where you are at the end of the game, and so you build your strategy around making sure that you get into position at the end of the game. And you spend the rest of the game kind of playing tag with your opponent.
Yeah.
Whereas Conquest, you got to be thinking at every round, like where do I need to be to keep up on points so I don't fall behind, and what it results in, what I've seen, is that if you are a classic like 40k player, for example, and you're used to just trying to table your opponent, it actually is like right up your alley, because you can just go and be violent, and if you're the only one left at the end of the game, you could win that way, and like that's a totally valid play style. Not saying it's easy to do,
No.
just saying that, like, if you're
You can't
violently minded, you can play that way, and then just at the very end pivot to grab the objective.
Now that being said, if you aren't in a good position, you can still table somebody and still technically not win.
Because you don't have the objective at all.
You don't have the objective at all, so it could come down to a draw. Or it can be, there are some scenarios, like you get points for, like kill is a scenario in it, where you get points for every opposing model you get, so that one, if you table them, obviously you win. But there's other things, like there are some progressive scoring ones where if you can get a point and then you can burn it, and so if you get all of your points and you can stop your opponent from getting all of theirs, even if they table you, you can still win. And also, if you don't table them, if you only mostly table them and they're still claiming those objectives at the end and you're not able to get onto it, if they can maneuver in such a way that you can't get all of their stuff, then that can be a way that you can lose still. Even though you've killed more of their stuff than they've killed of yours, they hold more of the tactical, like, groundwork kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I've been playing for like 10 years, and I think I can count, including non-tournament games, I think I can count, like on 2 hands, how many times I've been full-on tabled. Like, nothing of mine is left on the table at the end of the game. So it's really hard to kill everything that your opponent has.
Oop, there goes that horse. He didn't want to live.
It's fine. As the Godfather music starts playing in the background.
Yeah, I remember playing some of those scenarios in Legion where the scoring is end of game. For a sci-fi game with like shooting and the game's centered around ranged combat, those kind of scoring situations don't work as well. Just because, like you said, you do just kind of sit back, take pot shots at each other, and then you really only play the game the last round.
Yeah. I don't think, range capabilities are stronger in the game, like in sci-fi and stuff like that, then yeah, I feel like that's not a good setup. There's got to be something that draws you out. Even if it's you have to possess it for 2 rounds or something like that before the final match, so you have to get out there and take and hold it for a round or something like that. That being said, I'm not sure, like Firefight, the sci-fi version of Mantic's game, I think they don't have progressive scoring, although I can't say that for sure, and I'd be interested to see how they do it.
Yeah, I'd have to go look into that. I actually haven't bought the rulebook yet. I've got the army, but not the rulebook.
Yeah.
And I've read the rules on their companion app.
Yeah.
But they actually have whole sections of the rulebook that are locked behind a paywall, so
Yeah.
I haven't read all of it.
I could go do it right now, actually, because I've got the full app. But I'm so close to being done with the melted crayon stage. These guys.
I'm starting the second coat on the horse's skin, after which I'll throw a wash on it and let those be forgotten for a little while I work on other aspects of these minis.
Yeah.
In a way, I kind of feel motivated. I'm like, if I can get more visual progress done than Ben,
I can catch up.
with having double the models.
I mean, granted, yours will still be more impressive regardless, because if you can get yours done in this weekend, like that's also something that we should probably clarify. When we say can we get them all painted, this is not a rhetorical of like can we do it kind of thing. This is legitimately I wonder if we can get this done.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff here to do. I'd like to, because I think
If
it'd
I
be
was a
fun.
speed painter, I'd be like, oh yeah, we could have this done in a couple hours. But I'm not that kind of painter.
No,
Like,
definitely not.
what's probably going to happen is we will probably be able to get this army up to a table-ready spot by the end of the day. And then tomorrow's stream will be me going back and being like, well, let's make this better. That's what I'm hoping anyway. And I expect that the spots I will spend the most time on are going to be the skin on the horses and the blue fabric that I'm going to do across the army.
I honestly think it's going to be this red skin for me, because it's everywhere.
I mean, that is the majority of those models.
So I think I'm at the, which, you know, that's a questionable strategy to start out with, the biggest thing. I mean, there's some merit to it, but it means that you're stuck in the stage for a lot longer.
I usually start with either the most abundant color on the mini or whatever's going to be the most messy to paint.
Yeah.
So, for example, on all my infantry, I'm going to be starting with their armor because I'm going to be doing some dry brushing on the metals. And that's going to be messy and would mess up details around it. The horses I'm going to have to be a little more careful with because I decided that the horse skin was going to be better to do first.
Yeah.
At least getting the base color down. I won't do the highlighting till after the armor, but
yeah, makes sense. No, this is definitely the messier stage for me, is all the red skin. So it's probably smart that this is where I started, but it's also my least favorite step. Because it's so ugly for so long.
you are a little bit off to the side with your painting.
It's just to get all the people, you know, anxious.
Get them all tilting their head, being like,
What is he doing?
I want to see. Show me.
No. Oh, the painters will look up and say, show me your painting, and I will look down and whisper, no.
It's kind of fun painting such small horses.
Yeah, as
compared to like the only other horses I really paint are the conquest ones.
Those are huge.
And yeah, they're triple the size of these guys, which is what makes them cool. But it also means that it take quite a bit longer to apply these base coats.
Yeah. Oh, the last one. I need to get a headband for these things, for this headset.
In theory, you could like just wear it around your neck, but you'd have to then like tape the mic up. So then you just end up with a tape mark on the side of your face.
Either way. Yeah. Seems like there's no winning but for losing.
You could switch to a lapel mic, but then your voice will not be as clear, because I've tried those ones and I've never been happy with the quality of the sound.
Of it. It's fair.
Curious to see how many people we actually have watching.
That's a good point.
Quickly pop over to the YouTube tab.
No, I can't see myself. That's why I do this.
There are three. Three watching.
Nice. Welcome, everybody.
Now, I bet that two of those are probably just people sitting upstairs in our store being like, oh, let's see what they're doing.
Fair. And again, it still is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so most people are probably still at work.
Very true.
Or in class. And if they're on the East Coast, then they're just getting out. Or they're just getting out of work, probably. I'm at that point with my paint where I'm like, it's like 90% gone, and I'm like scraping up the bottom of it. But I don't want to put more out for this stage because I feel like that would be wasteful at this point.
I understand. I'm actually approaching that point with this brown paint as well. I'm just trying to
Make it stretch.
get that last coat on, and then I can forget about the horses for a minute. Start working on base coating the armor on the infantry.
Yeah. That being said, I should probably put a little bit more so I can mix it for the next layer, but I don't think I'm going to do that level of layering on this where I'm mixing paints. I think I'm just going to go straight from the bottle for the next layer too. Just get it past that point. I feel like my camera keeps getting bumped.
That does happen. It takes a while to get used to painting with your elbows clear out. And it probably doesn't help that you have your arm going over the cable connected to the the camera. I have my arm going under the cable, but I have to then prop the cable up so it doesn't fall down.
I was going to say, I have a feeling that if I did that, it would make it worse for me. Because I've got sausage hands and, you know, thick arms.
And I have been doing this for almost 4 years now. Kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah. Go on a journey with Scott through the ether of YouTube.
Once upon a time, I was a sane person. Then I decided to start a YouTube channel.
Become the so-called influencer.
The only thing that's been influenced is my wallet. It's broker than ever.
I think that would have happened regardless, as long as you're in this hobby. Nobody gets into miniatures hoping to make money. I'm hoping. Well,
I may have gotten into less games, though.
that's fair. That's fair.
Because if it was just a hobby, I'd probably be content sticking to my 1 or 2 games that I enjoy.
That's fair. I don't know. I haven't been able to do that. I keep picking up more.
Yes, but you have a job.
I also have a family that gets in the way of it. No, just kidding. Kidding, sweetheart. If you're listening to this, please don't kill me.
Great, great, great. Now I'm going to be hearing about divorce papers and
just all this kind of stuff.
Or I'll just see in the news here in a couple days that they found a school teacher buried out behind the schoolhouse. They're not sure how he got there.
See, my wife is a teacher at the same school district, so she would know. She would know where to hide all the bodies. All the secret parts of the school where they could, you know, lose a child. No, I'm kidding. We don't actually lose children. I promise. I'm going to get a call from my principal. I can already tell.
Well, we'll see.
No, I'm kidding.
I highly doubt that anybody else that you work with is going to be watching this stream.
It's fair. But you never know once it goes out on the internet what might happen. Oh, nice. We've got an esports team at our high school, and one of my coworkers, my buddies that's on there, he's one of the coaches for it. And they just took second at state in Overwatch. It's actually, that is one thing that has been super shocking to me with with the esports thing. Like last year we had like 5 kids get full ride scholarships to universities on esports, just on esports.
I wish that I could have.
Right?
I wish that was more fleshed out just a decade ago when.
Right.
Because I would have loved like getting a scholarship to go like professionally play Halo or Call of Duty.
Something along those lines. Well, right now the categories are mostly Smash Brothers, Overwatch, Rocket League, and there's like 1 or 2 others. But those are the 3 main ones that our school does. And I just like, man, we are living in a golden age for nerdiness. Like, I don't think there's ever been a time period in history where, you know, you could play video games or, you know, we just got done with a D&D club like our final D&D club thing for the school year, we had over like 40 kids participating in this giant like end of year one shot where they took on the boss that they've been playing against for the entire school year kind of thing, and this narrative, the completion of it, and all this kind of stuff that's been built together by a group of kids working as DMs. And they had like several tables going in the commons area that they all got to sit and participate in, and they were all, part of the story. And it was super cool to see like how invested the kids were. We had kids that dressed up, came and like dressed up as their character and all that kind of stuff. I'm just like, man, like you had to be brave to do that when I was going to high school. Brave, or just absolutely zero qualms to give.
I was able to start up a video game club when I was in high school, and we would meet once a week after school on Fridays and play just whatever video games they would let us.
Yeah.
Played Halo and did a little bit of Call of Duty. But it was like there was 5 kids in the entire high school that were willing to actually go do that.
Yeah. Especially in this area where it's kind of almost taboo. And I feel like it's getting better now, but that's because all the nerds grew up and had kids. It's a very deep red.
Okay, well, that's basically what I get to do to every infantry model now, is just put lead belcher
All over.
on the same spots.
Over and
Over
over
and over and over again.
and over again. That sound you hear coming over the speakers, that is the sound of Scott's soul leaving his body as he dies a little inside with each brushstroke. Such is the curse of the batch painter.
I can definitely tell from moving from the knights to the infantry that the infantry are older sculpts.
Yeah.
The chainmail isn't as crisp, or really any of the details. They're just not as crisp.
Yeah,
Still good, but not
Yeah.
amazing.
No, that makes sense. That's the thing with Mantic, is they are oftentimes compared in the same breath and usually despairingly towards, like GW and stuff like that, but the fact that they're like a 25-man team competing that are even being compared in that level is still impressive in its own right. And the fact that they're able to maintain as much as they are with as few resources as they have is usually something that's pretty applaudable. And on top of that, landing things like the Halo game and stuff like that. So they're the little game company that could.
Well, I'm interested to see what happens with their company over the next few years. I'm hoping that Halo game takes off even more, and I'm really hoping they pump out a full war game for it, because that's what everybody's asking for.
Yeah. Well, I could definitely see the demand for that. And this is something that I always have to remind myself with these really bright, high pigment paints that I have, is that they will dull as they dry, and they'll go into crevices, and so they won't be quite as in your face after that first layer, especially. That's something that I always have to remind myself of, because it always looks like, oh, that's so bright, and it does not look good right now. But we're still in that, melted crayon stage. Haven't quite got to the good stuff yet. Do you think tonight qualifies as neither of us being here, so there's going to be like 7 people asking about Kings of War, as is our curse?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And poor Johnny, he's going to be upstairs drowning in new people.
Yep.
Well, no, because Johnny's here, so
That's true.
he'll cancel it out.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
There'll be like 2 people. Yep. But that half hour when you would normally be here and we're still waiting on Johnny, that's when there's going to be like
That's
7
exactly.
people.
That's true.
Yep.
Oh, so Vizici, yeah. To put it in perspective, it might be more than 25. That's like a guesstimate, but they are not. They're not in the triple digits. I know that. I would say they're sub 50 easily, and that's across the entire globe, right? They do have like, and that's not including people like they have a rules committee for each of their games, kind of thing. That's largely volunteer based, not as in like you don't get paid for it at all, but kind of like game testers and all that kind of stuff. You'll get product or things along those lines, and you help develop the rules like for updates and for balances and all that kind of stuff. And so I don't count them as like employees, but yeah, they are not a big company. They're really small.
Yeah, I've actually been curious to find out. I'd love to find out how many people Parabellum Games has, and see which company actually is currently bigger, because they're both doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I know with like Parabellum, people are constantly impressed at how fast they can pump out new kits.
Yep. And I think it's two opposite ends of like the small business spectrum, where Parabellum does a lot of does one game, and they focus all their attention on that one game, and they hyper polish it, and they do all that kind of stuff, and they make sure that they've got all their kits done or processed at the very least, and have a plan for that before moving on. Whereas Mantic is very much a yes, we've got all these really cool ideas, and we're going to try and get as many of those into the hands of our players as possible, and then we will juggle all of that while we are trying to get more cool stuff out to you guys. Because Mantic is great at producing rule sets. Like I have only played one Mantic game ever that has not been fun. Like that has not been something that and it's fun for a certain group of people, but like more selective as to who does it, right? I've never played a Mantic game where I've been like, well, that was a waste of time for me, right? In fact, almost all of them, when I played, I'm like, oh, that was really simple, that was really streamlined, that was really good, and it scratched that gameplay tactical itch that I'm looking for. But they do have a lot of balls that they're juggling in the game in the air at one time. Whereas,
I'm sorry.
Yep. I figured I was
sorry.
trying. See, PG, Scott. PG.
I didn't say anything. I just snickered and apologized.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Now my goal is to get you to crack. You know that, right?
Well, let's not do that. Nope.
Bad idea. But yeah, to go back to... Oh, let's see, Mantic, they have Halo, they have... It's just their like games, their IP games that they have. They have Halo, they have Worms, they have Walking Dead, they have Hellboy.
They have Assassin's Creed now as well.
Yep, they've got Assassin's Creed coming out later this year, and that's just their IPs that they've bought the rights to, that they could produce games for. Their original works is they have the Kings of War, which has various iterations of it. You have the base Kings of War, we have Champions. They've been working on for a while. It's kind of been shelved a little bit, but they have Dungeon Saga, which is kind of like their dungeon dive version or level of the game. They have Armada, which is the naval version of Kings of War. And then they've got their sci-fi universe, which is Dead Zone Firefight universe, which goes... There's 3 different versions of that. There's Firefight, which is the closest 40K analog that they've got, which is fun. But it's along the same size and level of like 40K is on average. They have an epic scale that's coming out later this year, and then they have a squad-based one, which is what the Halo game is based off of largely, the Dead Zone system. That's largely what Halo is based off of, is Dead Zone. So if you've played Halo, you've played a version of Dead Zone. And so if you enjoyed Halo, you'd really like Dead Zone because there's a little bit more options for like list building and building an army or a squad, and customizing that than there is in Halo. Now, granted, they're bringing out the War Games expansion, which they've already brought out, and all that kind of stuff for Halo. So you can kind of do that with that as well, but there's definitely more variety with Dead Zone as far as like races and styles that you can bring.
Yeah, and I mean, that in the long run, that'll change because once they start pumping out more releases for Flashpoint, you'll see Flashpoint suddenly have tons of options because there's a lot in the Halo universe they can work with.
Yeah. Granted, with the caveat that they have to ask Microsoft for permission to use any of them, so that's always something to consider as well. Because I know Ronnie, he's the CEO of Mantic. He's always gung ho for putting out. He's definitely, he's like a crack addicted squirrel kind of thing. He is all over the place in many ways and wants to do all the things and has all the cool ideas, and he's a lot like an overgrown kid with his enthusiasm for the games and stuff like that. And so he always wants to put more into a game. So if more stuff isn't coming for Halo, it's probably because Microsoft is like, well, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, my experience with watching Microsoft when it comes to their licenses, what they usually do is when there is a new game for the year surrounding that new game, they usually say, okay, let's keep all the product releases related to this game. But then the in-between years, they usually allow the production of other stuff. So like with action figures, for example, I used to collect Halo action figures. The first year of a license for like a new company that's producing figures would be just stuff from the most recent game. And then the subsequent years after that is when they would branch out. They'd be able to produce stuff from Halo 2 and 3 and from Halo Reach and the older games. And Microsoft right now with Halo is trying to really leverage nostalgia. Like the whole design of their most recent game was like, let's bring back the classic art style, try to bring back some of the classic gameplay. Gosh. So it would not surprise me at all to see after a couple of releases of, I think we see the rest of this year being all Halo Infinite stuff.
Yeah.
And then after that, I wouldn't be surprised if they threw in some ODSTs and Marines from the first 3 games.
I mean, you'd be dumb not to. And I got to talk with Kyle
Preselinsky.
We always call him Pretzel Twinkie. At Adepticon, and I talked with him a couple times on like social media and stuff like that. He's usually pretty open to talking to people. And he could neither confirm nor deny that a War Games version was coming, but his response was, and I quote, well, what makes the most sense to you? So take that however you will.
Well, and even if they can't confirm or deny now, they said before Flashpoint released, they said that if Flashpoint sold well, they would make a full War game.
Yeah.
And maybe that was just Ronnie being overexcited.
Yeah. But I think as long as Microsoft lets them, they totally will.
Now, I may be biased, but I am just waiting around for Hunters. Like, that is the one kit that I really, really want, because the scale they've chosen for Flashpoint, Hunters are going to be massive. They're going to be on 60 millimeter, maybe larger bases.
That's assuming that they don't scale it a little bit, though, which I could see potentially being a case.
The vehicles are going to be a hard one. They're definitely going to have to scale those down a little bit to fit them on the table.
Yeah.
But the Halo community is also kind of weird. If you want to really target them well, you do got to keep things very close to scale. The funny part is that because you play as a 7-foot tall Spartan in the games, most people's perception of the scale of the setting is actually very skewed.
Yeah.
Like, people think grunts, for example, are little tiny dudes, but a grunt's actually about the same size as a human.
Jeez.
Just that you're bigger than a human in the games, so you look down on them.
Yeah.
Scorpion tanks, though, if you were to do those to scale, they're like the size of a Baneblade almost, maybe just slightly smaller than a Baneblade from Warhammer.
Yeah. And I think they'll have to scale that though, like in realistically speaking kind of terms, because that's a big kit, and that means you can only have like one or two of them on a 4x6 board, which, looking at space as a premium, which Mantic kind of does, like having, you know, 3 Bane blades on a table looks really cool, but means that it's a parking lot.
Now, that said, looking at Firefight, Mantic actually does a pretty good job at scaling their vehicles.
Yeah.
Mantic's vehicles are across the board bigger than 40K's.
Yeah.
Like the Lehman Russ equivalent for the GCPS army in Firefight is about the size of the Rogel Dorn tank in 40K.
Nice.
It's a little smaller, but it's larger than any of the 40K tanks that are occupying that same role.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Asterians. Their ships are actually, from what I've seen in pictures online, quite sizable.
Yeah. And it might be, well, I don't know if they would do like the Epic. It depends, I guess, on how well Epic Firefight does, but they might do an Epic scale with Halo. But if that's the case, they already got one of those.
The only reason I don't see them doing an Epic scale Halo is because that is what the last company that had the Halo license did.
Yeah.
And while that game definitely is not supported as much anymore, it still has a very dedicated community.
Yeah.
I'm actually friends with a lot of the guys that run the
tournaments and stuff.
The tournaments and the Adepticon events for Halo Ground Command. And I actually own a bunch of the minis. It's actually a really great game.
Just the fact that it's not supported makes a difference.
But I don't know if they would just do it again, because what a lot of people that exist in the fan base would want is just a remake of the same game.
Yeah, which they can't do.
Yeah, it looks like we do have somebody else in the chat now.
Yeah, Fat
Man's Kitchen.
Excellent name.
He's converting a Chaos Lord in the 2002 Iron Warrior Warsmith model. I'm going to have to look that one up. I don't know off the top of my head which one that is.
Chaos Space Marines, Iron Warrior, Warsmith. Yeah, I don't know that one.
Pulling out my phone.
But I will also freely admit the last time I played 40K was 5th edition. So just
you're not very far off. 5th edition. That was okay. 5th edition was like 2010-ish.
Yeah, but yeah. So 15 years. It's not much.
No,
it's fine. It's just yesterday. You're starting to sound like that old man there, Scott. Decade and a half.
It weren't that long ago.
It weren't that long ago. Back in my day, an edition lasted 6 years.
I wish they would get on a 4-year rotation with Warhammer games. I think it would be a lot better if they did.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I know the model. If I'm not mistaken, it is this guy. I can't show it on screen, but
yeah,
I don't have that ability, but I think it's this one he's talking about.
Okay. Is that a 40K one or is that a It's time for bed, Grandpa. Ooh, you got called out. And you're the younger one.
Now listen here, young
You
whippersnapper.
young whippersnapper.
It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's time for your nap and meds, Grandpa. Let's get you back to bed. Actually, I'm assuming that he's calling you out. He might be calling me out. I don't know where the time loop is on the video.
Okay, yep, it was the one I was thinking of, because that is exactly the one that I just pulled up on my phone.
Okay. That definitely looks like an older sculpt.
Well, and they've updated the art style quite a bit now. It's actually kind of interesting how out of place old minis look next to the new ones.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's kind of the same thing that happens with video games where, like, you go back and play an old video game and you're like, did it really look this bad?
Yeah. I don't remember it being quite so obvious that this was
Yeah.
pixelated.
Like, I go back and look at my old Space Marines, I'm like, man, how was I just as excited about these as I was about the new ones? Like,
Yeah. It's true. Like, I remember playing GoldenEye back in the day, and remember my buddy's mom got so upset because the violence was so realistic. Like, yep. The Beavis and Butthead square heads. Yep, sure are.
I laugh because back in the day, we had to, like, conceal that we were playing Halo. Like, well, my parents knew I was playing Halo, but they didn't know that Halo was rated M for quite a while. And that since we were always playing at a friend's house, they never saw it. But I go back now and I look at, like, the blood in those video games and I'm like, this is not blood. This is like
Tomato
just
sauce.
well, it's not even tomato sauce. It's just the wall is red afterwards. It wasn't like splatter. It's just, oh, there's just red over there now,
Mm-hmm.
or purple because it was aliens usually that you were shooting.
Yeah. It's always fun to see how the world has changed. Alright, I'm going to do the cheat thing and just paint this part that I missed. Because I don't care enough to make it layered on every last thing. It'll be fine. Shh. Go to sleep.
My biggest offenders for out of place models are my Grey Knights.
Yeah.
Grey Knights, as of beginning of this year, are now the army with the oldest minis. Before that, it was Eldar, who still had some second edition minis.
Yep. I remember because
But
I had those.
those have been updated now. So now Grey Knights with their 5th edition minis are the oldest. At least that I'm aware of. And it's funny because they were so cool when I first got them and I loved them. And now I look at them and I'm like, ugh, I don't want to paint these. Give me new ones.
I need the new plastic.
I need it updated into the modern art style.
Y'all got any more of those new Space Marines?
And then, of course, GW being GW, they gave us an upgrade kit to the kit that's the most mocked out of the army. And that's all they're giving us, at least for now. I'm still holding out hope that they'll announce, like, new Terminators and new Marines for them, but
Yeah, is it still the same kits that I played with back in 4th edition?
it's the ones it's the only kits they've ever gotten.
Oof, that's rough, buddy. Because I remember loving them when they first came out, because they were. But I remember I got made fun of for using them a lot because they were so OP when they first came out. So everybody was like, "Oh, look at you! You're so talented." I'm like, back up.
Well, they did update the baby carrier. They just didn't. They just
Baby
didn't-
carrier was cool, okay?
Well, I still think the baby carrier is cool. I've never had a problem with it because the guy's in Terminator armor. It's the same quality of armor that the Dreadnought's made out of.
Yeah.
But no. So they did update it, but they also didn't at the same time.
Oh no.
Because what they did is they gave it an extra sprue that adds new
Gosh,
weapon options and allows you to take like a little tabard that hangs between the legs of the Dreadnought.
How cute.
Yeah. But the actual sculpt itself is out of place now. And I kind of laugh at it because what's GW going to do here in a year or two when they update the rest of the range during next edition? And now the baby carrier has the old tiny scale Dreadnought, or not Dreadnought, Terminator, next to all these updated hulking Terminators.
Don't look too close. Yeah.
It was just an interesting choice, in my opinion.
I skip. Let the memes commence.
One thing that's kind of fun to do while we're sitting here streaming from the basement of my store is that I try to identify which voices I'm hearing coming down the stairs and see if it's people I recognize or just random strangers. Looking at your phone midstream. Supposed to be painting.
Sorry. I'll get back to work.
Good work.
Yes. Scott in our little sweatshop down here. Get back to work, you son.
The end of the stream is where I surprise Ben and I'll be like, well, by the way, we're posting these up on eBay in an hour.
I'll be like, mother son of a gun. I kill you.
The voices keep getting louder. As in, like, our voices keep getting louder, or like the voices keep getting louder. Like in reference to the fact that I'm listening to the voices from upstairs.
Just gotta wait for that one.
It's always weird responding to the chat stuff because
You never know how
we're
long
like
it's
a good 30 seconds ahead of, or rather, what they see is 30 seconds behind what we're actually talking about.
Yep.
But the chat is live.
Yes. Joke. Okay.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yep.
You'll have to forgive my obliviousness.
It's okay. As long as they're funny. The voices, I mean.
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Most of the time they just tell me I want more plastic.
Yeah. Which can be funny.
And I mean, they're not wrong. I do want more plastic.
I always want more plastic.
Just cannot afford more plastic.
Well, it's the whole idea of like buying miniatures and painting the miniatures are two separate hobbies. Kind of like every other hobby, buying supplies for that hobby is a totally different hobby from actually playing with it or doing it.
All things considered, this is moving at a good pace. I've
Yep.
gotten 9. I'm on the 9th of the 10 crossbowmen with the basic armor color. So I'm almost halfway to the first layer of paint on them.
Most of the way through the second layer of red on the basic troop guys, which honestly, once they're done, the rest of it will be a lot simpler.
I imagine this must be very boring to watch. Like,
It's
who
not-
watches a batch painting live stream?
Right? It's all about the conversation. Getting together and have fun with the hobby. Are you leaving us, Matthias, or are you joining us? Is my question there. Is this a salutation or a farewell?
It definitely feels like a farewell.
Yes. But it could also be a, typo, I wonder. Also, Matthias is the name of my favorite character from the Redwall series. I know it's a basic answer, but... Did I ever tell you about the guy that did, the same people who watch golf, I guess. Oof. I don't know how I feel about being compared to golf.
Well, now we know. We are just as boring
Just
as
as
golf.
boring as golf.
Or just as exciting, I guess, depending on who you
depending on
are.
who you are. Do we have the same kind of vocal inflections as a golf announcer, though? Are we the kind of are we putting you to sleep essentially with our sweet, sultry voices?
Confession time. I've never watched golf, so I've done golf. I've played golf.
I've played
but
golf. I've tried to. I'll put it on, and instantly fall asleep. But
the only real sport I watch is I do enjoy
All right. Well, thanks for painting with us there, Matthias, and we'll see you next time. Maybe you'll hop back on tomorrow because we'll probably be finishing this up tomorrow. So
If we're lucky.
if we're lucky. Yes. Positive.
I do watch a bit of soccer occasionally,
Ugh. I mean,
but you have to
good.
watch it in Spanish.
That's fair.
Because if you watch it in English, you don't get the guys yelling "goal."
Goal. Goal. But you only get that like twice a game anyway. So.
When I was living in Mexico City, they had the 2014 FIFA World Cup, and there was a day that the Netherlands beat Brazil. And when I say they beat Brazil, I'm talking I was having lunch, and like 3 times during the time it took me to eat a pizza, you heard goal, and everybody was like, "No, how is this happening?" And then we're walking down the street and we hear it another 4 times. The Netherlands beat Brazil like 8-0, which is unheard of
That is
in
a
soccer.
really high scoring game. Yeah. I had something similar when I was there. It was
Right.
when the World Cup was happening and America beat Mexico. We didn't go out that day. We stayed home.
And then I think it was the Netherlands anyway. It might have been Germany that beat Brazil. And then Mexico lost to the Netherlands. And I just happened to be wearing a Netherlands jersey
Who knows?
like the next day. And it was
That was probably
so it
awkward.
got some dirty looks.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Vozici says he's been watching Redwall again. It's been so long. I don't. That was long enough ago that I don't even remember it.
Well,
Like I know that I've watched it, but I don't remember anything about it.
it was like classic old PBS pre-streaming networks kind of thing, kind
good
of
old days.
animation. Back in the day when you had the choice between, Barney, if you ever stayed home from school sick, or soap operas, and that's all you had. It was that level of like animation, so it's good for nostalgia. Definitely a good hit in the nostalgia feels.
So I really only watched cartoons on TV when I would be like on Saturday morning. So I'd watch the Saturday morning PBS stuff, like Power Rangers.
Yeah.
And then when I'd go to my grandparents' house, because they had the subscription, they had the Cartoon Network and
Yeah.
the cable and all that.
Yeah, that was my case too. My parents were too cheap for that. But however, ZG, I don't know if Netflix still has the rights to it, but they said they were bringing out a Redwall's animated show in the near. That was also like years ago they announced that, so I don't know if that's been indefinitely put on ice or not, but
It's Netflix.
It-
You
it
never
will
know.
show up when we least expect it, honestly.
I actually just canceled my Netflix yesterday.
Yeah, probably don't watch it very much. hanging around
I'm here at my store most of the time, and then when I am home, there just haven't been any shows that have caught my attention.
It's fair.
I'll probably briefly renew it. I think it's next month when the new season of Stranger Things comes out.
Yeah.
But other than that, most of the shows I like are either finished or got canceled long ago.
Yeah, that's the thing with Netflix is they keep raising their prices, and then if something does go well, they cancel it after one season. It's like the joke I saw. The meme is like had a news outline of like Netflix is going to open its own restaurant, and basically it's going to go, "Ooh, this was really quite tasty." Really takes the plate back,
Removes it from the menu.
removes it from the menu. Aww. Here, have another season of. Oh, what is the popular thing anymore?
See, Vozici, I have never watched Love, Death, Robots.
Oh, it did? I did not know that's a stealth drop for me. Love, Death, Robots is fun. I enjoy that. Now you gotta be careful with some of them. There's some sketchy content on there.
Because isn't that one a anthology type show where it's
Yeah.
each episode's a different thing completely?
But they are awesome.
I've always struggled to get into those kind of shows.
These ones are there's some that are you can skip. Like anytime it's the mini ones, unless you're into that kind of thing, you can skip over those ones. But like there's one with rats that is one of my favorite ones. That is just phenomenal. And there's another one where they like possess the bodies of monsters. The fight that's in the first season. That's the one that got me hooked on it because that one was really, really cool.
So let's see. Fat Man's Kitchen just put a work in progress in the Discord. Now the question is, can I pull up Discord without it hijacking the microphones?
I mean, I guess we could pull it up on our phones.
Well, you can. I do not have Discord on my phone because my phone is too full of Wargaming list builder apps.
Let's see here under the painting spotlight.
And you're in the Miniature Manager Discord?
Yep. Is that it? Are you?
No, that one's from earlier. Which chat did you put the whip picture in?
Is it the 40K one? Oh, yep, there it is.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, very nice. So what direction are you hoping to go with your conversion, I guess? What are your plans for it? I know the rest of the internet can't see it, but if they want, they can jump on the Discord. The Discord's in the description of the video.
Oof.
Did you mess up?
Yeah, I did. I got a little too thick on the face now. He's just really angry. He's an angry little demon. And all the detail has gone away now.
I mean, wouldn't you expect a demon to be angry?
I mean, yes, but also this is like, Looney Tunes level angry instead of like dangerous level of angry.
This is the part where I say, well, it is a Kings of War model.
To be fair, they do have the 80s cartoon vibe.
Well, because aren't the lesser Infernals still an old sculpt?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they do have that old
Cartoony
style.
So like these guys, they aren't quite as cartoony. They still got a little bit of exaggerated stuff, but the Berserkers they're good. But yeah, the older ones, the lesser abyssals, but they also work. So why, of all the kits that they need to rework, this is not one of them. I think this one's good enough.
Kind of hoping that they'll redo some more of the Basileia stuff.
Been slowly working through it.
Because I was gonna actually get into Basileia originally. That was the army that caught my attention, but there were certain sculpts that I just couldn't take seriously.
That's fair. I know they need to redo their LOE. I mean, that's one that they should be able to just knock it out of the park with. Like, legitimately, Angels, come on. Those should be some of the most kick-A models.
I want them to redo the like Palace Guard ogres.
Oh, really? See, that's their most popular sculpt for the Basilians. I don't think that one's going to get done.
I think they need to be updated to the modern ogre size and style.
They were the ones that started the original size, though. The new size, I mean.
Well, they don't look as big as the new ones. When I've seen them side by side, I've been like, ugh.
I haven't really seen a side-by-side comparison, honestly. Oh, dang it, I thought it was done. See? This is why I hate batch painting.
Well, because didn't Johnny had some in his ogre collection of, like, a box of ogres?
He might. I just never looked that closely. But also, within the range, they look fine, I think. Like, in a Basilian army.
I'm also biased, though. Models that are in kind of that squad of 3, a little bit bulkier, like heavy infantry, that's like my style.
Yeah. Wouldn't have guessed from Conquest.
Yeah, I kind of pack as many brutes as I can into every list I play. Especially those bone golems for my old Dominion.
It's fair.
They are there to traumatize people.
Yes, they do that.
Sad part
If they
is
come in on time.
they're really not that great right now. Like, they're still good unit, but the army as a whole, the way I used to play it, is not the way to play it anymore.
Yeah. Which, that's an interesting discussion topic of, like, is that a good thing or not? Like, I'm not saying that invalidate, but I think you could still technically win with your old style. It's just not the meta. Or is it that it is totally invalidated and yeah, I guess you could still build that list, but
Right now, Conquest as a game wants you to do like minimum size unit spam because you want to have more activations to get around the board. You want to be able to grab more objectives, have more board control, stuff like that.
which is unfortunate.
And it's just because of the way the scenarios are designed, the way that what really changed it, I think, and maybe there'll be plenty of people that'll disagree on this, but when they switched the initiative roll to no longer account for the player who had the most units, it took away any reason people would have to ever build a army with less units in it.
Other than having to paint less models.
Well, if you're having the same number of models, but you're splitting them across multiple units,
Well, I guess
not a
that's right.
huge difference that way.
Which is unfortunate because then it just becomes a skirmish game with more steps. I see that. Stand ready for my arrival. I am intrigued and worried about that statement, Fat Man's Kitchen. What's an arrival worm? And can we talk about it on this channel?
Sorry, I had to step away there for a second to find a poster that we had floating around in our storage room.
Just commenting on Fat Man Kitchen's recent question or statement. I'm worried about what an arrival worm is.
It's in...
Are you talking about the cartoon Invincible?
He must be quoting a thing. I think it's stand ready for my arrival worm.
Worm,
like
comma, got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, Ben is a author, and
Yeah.
Punctuation matters to him.
I don't read this chat room lingo. No,
In a way, we are speaking a different language than what he can speak.
it's true. I'm not fluent in net speak.
You don't spend enough time on the web, which is probably a good thing.
Which is why I am the saner of the two of us. No, I'm just
I don't know about that.
kidding. That's a good point. That's a good question.
Of the two of us, only one of us is painting humans, so yeah.
It's true. This is how I get my demons out, though, is I paint my inner demons. And evidently they're angry red. Okay, so now I have reached the point where I need to get more detailed. So actually I shouldn't use this brush. Because that's kind of my crappy semi-synthetic one. Let's pull out the ones that Johnny's brother gave me from Project Kitrite. Kurtrite. That's right, Kurtrite. Shameless plug there.
Well, does he sell them online?
He does, I want to say. I don't know, his web store's not always completely 100% up to date, but he is doing a cool thing, and he's helping to sponsor the D&D club for our high school, so
Cool.
which
Very
is
cool.
always good, which is very cool for him. So he's a good place to go if you want to get 3D printed miniatures.
Yeah, I
And you don't
wasn't
have
even-
a 3D printer yourself.
I wasn't aware he had an online presence, so good to know.
Yeah. He needs to update it though. Now is where we really slow down, but now is also where it starts to actually look like something.
we're in trouble. I got into the zone. I like totally zoned out there for a minute.
You
And
came
was
back and
like,
you're like, no, it's too detailed.
well, not so much that. It's more that I just got into the groove of painting,
And didn't talk.
and as a result, I just like zoned out. And I was like,
Alright.
oh wait, we're streaming, aren't we?
That's right. We're not just painting quietly by ourselves.
You know, it does happen quite a bit though, because like when I'm recording videos for tutorials, it is seriously like 8 hours of just sitting down, staring at the mini, and not talking.
Because you're focused.
Well, and because I'm usually by myself.
Doesn't mean you're not talking to somebody.
The
That's when I have my
voices.
best conversation. The voices. Sometimes they have good ideas. We talked about me being an author. That's, that's how I write, is I talk to the voices inside my head and they tell me stories.
Hopefully good ones.
That's up for debate, I suppose.
Well, I haven't read any of them, so I can't really say.
Must not be that good then.
Well, admittedly, I
You don't
haven't
have
read a
much
whole
time.
lot of anything
It's
lately.
true. No.
Except for rule books. I read lots of those.
Yeah. See, that would drive me nuts. That's like my least favorite part of playing the games or reading the rules and getting that down. I'd rather somebody just show me.
Well, and that's why I have to read them.
Yep,
Because
'cause you're the
nobody else
producer.
wants to.
Exactly. You volunteered for this.
Well, and I've just always been pretty decent at deciphering what it means.
That's fair.
Because most war games do not know how to write rules.
It's
like,
true.
even the most well-written games are a mess.
It's true.
You have to learn the lingo.
For what they mean. Yeah.
It wouldn't be an issue, but people do get very picky about rules. Once things start getting competitive,
Yeah.
suddenly the exact wording matters, and you have to get picky about how you've written things. And
Yep. Oh, I'm getting far too detailed for what this is. But I also want it to look nice.
what, you want your minis to look good?
I know, weird concept.
Oh dear! I just realized eventually I'm gonna have to go back through and paint the spears. I'm using them as handles right now, so I can't paint them right now. But means I
That's
will have to
coming.
do more metal later on in this project.
Mo metal. Like baby metal?
No, like lead belcher, like gunmetal.
Yeah. You really should listen to some baby metal. Might even throw some of it on your rotation.
Oh, I've only got 6 more of these guys to put this base color on. Oh, there's the character. Never mind, it's 7.
Never mind, 7. And the knights?
Oh, darn it.
There's the soul crushing that I was looking for.
I was just barely starting to hit the point where I'm like, okay, I'm tired of this color.
That's why I'm only doing this squad. I'm not gonna do all of them because I know I'm gonna have to do red again. But I need the dopamine, man. I need to finish something before I go on to red again. I needed to make it start looking like something before I keep going. Sounds like all the Pokemon players are here to get their cards. Speaking of people needing to get their fixes.
Well, they're going to be disappointed. I don't have any Pokemon.
Oh no.
Nope. Pokemon is like impossible to get a hold of right now.
Interesting.
It is very highly underproduced.
Wonder if that's by design.
I don't know.
Green
I think it's one of those situations where when COVID happened, it
took off again.
it bumped up all the tabletop gaming markets. Like I remember 5 years ago when you would order from Games Workshop, it was a 2-day shipment. Like they would process your order, ship it out, and you'd have it in your store 2 days later. And you could order as many times as you wanted during a week. Now they limit it. You get to order once a week through their direct retail rep, and you get to order once a week on their website. I think you can get away with more with the website as long as you're not like
Huge
ordering
orders.
multiple orders a day but it's a week and a half ship time now.
Jeez.
It was worse during COVID. They would be like a 2 or 3 week ship time.
Man.
But it does make it so whenever somebody wants to order something from me, I have to tell them like it's going to be a week and a half, maybe as much as 2 weeks before this is here. It also means I have to attempt to anticipate what people are going to want to buy,
Well in advance.
because whatever I'm ordering this week is not going to be on the shelf for another week and a half.
Fair. Alright, that's looking acceptable. Starting to. I don't feel like it's melted crayons anymore as much.
I think I'm only doing one coat of this lead belcher. If there's spots where it's not quite full coverage, it's going to be fine, because I'm going to throw a wash over it and then I'm going to dry brush, so it's going to
have coverage.
yeah, it's going to get there in the later steps.
I agree. So yeah, that's looking much more like less like it's just blobbed on there. There's actually a little bit of detail that you can see now. I'm fatigued. Can't. No. Just
We're in trouble if you're tired already. We've only been at this for 2 hours.
Only 2 hours.
So that's the question: is when do we stop for the day?
Oh no, I'm good to go for a while.
Well, no. I'm not
Yeah.
saying stop now. I'm just saying, like, what is the point where we stop? Do we stop at 6 hours? Do we stop at 8?
Yeah, I guess we'll decide that when we get there, depending on traffic, I suppose. Because honestly, once I get this unit done, which once I get the red done, isn't going to take too much longer, in all honesty. So once I get them done, it probably actually won't take me very long to get the rest of this little army done. These guys are the slow start. Oh, just a sec, I gotta step out for a minute.
Okay, well, I will keep things going. Not to worry. And by keep things going, I mean I'll sit here quietly and talk to myself. Or maybe I'll just sit here quietly and not talk at all. Could go either way. So, how many people do we have watching at this point? We have 6 watching. Awesome. That's double what it was last time I checked. I wish I could like start talking lore and tell you guys all these cool things about the game, but I actually don't know Kings of War's lore yet. I am fairly new to this game. I don't even have a fully painted army yet. No, but it looks like Ben wasn't going to be gone very long. He's back now.
How's that? Gosh, cord was shorter than I thought it was. Oh. Wait. Not normal. This is how it goes. Got it. I'm trying to put it on the other way. Picking me up. There we go.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Alright. We've lost the chat.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should pop that back up. Boop, there it is. You know, if you whisper, we can hear you, right?
It's because I'm reading to myself. I'm gonna slowly drive you
one
crazy.
day I want to make a Plague Reaper, but Bane Blades are far from cheap. Okay, yep, I'm too nearsighted to read this from across the room, especially when you can't field it in current editions. I am not sure I'm familiar with the Plague Reaper.
Is it just an infected Baneblade?
That is my assumption. I also confess I am not a guard or trader guard or anything like that player. I am very much I play everything else kind of guy. And I do literally just play like everything else.
What he's saying is he biased against guard, is what I'm hearing.
Well, in a setting where I could be playing as like giant super soldiers or alien orcs,
It's fair.
I suppose this is the age of the internet, and I do have a phone somewhere around here.
Yeah, jeez. Oh, I thought you got up and walked away. I was like, oh, he just left.
Yep, I just left. No, I just...
Just went quiet.
Plague Reaper. Yep, it's a,
Infected Baneblade?
yes. But also,
But also no.
gross.
Well,
There you go.
it is Nurgle. Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little phallic. Not gonna
Uh-huh.
lie.
Yep, that was... I wasn't going to say it, but now it's been said.
It's been said. Well, that's why I used the technical term. Look at him. I want you to take that back, fat man. I think we do regret it.
No, there's some versions of it that I've seen that are not quite so... Like, this one looks more like a plant than anything.
Okay, yeah, that one's cool.
Like Garden
I like
of
that one.
Nurgle-y. I could get behind that. So basically, it's got two big plague vats that have like
All
pox
of-
walkers soaking in them,
Oh, gross! Like a
and then it's got
nasty
the
hot tub.
and then it's got the biological
Sensor bar.
cannon.
We cannot throw this up on the stream.
Interesting. Well, now I know.
And knowledge is power.
Some power is best left untapped.
Very poor choice of words there.
I am too innocent for this
Oh,
stuff.
bull crap. Pox tub. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. They need to make it so that they look like they're like reclining.
Once again, my nearsightedness was having a hard time making out what that was. I saw the P and the B and was trying to figure out if he was saying what I thought he was saying, but no, pox tub makes more sense.
Peanut butter?
Yes, peanut butter, that was
Peanut
it.
butter's the word. Oh no. We're starting to go loopy.
We're only 2 hours in, you're not allowed to go loopy yet.
Oh, but it'll be more fun if we do.
Debatable.
It's
Still debatable.
So this color of red, this true red, or pure red from Fanatics, the Warpaints Fanatics, it took me a little while to warm up to it, but it is a really good, like, rich red highlight. It's not something that I would paint, like, as a base color, but as a highlight for your reds. It just makes it this really kind of luxurious, almost creamy red final shade, which does a good job of, like, really selling that, like, velvety red kind of textured color.
You know, I've had bad luck so far with the colors I've bought from Army Painter.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because they advertise their Fanatics line as being hyper saturated, and so you'll get full coverage in fewer coats and stuff. So I bought some of their yellows the other day for a project. I made it like maybe 15 minutes into painting with that yellow, and then I was like, nope, and I covered it all up with Citadel yellow.
Which is interesting, because Citadel yellow is really rough to me.
See, Averland Sunset, their base color yellow, I actually use it as a medium for other yellows, because it has, being a base coat, as long as you've watered it down just a little bit, it actually covers really well. But if you mix the brighter yellows in with it, you can get the color tone of the brighter yellows, but the behavior of the base coat. And I've had success with that.
I have noticed that with the Fanatics line, or with the Army Painter Fanatics, is that they are not as rich of colors. Like, they are not like the mid-tone red that I use that just is super red is this one, is the Bear Cavalry one, and it is like bright, real red kind of color. Whereas all of the Army Painter, I felt like it's almost muted in its tone. So I can't just go straight Army Painter Fanatics, but I have enjoyed them because they do thin really nicely.
I've enjoyed the browns that I've purchased from that line.
Interesting. See, I've had the opposite experience with the browns. The browns usually to me are too, like, darkish. Or, like, too, like, grayish brown, the ones I've gotten.
So I think it just goes to show that different people have different preferences and different ideas of what makes a paint good for a project.
Yep.
For me, what I struggled with the most on the brighter colored Fanatics paints, like the yellows, was actually the texture that they finish with. The yellows were coming out with kind of like this almost...
Granular?
No, they weren't coming out grainy. They were coming out more like rubbery looking. And no matter how much I thinned it, I couldn't get it to not have the brush strokes.
Interesting.
Which for a yellow is kind of a problem because you
Yeah.
have to do a lot of layers of it, so you can't have brush strokes showing.
Yeah.
Now I have experimented with the pink with the yellows over it. And that is kind of pretty fun. Kind of pretty fun. That's a way to say it.
That is certainly a way to say it. But
yeah, it looks good. I especially like it when it is done with airbrush techniques. I've seen some really good knights that friends of mine have done that have yellow armor panels, and they just look beautiful. Seeing that new Horus Heresy box that's been leaked over the internet this last week, I've been debating if I might get into Horus Heresy, and then from there the debate has turned into, well, what colors would I paint them? Because I already have some Alpha Legion, but I also really like World Eaters and Imperial Fists.
But Imperial Fists is a lot of yellow and orange.
It is, and that's actually what makes it enticing. Because for a long time I have wanted to do a project that was primarily yellow.
Interesting.
I know, I'm crazy.
Hmm.
I like all the colors that most people hate. Like white is my main Space Marine color on most of my Space Marine schemes that I've done. And then yellow is now what's enticing me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I love white armor and stuff like that. Like you've seen my Uroni.
Yep. One of the hard parts with playing as many games as I do is trying not to repaint the same army scheme across every game.
That can be hard. The struggle is real. Because I almost always inevitably go back to like one of several different versions. It feels like, well, unintentionally even. Like I'll try to do something different. I'm like, nope, that's just this army with a slight difference.
Yep, like there are some recipes that I just really like, and so I repeat them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the red recipe that I use on my Old Dominion for their clothing, their fabric parts, that's like my go-to red. Anytime I do a red fabric, it's always the same one.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of getting that way with my blue recipe. Like the one I'm going to use on these guys is the same one I use on my Stormcast Eternals for their heraldry and stuff.
Yeah.
Although I think I am going to do it a little bit lighter. I'm going to build it up to a little bit lighter blue this time. But we're still a few hours away from me even starting to think about that part.
Yeah, it's a ways away still. It's weird how this is less paint, but it's more time consuming than the previous step was.
Because you're having to control where you apply it.
Yep. That being said, it's also more rewarding to me because I can actually start to see the detail coming out.
I'm thinking before I move on to the armor on the character and the cavalry, I might actually go through and apply the wash to all the infantry.
I'm debating if I should do a wash on these guys. I think I will, and then hit it again with this highlights, but I think it'll help really sell those highlights and blend it all together really nicely.
Yeah. Kind of hitting that point where I do need to see a little bit of progress happening, and I think the wash will be a good boost to morale there to be like, oh, I didn't just ruin all these minis. There are still details on there.
Yep. And I feel like if we're speed painting, washes are the way to do it. It's not a box knob.
Okay, I'm going to give that last guy just a minute to dry, because once I start doing the wash, I will burn through the wash pretty fast, because it doesn't take very long to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dreadnought in that new Horse Heresy box is very interesting, because I didn't expect them to kind of... It's almost like they wanted to take the Leviathan Dreadnought and mix it with the Telemann Dreadnought, because it's got the big bulky shoulder pads like a Telemann has. But from what I understand, it's also going to be larger than a standard, any of the other Dreadnoughts. Like it's supposedly going to be similar in height to the Telemann, but it's going to be bulkier. So it could be a really cool project. Still figuring out how I'm going to paint it. If I decide to go with Alpha Legion, I'd be very tempted to go and freehand scales onto the shoulder pads.
Interesting.
And I do agree, Iron Warriors are an easy one to batch paint, especially if you have the spray can of Lead Belcher, because then you can just spray them all with the primer and they're done. Well, they're not done, but you got to put the wash and the dry brush. But I'm a crazy person, and I managed to make the Iron Warriors paint scheme more complicated. I actually have a tutorial on my channel where I hit them with the Lead Belcher, put the wash on, and then I go back with another metallic, and I manually layer over every armor plate to make them so they're like pearlescent and shiny. And then you edge highlight with an even brighter silver. Don't do that. Don't do it that way.
Yeah.
It takes the easiest paint scheme and makes it not so easy. But then where you do spend the most time with Iron Warriors is if you decide you want to do the hazard stripes. They're not terribly hard, but they are a little time consuming. Okay, I am going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to go refill my water bottle, and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Got these little two. Oof. Oh, these little red men. Yeah, I remember growing up with the old. I remember when dreadnoughts were only available on computer and they could be used as a murder weapon. So, and they were like half the size of what they are now. Get some water over here. Again, sorry for mumbling. Just gonna drive you a little bit crazy with some ASMR. But only at intervals, so it makes you just wonder if I actually just did it. No, I mean, the way you're talking about it, Fat Man's Kitchen, I might just start calling you Fat Man if that's alright, but, is, uh, yeah, like, I've got a lot of fond memories of, like, kitchen 40K back in the 90s and 2000s, back when legitimately the only way to get any kind of models for any Warhammer was you just stumbled into a random comic shop or something like that, and they would happen to have Warhammer and whatever they had on stock. That's what you had available. It's a lot of good memories of that time. I remember the first time I got a tank, like, because those were so rare because they were such expensive and difficult to find kits, short of directly ordering them from GW, which, that was prior to internet shopping being a really mainstream thing. There's still a lot of suspicion based around it. And so it was kind of fun to just play with the only things that you could get a hold of, whatever you could find, whatever you could get your shop to order in for you, whatever was available, right? And then getting creative with like terrain and stuff like that. Um, do I want to go back to that? No, because I've been spoiled now with like awesome 3D printed terrain and a store that will order me whatever I want whenever I want it. And so I don't have to like hunt for models and all that kind of stuff. Um, and also I think that sometimes, we see things through that nostalgia goggles, which is fun and is really good to remember. But it's just like we were talking about video games earlier. It's like going back and seeing some of the old video games. You're like, oh man, I remember when this used to feel like I was practically there, and now, holy cow, is this bad graphics compared to what I'm used to now? And so, I think memories are great, and they serve as great motivators, and to like get us to game today to try and recapture that. But keeping that in mind can be very interesting.
And I'm back. The party can resume. And by party, I mean pain and suffering.
Lamentations and sorrow.
The first thing I see when I sit down is Sonic Dreadnought, and I'm like, oh, I miss those things.
Yeah.
That was the biggest mistake I think GW could have made when they brought back the Emperor's Children.
Did they get rid of the Sonic stuff?
Well, they have the Sonic stuff. They have, like, Noise Marines.
Mm-hmm.
But they did not give them any sort of Dreadnought unit in their book.
No, that's dumb.
So they don't even have access to the Hellbrute that the other Chaos Legions have.
Yeah, that is kind of dumb. Why would they do that?
And it was sad because my brother Rylan actually had this really nice converted one where he hand-built the Sonic cannon out of, like, plasticard and stuff.
Yeah.
And he'll hold on to it, because I would be willing to bet that eventually that unit will get added into the army.
Oh, yeah. And also, yeah. Oh, I'm right there with you, Fat Man. I have my whole basement of my house is just filled with all the plastic and resin and metal things, right? Oh, I'm right there with you.
I've been debating if I should sell off some of my armies to fund new ones. But then I go through and start looking at them, and I'm like, every single army has hours of my life and effort that I went through to get it at the time that I was interested in that army. And
Yep.
it's kind of hard to part with them.
To move on.
Now let's see if I can do this without contaminating my wash paints. That's why I have 2 rinse cups here for my brushes. Okay, so I'm actually going with Agrax Earthshade for shading the armor. I've come to kind of like how it works better than Nuln Oil, unless I want it to look really clean. But I figure with these guys, having them look a little dirty won't be a problem. Because if they're out fighting demons in a field somewhere, they're probably not staying clean. That's my thinking anyway. Plus, I've found that once I dry brush this back up, it usually isn't as bad as you would initially think.
I'm really glad that I started with these guys while the motivation was fresh. Because I think if I had left these guys till the end, the rank and file troops, it would have been a struggle to get through them all.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how far this project gets this weekend. I think it'll get far enough that at the very least we can glue them to bases and they'll be functional.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what you need for a demo army.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that there's time to get a couple of the bells and whistles on there.
Agreed.
a little bit of a wow factor will help with drawing people in.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because I agree, like I just base coated 20 guys with lead belcher, and already I can feel my motivation to batch painting these guys. Be like, it's going down, you know. It's
Yeah. Just because you can see it all in front of you. Just waiting to be finished, and you're like, I swear, I just did 7 of you, and yet there's still 9 of you left for me to do. But at the same time, it is very rewarding because it's one of those things that's like you feel like you're not getting anywhere, and then suddenly you're almost done.
yeah. I think once I get the second and third colors on these guys, that's when they'll start looking like, okay, I could call this done. Because really, after the armor on these guys, it's the fabric, and then it's the leather.
Yeah.
And like at least with the crossbowmen, the wood is probably just going to be done in the same color tone as the leather, because I'm not picky enough to do them in different browns.
Mm-hmm.
Not for this project. And so that'll hopefully go relatively fast. I mean, as fast as you can for having to paint 20 of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
And luckily there's no exposed skin on these models. Just on the knights. There was one crossbowman that didn't have a helmet, but that's okay. Ooh, I'm finding spots that I'm missing though. I'm only 3 guys in on the shade and I'm already missing stuff.
Funny how that works out on you.
Took me a couple read-throughs to understand what was being said there, but full disclosure, I've never actually watched those. I've just seen clips on the internet.
Have you
Oh, I missed a spot. Dang it. I'll get it later.
have you seen the version of Saw that's like why Saw would make a terrible roommate?
Yes, I have seen those ones, yeah.
Jerry. You are completely surrounded by mousetraps.
So I have this handy tool called Kridroofy, and it can actually be, let's see if I can get it on screen a little bit. It's kind of too big to show, but it's basically a paint cup that's designed for traveling with. It has little compartments that you can hold all your brushes and stuff, but it can actually be separated into 4 different paint cups if I needed to. So that way I have 4 different rinse stations, and they're very obviously not the same cup that I drink out of. And then I further nullify that by having a water bottle instead of a cup.
Yeah. I just don't drink water. My
And then
kidneys shut down.
I can't say that I've ever accidentally rinsed my paintbrush in a soda, so... Because usually those are... Well, not a soda that was in a can anyway. I did have a cup of Coca-Cola once that was sitting next to my rinse cup, and I did accidentally clean my brush in that.
It's funny. I don't think I've ever had that, but then again, I usually don't have snacks while I'm painting, generally speaking, because that forces me to stop for a minute, and I usually, if I've got the mojo going, I don't want to stop to do anything else. That being said, I may run up and get me a Rockstar here in just a minute, because
Yeah, while I was refilling my water bottle, I also grabbed Tylenol because I was like, the headache's already starting to kick in, and we're only a couple hours into this. Sad part is the headache's not even from the painting or the angle I'm sitting at. It's from the little headset that has my microphone digging into the sides of my head.
Yeah, at least you have hair to cushion it. I'm getting a tattoo on the side of my head right now, involuntarily.
Yeah, but it's only a temporary one.
Be great for. Good thing I'm not going anywhere tomorrow.
You're gonna have a bruise by the end of this weekend.
I know, just a bruise. It's alright. My kids will think I got in a fight, so.
You're gonna go to work on Monday, and the kids are gonna be like, "What did you do? What did you do on your weekend?" She's like, "Go get hit in the head by a golf club."
Yep, you should see the other guy. It's always funny because I tell my kids, because I worked in juvenile corrections before. Turns on if I hit it correctly. A tattoo light? Sorry, Fat Man's Kitchen. I was reading your thing. Is like, I have one of those paint cups. It comes in a pre-cased art stand. Okay, I do, however, have a tattoo light that only turns on if I hit it correctly. So like a little pen light or something like that.
A tattoo light that only like. My brain is going the route of like a literal light on your.
Oh, are you talking
arm.
like a headband one they'll use for like to keep their hands free? Because I've seen those on some tattoo artists.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, my brain was going the route of like literally like a tattoo that it like had a surgically added a light to, and I was like, that's kind of extreme.
That would be crazy. Be like, holy cow, that's dedication to the bit.
I was very confused. You can tell that my brain works a little differently than it probably should.
No, you're good.
Oh, I missed stuff on this guy too.
See?
What kind of monster am I?
Not the gumdrop buttons.
It's okay. The ones that I missed stuff on are the ones that won't go on the final base plate, since we don't need all of them.
That's true.
You know what? I actually think I know some Kings of War players that I could just flat out give the extra painted minis to.
Yeah. It's true. They'd probably be very appreciative. Although it might not fit their painting style.
Well, they can just scatter a guy in here and there and be like, yeah, these are sent by the capital to keep us in line.
That's right.
Or something. I don't know. I do not know how the politics of Basileia work, but I'm assuming there are multiple kingdoms.
Yeah, Fat Man Kitchen got a question for us there.
What do we do for basing? Well, that depends. For these guys, I'm thinking...
More basic the better.
I'll probably go and do a little bit of basic corkboard stuff to add some rocks. And I'm going to take a texture paste from Vallejo. And I'm going to apply that. And then we'll paint over it. Make the mud look like mud, the rocks look like rocks. And then we'll throw either static grass or flock. Maybe a couple tufts of grass. And we'll glue the dudes on. And that might even be more advanced than what Ben was envisioning.
I didn't have a plan. My goal was I just had to build these guys over the past week. That was as much thought as I went into as we need to have these built for the stream. So that's about as much forethought as I gave into it.
Base plates are kind of easy though. Like, it's not going to take a whole lot of work. The only time consuming part is waiting for like the texture paste to cure or the layers of paint to dry.
In between layering, yeah. Honestly, we probably could do that tonight.
That's actually what I was thinking, because the stream will be over and we'll still have a few hours of the store being open, so.
Yeah. So that might get done off camera. It's also not the most exciting to watch, I imagine.
Yeah, I've done some basic tutorials on basing before. As a speed tutorial, they're great. I don't know if I'd watch a live stream of somebody doing base plates, though.
It's fair.
Maybe here in a bit I can grab one of my work in progress bases for my orc army and kind of show the direction that I go with base plates.
It's a good idea.
So Fat Man's Kitchen saying I do sand, gravel, dash gravel, because I live in Florida and is dirt cheap. And on a full moon, if I'm feeling whimsical, I give my model a grass tuft.
Singular.
Wow, wow, really high budget there. Yep. Gotta be careful, you might break the bank. Basing doesn't need to be complicated though, like
No.
it's down to personal preference. I think with kings, that's the one area where you do you have motivation to go fancy with it, just because the dioramas are kind of a big part of the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of spectacle as far as that aspect is concerned.
I'd say more so than any other game I've played. Like, I don't need... I do dioramas on, like, my big models for 40k, but I keep it very basic for infantry and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's...
And... Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that's where a lot of the storytelling comes in with king stuff, is the basing and all that kind of stuff, too.
Yeah. Even my conquest minis, I keep it kind of simple. Like, I do it just fancy enough that, like, it still is what you'd expect for a rank and file game.
Mm-hmm.
But, I'm mainly just trying to get it done by the time I get to the base plates.
It's fair.
Because by the time I'm getting to the base plate on a conquest mini, I've probably already been batch painting the rest of his unit for 12 hours.
Or so. It's true.
Because, unfortunately, I'm a little crazy. And with my conquest minis, I just can't keep it simple.
Yeah.
I always try to pick out all the details because they have so many details on them, and they're big, so the details are more obvious.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. That's what I've been doing with the Euroni right now, and I made my basing way more complicated for them than I really needed to as well.
So far, I'm liking how this brown is turning out on this armor, though. I think once I do the dry brushing after it, it's going to look just fine.
Sweet.
And I'm going pretty generous. This is like, I'm applying this pretty heavily.
Sweet.
The quality you'd expect from a speed paint.
Yeah.
The danger of doing this project is somebody's going to see us succeed at speed painting these. They're going to like how it turns out, and they're going to be like, hey, I'll pay you to do this whole army.
It's like
And I'll say, no.
No. This is a once in a while thing. Not without not unless you're gonna pay me way more than you think I'm worth. I imagine. Granted, if any of you are independently wealthy out there and are just looking for someone to paint your miniatures for you and are gonna pay me more than a teacher salary in Idaho, DM me. Heck, even a comparable wage to an Idaho teacher, I would probably be tempted by.
Yep, I would have to be paid quite a handsome amount to paint minis for other people.
Yep.
Because for me, I've noticed, especially since I started doing YouTube, focusing in on a project is kind of a challenge. I tend to jump all over the place because when you're doing YouTube videos, you have to do like a different style of video every week, so you can't just paint the same army for 2 months in a row. You gotta jump between projects. And unfortunately, as a result of that, I actually really struggle now to focus on a single army for more than a couple days at a time.
That's rough. To master created furniture. Crafted. Ah.
Master crafted furniture. Yeah, I could see that. Like it's
There is definitely an arch to it, but yeah, it kind of is background rather than focal point. Oops, sorry everybody for making you nauseous while I jerk the camera around.
this is the way.
Halfway through the highlights, and then I gotta do ink on them all once I'm done. And then do another round of highlights once that dries. But I'm going to reward myself with a rock star after I get done with the ink part, I think. That being said, there's nothing better than a fully painted army, though.
They do look pretty good. I've been trying to be a little more intentional with my paint projects lately. Trying to get stuff finished. It occurred to me the other day that since opening this store, I have not actually finished any projects. In fact, not only that, but so far this year, up until a couple days ago, I had not finished any miniatures 100%. So I've been going through and like trying to find ones where they're almost done, finish them up, get the base plates done, get the clear coats on them, so that I can, just get that last 5% of the project. And the result is that I actually have been finding some of my painting motivation coming back because there's stuff getting finished.
Yep.
And then I go start a project like this.
But see, this you're going to see finished in a weekend.
That is the hope.
Although, I am glad that you chose the Basalians, because that's a lot of infantry.
Yeah, and they're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these are more the same than Conquest infantry.
Just saying something.
At least Conquest, there's 4 or 5 different, like, armor designs.
This is all
And
the same.
these are all the exact same armor, just different poses.
Yep. But it will be cool to have so that we can show it off.
Oh yeah, it'll be handy that our Kings of War players will no longer have to bring extra armies to run a demo. There'll just
Yep.
be a demo available all the time.
Yep.
And even better that we didn't have to actually use any of our resources to get it, because Mantic was kind enough to just sponsor this video by sending us this kit.
Yep.
I mean, I guess we have to use our own resources in the sense that we had to get the paint, but
Yeah.
that's whatever. Any painter who's been around for a while already has way more
Copious
paints than
amounts.
they should have.
It's true. That's the easiest thing to be able to buy. It's like, it's only a couple bucks.
Let me see. How many paints do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 normal Citadel bottles, and 2 or 3 washes. Yeah, 3 washes.
Let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And then
Plus medium. And that does include the airbrush paints that I have behind me. So that's just the things I grabbed on my way out of the house this morning. So yeah, it's a problem.
it's just a few bucks of paint. Yeah,
Yeah, it's just
Nothing-
that's what.
nothing big.
Let's see. Let's go cheap and say that's $4 a paint. That's
Well, that's about what they would be if you bought them from me.
yeah. It's about $80 worth of paint for 20 paints. It's fine.
And then the shade paints are usually closer to like $7.
That's true. I also have like inks in here that are closer to some. So we'll round up to say 90 or almost $100 for the paint. Just
And that's just for
feeling-
your army.
That's just for my side.
Add
Yeah.
another 60 or 70 for mine, and this is the way.
Yeah. Again, nobody joins tabletop gaming to save money, I don't think.
If they do, they're doing it wrong.
Yep.
And there's a difference between like budgeting and saving money. Like
Yeah.
you can,
You can go play video games for cheaper than you can in a tabletop game. Even including the equipment and the rig.
because you don't have to go expensive either. Like you can, with painting, you can keep it cheap and still have what you need. But there is a certain amount that you will spend on this hobby regardless.
Yep, no matter what you do.
Okay, I'm on the last infantry guy for the wash. And then I'm going to jump over to the knights and start on their armor. That's going to take a little bit longer because I have to be a little more controlled with applying it. But then by the time I'm done with that, all of these guys should be 100% dried on the shade. In fact, the first guys I did are close. They've still got a few minutes left, but
So it's kind of hard to see on the camera, but here's the difference between here's highlights and here's unhighlighted yet. So it's a subtle difference, but you can start to see a lot more of the detail.
there's going to be some very bright dudes.
It's kind of the idea. It's supposed to be eye-catching, right?
Maybe I'll have to... Well, I did say I was going to go brighter. Like, my fabric's going to end up being a blend between these two. Like, the highest edges are going to be this lighter blue.
Yeah.
So,
Well, like I said, that bear cavalry stuff, man, they are loud paints. Really high pigment, really good quality, but they are loud.
very high saturation colors. Okay. I'm also debating if it might be worth it to reverse the armor color for the character and do gold with silver trim instead of silver with gold
That
trim.
could be interesting.
But then it would also just be kind of like painting a Stormcast Eternal.
I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, at least I'm not painting it pink.
It's also an option.
I do have my pink paints here. I could just switch them all to pink heraldry instead.
Be so funny.
Okay, so looking at these knights. Do the knights have like tabards that are like covering the upper part of their legs?
I think so.
Because I was gonna say that definitely doesn't look like armor.
Yeah, I'd say it is. Yeah.
Cool.
So less armor for you, which is, not a bad thing at this point. After all the armor you've already painted.
It's funny as though, even though it's trying to do more controlled painting, I'm still using the same beat up brush I used for the armor on the other ones.
It's alright. Well, metallics kind of do that. You kind of need to do that with the metallics. Because metallics are rough on your good brushes.
I think I also watered this lead belcher down a little more than I did with the other guys, so I am going to have to go do a second coat on all of these. Which is fine.
Because it's only 5 guys.
There are definitely some fun details on the knights. I like these little tassets that hang on the sides of the armor that have like all these fancy trim details like eagles and stuff on them.
Mm-hmm. No, these are definitely much cooler than the old models were. I'm hoping they redo all of their cavalry to be like those guys. Because that might even urge me to buy some new cavalry for my Abyssals if they remake their Abyssal Knights. Although I wish the Abyssal Knights didn't have, like, horses. I wish they had some kind of demonic mounts or something.
I don't know, I guess these aren't as heavily armored as they could be, so this is not going to be too bad actually. Although it does add up. Like if I spend, say, 5 minutes per night working on the armor, that's means I'm going to be here for,
Half an hour
yep.
just doing that.
And if I spend more than that, well, oh well.
C'est la vie.
Clearly, we've both zoned into the painting.
Yep. Yeah. Also, there's such a thing as talking fatigue. Right?
That does happen. Sometimes you run out of stuff to say.
Let the brain process for a minute before you start back into the conversation. I was mentioning earlier about like the background stories of all the characters we're doing for champions.
Well, I'm glad you know your way around this story, because I know nothing.
Yeah. I was saying your character is basically, she's the niece of Nias Celestis, which is the special character on like the lion, and he's the only male that's ever been able to ride one of the lions. And so inevitably she's compared to him all the time because her last name is the same. And so, and like he's the head paladin of like all paladin orders kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a Marnius Calgar kind of thing. And the only time it says that she was like a child, like an 8-10-year-old child, somewhere in there during the Edge of the Abyss campaign back in 2017, I want to say is when that happened. And in-game time, it's been about a decade and a half since that. And so she's basically dealing with that. She hates how she's compared to him in all things and all that kind of stuff. The one I found that was the most interesting is actually the Trident Realm one, because he is, and it's a he, an ancient race of Neridican called, what are they called? Gileads? Gilman, essentially. And they're an entire race, but they died out during the War of Winter because she was causing the waters to get so cold that his race couldn't survive. And the way he survived, because basically the Trident Realm was like, no, we can't, you guys are being selfish, you're not willing to help, and like, no, we're literally dying. And so the way that he deals with it is he actually left the water and hiked up near to where the abyss was, found a cave, because the abyss is preternaturally hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And basically started hibernating and hibernated for like 1,000 years. And is just waking up now because his little water elemental buddy has woken him up because they've sensed something is changing. But the other thing I was going to say is all of these characters that are part of the Champions thing, because the storyline is not static like Warhammer's has been in the past, like it used to be. Now I know it's obviously dynamic and it's changing and all that kind of stuff and new things are happening, but it's no longer stuck like in the same year. But Kings of War is constantly moving along, because like Edge of the Abyss was a worldwide campaign that we all fought in.
Mm-hmm.
And helped determine the outcome. And so the storyline's always moving and advancing, and so these characters in Champions, I was saying, because it's no secret 4th edition is on the horizon. Within the next year or so is the general speculation. But these characters that are all part of the heads of the Champions boxes are going to be the movers and shakers of the next edition, essentially. They're going to be the main special characters of that. And so it's kind of cool that they kind of give you the nod to, these are the guys you need to pay attention for the main storyline. This is what's, you know, if you want to follow along with what's going on, these are the characters to pay attention to. And so every race is going to get one. Every faction is going to get one. And that's going to kind of help guide where you should pay attention to as far as the story is concerned.
Okay. Good to know.
So
I'm sure you're going to be working with these characters a lot then.
yes, I've already started working with the Trident Realm one, which is probably why I find him the most interesting, because he's the one that I know the most about currently. This guy I was talking about, the Bloody Cardinal, he was originally a Basalian priest that was very pious, was a really good person, and then he started raising in stature within the church, and that attracted some unwanted attention, and then one of his rivals was assigned as his like assistant, and this assistant was very much a vain and vapid individual that had joined the church because he wanted special treatment. And so he's upset that he's assigned to this guy that is, you know, super pious and super devout and all that kind of stuff. And so he goes about trying to tempt him away from the church by giving him a taste of the good life, essentially, and trying to get him to get him to like try new things, like instead of having the servants go and work on building up the church or repairing the cathedral that they're at, have them go over and make improvements on your house and stuff like that. And maybe don't give all the good food to the orphanage kind of thing. Let's keep it for ourselves. We can have the roast beef and they can eat gruel, or what, they can fend for themselves. It's their fault. They shouldn't have been born orphans, kind of thing. And it would seem like this guy would be against that, but no, evidently once he got a taste of the good life, he kind of just really leaned into it. And so on his deathbed, he realizes that he's kind of like, he becomes so fat that he can't walk across his cathedral without getting out of breath, kind of thing. Not conducive to a long life. At the end of his lifetime, he's sitting there on his deathbed, and he realizes that he's probably hasn't lived the best life. So he cries out to the Shining Ones, the gods of the world, and says, hey, calls out for forgiveness. Well, the Shining Ones aren't the ones who answer. It's the wicked ones that come to his thing, and they say, look, the way you've lived your life, you're going to end up with us. Now, you can choose. You can either, come and receive the punishment that you deserve, or, and hear me out, we will curse you with an eternal hunger, but you will need to be a bane on the surface world, kind of thing. And so he jumps at that because, living in hellfire and damnation sounds like a really sad way to spend the remainder of eternity. And so he jumps at that and signs a contract, and so now that's what he's here to do, basically. And so if you look at the model, the little details on the model, you see the little imps underneath him, right? It looks like they're trying to force their way up out of the abyss, kind of thing. But really what they're doing is, because he's, was so big, they're actually carrying him around the battlefield, kind of thing. So that's kind of his background story.
It's fun that he has to be carried everywhere.
Yeah. Fat Man's Kitchen. This is Kings of War that we're talking about here, which is what these models are for. In other news, the second dwarf book that I'm writing is going into final edits now, so it should be out by the end of the year, I'm hoping.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you kill off a bunch of characters, like main characters that we get attached to.
Maybe.
Perfect. I know some people that'll be really happy about that.
Hopefully that person is not listening currently, because I want them to read it. Because I enjoy bringing sorrow. No. My thought process has always been, it's a story about war. You can't have stories about war without people dying. Otherwise, we've got Power Rangers, which robs all of the dramatic impetus. Right? And so it should feel like it's possible for just about anybody to die, in my opinion. Does that mean everybody will die? No. But anybody could die, which I think is a big difference. Like with Game of Thrones, I always have a backup favorite character. I'm not to that level extreme, despite what Johnny says. These knife ears. Which knife ears? I don't see no knife ears, no elves. Are you talking about in the world of Kings of War?
I am definitely painting humans. I don't know if I could see him.
I could see him
maybe looking a little elfy.
Based on what perceptions you've got.
I mean, you do have to admit that designs on these tassets on the sides of the horses are kind of elvish looking.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, those are humans. Think Holy Roman Empire. What Scott's painting. Very Constantinople-esque. Oh, a dwarf Seinfeld joke. Got it. What's the deal with these knife ears? Well, the knife ears broke the world in Kings of War. They're the ones that it's because an elf wanted to, get with a human, which is an interesting twist, I suppose. An elf wanted to get with a human and couldn't take the fact that a human said no because, when thinking about it from kind of a interesting perspective, when you're 80, that elf is still going to look like they're 22, right? It's not even going to be a week in their time frame in many ways, right? It's a fling. Your lifetime is a fling for them. So the human said no, and because the elf couldn't handle that, went about trying to find a way to convince her to say yes. Wouldn't take no for an answer, Didn't have the consent talk growing up. Went about finding a way to... So he took the essence of the gods and put it into a mirror, right? And this mirror had the ability to show her the future. And so he finally got her to look into the mirror, right? So, and it saw their future together, their potential future together, and how she would be revered and her life would be extended because of just by being in proximity with this elf, which, by the way, this elf was the elfiest elf who ever elfed. And basically she was going to almost have a second-hand immortality. Their children would grow up to be these brilliant scholars and philosophers and soldiers and all that kind of stuff, and all of these things, and everything was coming up roses. And she almost gave in, like she was this close to giving smooches and all that kind of thing. And then something happens, and she doesn't look away from the mirror. She sees what happens after she dies, and how her lover, her would-be husband, would go mad with grief over her because, he actually did care about her, and how her children would also rebel against their father because he would kind of go into this depressive tailspin kind of thing. And because of that, he would be forced to kill his children because they would turn on him for, taking lovers after, their mother had died and all that kind of stuff, and all these bad things, and how it would lead to just all these horrible things, and Calisor's the name of the elf, would end up kind of alone by himself, and so she took the mirror and she shattered it. And because it had the essence of all the gods in the world at that time, it basically split the gods in half between their wicked and their shining halves, which created, you had your good guy side and your bad guy side, but they were less than the sum of their parts. It wasn't an even split kind of thing. And so which started a war between, the shining and the wicked ones. So I don't know who White Streak is. That must... Chat text removes all forms of communicability. It's true. It's true. It's hard to do that.
That's why I don't like the popularity of like Discord and text chats and stuff. It's so easy to miscommunicate things.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, that's kind of the basis of the storyline of Kings of War, basically, is that all of that happened, and it basically shattered the world. It's what created the gods of the current world, and the Basalians are like the number one race or kingdom that the gods favor, like the angels who are like direct messengers of the Shining Ones fight alongside the Basilians, and they have a hegemony with a hegemon at the top of it, like guiding the empire of Basilia, and just all that kind of stuff. And you've still got elves and dwarves and all that kind of thing going on at the same time. The dwarves right now are in the middle of a civil war, which is what my novels are about, is that civil war and how that works out between the free and the imperial dwarves and all that. So yeah, it's just a brief rundown.
It's a lot of information to take in all at once.
Yeah.
But hey, it's more fleshed out than some settings out there.
It's true. And, you know, I also like talking about it because, like I said, a lot of the times that's the biggest complaint, is that Kings of War doesn't have a very fleshed out background. And it actually does. It's just a lot of the times overshadowed by other game systems like, you know, Warhammer and all of them.
Well, and it's hard to compete with, like, say, the Old World's lore, because the Old World was around for 30 years
30
before
years.
it was canned.
Yep.
And even now that they've brought it back, they're digging up older lore and fleshing out more of the old history.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure who Pellinal White Strake is. You know that name? That name sounds familiar.
It is not familiar to me.
Who's Pellinal White
Apparently,
Strake?
I am uncultured.
Evidently, so am I. I have a feeling it's like a rock star or something like that. With a name like that, it sounds like something power metal-esque. It's true. Yeah, that's fair. He's talking about the old world, how they brought back all this old lore and all this kind of stuff, and they're fleshing it out, and they brought back the old models too for modern prices.
Ugh, they're even worse than modern prices.
Yeah, they're double
Uh,
in some cases.
when it's a squad of infantry and it's $80 for what would have used to been, 20 or $30,
Yep.
it is just disgusting.
Yeah, that one's a hard pill to swallow.
Now, admittedly, they had their army that they announced back at Adepticon.
The Cathay.
The Cathay. That was very, very appealing to see. It's the first time we've seen the old world's aesthetic updated to modern sculpting.
Yeah.
Like on a massive scale. Like, they've done a character here and there for the other armies, but that was the first time we got to see like a whole range of minis that were updated into more modern style.
And see, I thought Cathay was going to be a Age of Sigmar army.
It should have been.
Should have been.
Probably would sell better if it were.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the internal numbers of GW, but I'm assuming that since Age of Sigmar has been supported on the tournament level for a few years, it probably sells a little bit better than the old world.
Yeah. Well, old world is it's such a... It is not a beer and pretzels kind of game, as they say. It's very much there's a lot of interplay between the rules, and there's a lot of rules to memorize, and it's not the smoothest tournament system. Like, I remember playing in Warhammer tournaments back in the day before Age of Sigmar, and it was an all-day affair to get through 2 to 3 games. Like, not even with like a blitzing quick lunch break. Like, those tournaments were endurance courses. And so I can only imagine that the old world is something similar in that regards, but not sure.
Well, and the other problem that the old world faces is that it's in a different market than it was back then.
It's true.
there really weren't other popular rank and flank games back then.
It's true.
But now you have Conquest, you have Song of Ice and Fire, you have Kings of War.
Yeah, it has a lot of competition now. Alright, I'm going to test this on one of these before I go whole hog on them. See if the ink's going to help it, if the wash is going to help.
I hate to say it, but literally all the other rank and file games on the market have better mechanics than the old world.
Yeah. Oh, I'm honestly, one of the best things that ever happened was Age of Sigmar, because it got me out of the mindset that old world was technically a good game. Like, it had a lot of really cool story, but like gameplay, it was frustrating. Like, I did not realize how frustrated I was getting at that game until I was playing a different game, and I realized, oh, I'm having fun, kind of thing. I'm not like there were definite moments that were cinematic and awesome, and building lists was a lot of fun in Warhammer Fantasy because you got to do that was the dream part of it, right? You got to envision what your army would look like and be like and what it could do and all of these kind of things. But the actual practice of it was so cumbersome and hard to get through an entire game that it was like, huh. Like, playing Age of Sigmar is so much more fun than Fantasy ever was. And playing Kings was just a revelation to me at the time, because I thought it was overly simplistic. That was what my thought process was with it. Until I tried it, and then I was like, oh, just because it doesn't have 500,000 different rules that kind of all do the same thing if you really break it down, doesn't mean that it's not a lot of fun. So
It's interesting to see how, like, the trends change over time.
mm-hmm.
Because, like, right now, everybody's all obsessed with skirmish games. And so the market's flooded with skirmish games. And it's now at the point where not skirmish games, I wonder if you might see those suddenly go through a phase of being the popular thing again for a while because people get so tired of all the skirmish games.
I can see that.
I know for me personally, my preference is somewhere in the middle between the skirmish games and the mass battle games,
Mm-hmm.
where you have some of the skirmish gameplay, but you still get the big models that you'd see in mass battle.
Yeah. I like the big mass battles because it takes me back to like Lord of the Rings type thing, you know, that kind of stuff. But also, and skirmish, it's hard to feel like the stakes are high enough in some cases.
Yeah.
But
Well, and it's also, for me, my issue with skirmish games is because you have so few models, you can't really take any casualties without it ruining the whole game. Like,
yeah,
you take a single casualty in a skirmish game, and it's a quarter of your army gone,
yeah,
and that's kind of hard to deal with.
yep. Yeah. Oh, this is with that same old caveat that, you know, there's no wrong way to enjoy your minis or anything like that, or the games that you enjoy. It's not. We're not saying that anybody's wrong
Yeah.
for the way that they enjoy playing with their plastic soldiers.
I mean, there are plenty of good skirmish games out there.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite games are skirmish games, but I would admit that I would probably enjoy them even more if they were just a little bit bigger.
Yeah. A few more models.
A good balance of the two is probably the best place to be, though.
And see, that's one thing I like about Kings of War is that there's variability up from, like, you can go down to the skirmish levels all the way up to like huge massive battles, and there's an application for it, right? You can even go all the way down to individual like role-playing models levels. So I like that when a game can expand or contract like that, so that you can build on each other, and if you really want to in a campaign, you can include all of it. Which is kind of fun.
This Champions format for Kings of War is kind of interesting. I don't know how I feel about it, but I also I put it in kind of the same category as Spearhead for Age of Sigmar, and I'm not sure how I feel about that one either, because for me, taking away the list building portion is, I don't know, it's a hard sell.
Yeah.
Because I do enjoy the customization of your playstyle that comes with list building.
Yep. I'm right there with you. I think it's nice to just be able to pull something out of the box and play it, and this works good for like an introductory point. But yeah, I also like but that's also something for somebody that's been playing war games for a very long time, and is familiar with the concept of building armies and stuff. There's a lot to be said about, comparative experience. So, I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both. One, it's a lot easier to balance set army lists.
That is definitely true. Less variables to keep track of makes it easier to make it all
Fit.
fairly balanced and fit into the space that they have. I'm also a weirdo. I don't like that the trend keeps making boards for games get smaller.
Yeah, I don't either.
I would rather see the boards stay at I like the 6x4 size. I also really like 4x4 boards for some games.
Yeah.
Those are like my two favorite board sizes.
I do find it really, it's one of the things that's kind of like a hangout for me about Age of Sigmar is the weird, not a full 4 feet across, but it's like 3 3/4 of a foot or something like that.
So you're 44 by 60, so you are 4 inches short of being 4 feet wide.
Yeah, exactly. So it's literally 3 3/4 of a foot.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice. They adopted it into 40K first. You can blame 40K for it.
I blame 40K for a lot of things.
Yeah. And then they brought it over into Age of Sigmar. For 40K, it kind of made sense because it did speed the game up because you take out a whole turn of just kind of maneuvering.
And I'm not, like I said, I enjoy Age of Sigmar. It's a fun game. I've really been enjoying my forays into it thus far. But yeah, Matthew, like you were saying on the thing, that's exactly what it's meant to do. Is it's kind of like a good way to get your foot in the door, get your feet wet, see if you like it, and then where to go from there. Makes it easier to expand. If you buy a champion set, you've already got an interesting start to an army, and you can build on from that. Same thing with the spearhead.
One thing that Champions has me hopeful for is I'm hoping that we see more characters on like diorama bases that are larger.
I think that might be the case, yeah.
One pet peeve I've had as I've slowly started getting into Kings is that I've got the Manticore orc chieftain guy, and he's on a base plate that he barely fits on. Like, he overhangs it, and I do not like it when my models overhang their bases. The base needs to be bigger than the footprint of the mini.
Yeah, agreed. I would be up for that, and I don't see why they shouldn't do that. Especially, I would like to see heroes get a little bit more powerful in certain regards with Kings, because they are support pieces, which is not a bad thing. But it's also hard to have a self-insert, power fantasy, which, let's be honest, that's what a lot of this is, right? Is a little bit of a power fantasy. And it's hard to have that power fantasy when the person that you're supposed to be is your self-insert type person is, kind of a cheerleader that throws in a few extra points of damage here and there. It's just not as, magical. in certain ways.
Sorry, I think my self-insert is the banner bearer in a random squad of infantry.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's me, the most useless role on the battlefield. Okay, maybe not useless, but
Oops, of course.
so combat patrol is an interesting one because taking 40k or any sci-fi game where you have weapons that are 24 and 48 inch ranges and trying to sit it on a kill team board, it can't work. You can't set up a board that has dense enough terrain for the mechanics of 40k. Sorry, I was just reading the next comment. Bannerman just farming aura.
That's right. He's just sitting there intimidating the other side. That's what he does. Hiding in the ranks.
Yep, that's where I insert myself into the story. Yep. I was there, but I didn't do much. Just looked scary. Or inspiring, depending on who you are.
That's true.
But yeah, like, it works okay for Spearhead. Definitely doesn't work well for Combat Patrol for 40k. Its mechanics just aren't meant to be scaled down that small. I do miss the days when you had unlimited range on guard weapons. And, you know, it had the joke that you'd call the store in the next town over and ask if anybody was playing 40k. And you'd have the store owner tell them to go make saving throws for whatever they had on the board. You can't do that anymore. Now you can only go, like, I think I've seen a 120-inch weapon. I think I maybe have even seen a 200-inch weapon on, like, a Titan or something, but that's different. You're not hitting the game store on the other side of the street with that.
Alright, the wash died down a little bit. They're not quite as bright now.
I mean, bright is okay.
Yep.
We can live with bright.
And now I'm gonna layer them back up a little bit, but not huge amounts.
I don't know, I might have to take a break after this second horseman and go back to working on the infantry. I don't know why, but the armor on the horseman is less enjoyable than it was on the infantry. And maybe that's just because I have to actually pay attention to what I'm doing.
There's also more of it, and it feels like you should be making more progress, maybe, because before you were like busting through all the infantry.
The cavalry were definitely the models in this project that I was the most hesitant about, just because there's a lot that I can do with cavalry, and these newer sculpts have more detail that you can pick out.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Now I'm trying to figure out which comment I made that warranted the "that's what she said" joke. It's gonna look cool when it's all done, though. This little force of knights.
Yeah. No, I'm excited for it because I think it'll be fun.
Just gauging based off of how we're doing at this point, because we are just about 4 hours into this stream. I'm wondering if we just do another like 2 hours and then take a break for the rest of the evening. I don't know.
Yeah, I would like to get at least a unit fully done, and I think I'm at least 2 hours away from these guys. And then, honestly, I feel like, again, once these guys are done, the rest of it's going to go a lot faster, because then I only have 5 models left. Granted, they're much bigger models, but still only 5 models.
Yeah.
And so,
Just the nature of the way I'm doing this, I don't anticipate finishing a full unit tonight. I anticipate getting pretty far, but I will probably be finishing this all tomorrow.
I think I'll be able to finish the 1 unit. But I also only have 1 unit as opposed to your 2 that are the same size. I am going to go run and get a drink really quick, though.
Cool. Well, don't get lost.
Try not to. Burb. So I can take it off for a second. Yep. Perma stamped right in the side of my head. I can feel the divot.
So I think right now I'm just about out of this metallic paint that I'm working with. I think once it runs out, that's when I will switch back over to the other infantry, do a bit of dry brushing, and then I'll come back to the knights. Because I'm definitely hitting a point where I need to see these things actually make some serious progress. The armor on these knights is very interesting because they've got these huge tassets for their thigh armor. But then beyond that, it's just fabric armor, so they're not really... I don't know, they're interesting because they've also got these capes that like cover half of their chest, but then they're super thin capes on the back. Very ornamental rather than functional, it seems. Very interesting indeed. Just about out of this lead belcher. Probably only got a few brush strokes left and then it'll be gone. I think once Ben gets back, I will take my a little short break as well. We'll let him take over again. Okay, that is the end of that batch of lead belcher. So what I'm going to do now, I got to hunt down my dry brush real quick. But I'm going to take Stormhost Silver and dry brush that lightly over the armor. And that'll hopefully brighten it up a little bit, and then those models will be ready to be hit with some blue. Now the challenge is I think I am running low on Stormhost Silver, but there it is. Oh yeah, I'm running super low on this. I might not have enough. Oh, I'm just running out of my lead belt, or not my lead belcher, my Stormhost Silver.
I think I've got my almost done one that I have for dry brushing. It's like mostly dried out. I'm coming before I'm here. And I'm back.
Welcome back. I mean, I'm assuming most people figured you were back because I was talking to you before you had your mic on.
Could be the voices. You know,
Maybe it was the voices.
very well could be. Nothing wrong with that.
Who can say? Okay, see, I'm liking that now that I've dry brushed this brighter silver onto it.
Sorry, that was really loud.
Eh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. It'll look good enough from a tabletop distance.
Which is the most important thing.
Yep, with the demo, the shiny armor helps draw in attention. And
Exactly.
combine that with some bright blues, and they'll look just great.
Yeah. I think the inking was the right choice with these guys because it brought out a lot of the detail. Put that away now. Oh, come on. Dirty, rotten thing. Alright. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more. Or seal up the hole with our English dead.
And this is probably the sloppiest dry brush I think I've ever done.
Careful, you'll get another that's what she said.
Well, too late now, you just did it.
Beat him to it. Yeah, that looks a lot better.
Lol. Precognition. I saw the future. Because he did the that's what she said joke before I had set it up. I like that, yep. Perfect. So he did beat you to it.
There you go. It's hard to beat a precog.
Oh, I just totally hit my camera with my brush. Just like, bang! Do your job better.
Record more.
Or maybe record less.
Record less, be gentle. Take less time on each of these.
We have to go back through these live streams, find every time that you started talking to yourself, and edit it all together into a video and then send it to you so that you can hear yourself talking to yourself.
We can just make it a series. Ben wrestles with his inner demons.
Do you wrestle with them or do you just submit?
Depends on the day, I suppose. How feisty I'm feeling.
So there's trim on these guys that I'm tempted to do in gold, but I think that might be a detail for like going back and doing after, like
Yeah.
after they're all on their base plates, and I feel like adding detail to them later on if I ever did.
Yeah. As long as they look, best color is done. Sometimes.
Because, well, I kind of wonder if, because of how small those details are, I wonder if they might just look better staying silver.
It's fair.
Because, like, if you go and try to pick them out and you don't do a good enough job with it, then you just make the model look worse.
Yeah, that's valid. Alright. So this is what the red skin's gonna look like on them. I'm calling this done. That's what that'll look like.
Well, show it to the camera.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought it was on camera, sir.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, it does.
Gets the job done.
They're red demons. And it'll look better once I have all the other details done, but
Now here pretty soon, we should have our Kings of War players showing up to play games. We would hope.
yeah,
I mean, like a third of them are right here painting, so.
it's true. A lot of us here already.
Should also be a D&D group here soon.
I'll up the volume upstairs.
Okay, I have done the dry brushing.
Excellent.
If you're going to learn second or third edition, it might even just be worth it to wait around for the fourth edition coming out here in the summertime. Because I'm assuming you're talking about Horus Heresy. Because I'm pretty sure next Friday they are formally announcing the new edition. which is cool, I guess. I don't know. The weird thing with Horus Heresy with the editions is that you don't get nearly as many new releases per Horus Heresy edition as you do for 40k. So it almost makes more sense for the editions for Horus Heresy to be longer, because it doesn't go through the same number of updates and the same amount of rebalancing and stuff like that. Okay. Oh, he's talking in 40k. Second or third edition 40k, huh?
Wow. Going old school.
I don't know. If I was going to go back that far, I would actually just go and see if I could hunt down the Rogue Trader rulebook, because they sell those at Warhammer World, and just play Rogue Trader, play first edition. But I don't know. I've never really tried anything older. Fifth edition is where I jumped in, so I haven't tried anything older than that.
Let's see, I'm trying to remember. I think I was in second edition is what I started in back in the day. Second or third, I can't remember. That was fun, but I'm fairly certain that I did not play it right, so. Because I'd have been in junior high when I started playing. It was mostly just that, I think this is what it does. Okay, roll a dice. Yay, the thing died, or no, it didn't die. So.
And then Horus Heresy is just in a weird state right now. It feels like it's only half of a model range right now, because they've taken out a bunch of stuff promising to update it, but they've been very slow with their updates, at least in my opinion. Okay, well, before I begin my next step, I'm actually going to take a quick break, so I will be right back.
Which leaves you with me, you poor fools. I mean, please don't leave. Yeah, I think I was right at the tail end of second edition into third, because I was right. Second edition was the like almost cartoony art style for the codexes and stuff like that, and then third edition is where they got a little bit more grimdark. That was the blue Eldar codex with the Farseer on it and stuff, if I remember right. I think third edition is also where they started really getting into like the different chapter codexes too, if I remember right. So that was like the first time they had like the Space Marines, but then you also had the supplemental Dark Angels and Blood Angels and all of those, if I remember right. I could be off though. That I don't think that's fourth edition, so. Or, I mean, third edition, rather. Or, yeah, I'm talking in circles. Yep, that's what I thought. Second edition was bright colors, lots of really thick, like magazine-esque codexes, and then the second one, yeah, they got a lot darker. That's where the grim dark started to creep in. feel like I'm making progress finally. Just gotta keep reminding myself, going for speed, not for superb levels of quality. Yeah, I have a lot of fond memories of 3rd edition 40k. That was probably my main edition for like high school, and then 4th edition I had a lot of fun with, and then 5th edition's kind of where I jumped out. That's the last time I played, honestly. Didn't play much after 5th edition. I don't think I played 6th edition at all. Intruders. I say intruders, and they're the owners of the store. So, you know, really, I'm the intruder.
Okay, so I'm back. Do you know how we were joking around that since we're not upstairs? Yeah, so there's 3 people here to learn Halo Flashpoint.
Of course there is. Does he need another army? I've got my squad here.
I just sent him up with my personal copy of the Spartan edition, so he's got the stuff he needs to play.
Sweet. That's awesome.
In other news, Parabellum just sent me a preview package of all the new releases for this month. So that's spicy.
Excellent.
I'm not going to look at that right now because that is not the theme of this stream.
Nope. And that would just...
That would derail everything. I would never get this army done.
Yep.
I would just be like, oh
Focus.
look, new demons.
Stay on target. Stay on target. Can't shake him. Stay on, yeah. Kind of. It's not really staying in focus all that well.
Okay, what did I miss?
Nothing. We just talked a little bit about 2nd edition. The differences, because I was trying to remember what era 40k I started, and I was like, was it 2nd edition? And then yeah, we talked.
2nd edition was that be so the game was made in the early 80s, wasn't it? Like that's when Rogue Trader was out, or was Rogue Trader late 70s? I actually don't know.
I can't remember. I don't know. That'd be something to look up.
Because I'm pretty sure the game's like the franchise is approaching 40 years, I think.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I'll have to do
But
some.
it was 2nd edition because I remember, because thinking about it, it lines up with the timeline for me that I was in. So I started in 2nd edition, Tale of 2nd edition, which would have coincided with like 5th edition fantasy.
So you were around when the Dreadnought still looked really dorky?
I was around when the Dreadnought was made out of solid pewter, and you could kill someone with it. Or rather,
And
unalive, sorry.
the orcs that looked like
Samurai?
oh, they weren't samurai, they were more like Mongols.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, and they were all monopose.
All of them holding a sword above their head.
Yeah, there's an axe. Because they were
One of those.
barbarians.
Yes.
And
That thing.
pistols. And Gretchens were still a bigger thing, I felt like.
Okay, so I decided to focus on the infantry a bit for a second. Get some of the base blue on here.
Nice.
Just for the sake of seeing visual progress on the models.
Yep. And seeing it start to come together a bit more.
And just having more to look at than brown and
Silver. Yeah.
I have a feeling that getting this blue on all 20 of these dudes is going to take longer than I anticipated.
Possible.
But I did go into this expecting that the fabric was going to be one of the longer parts of the process.
But it'll be one of the more visually apparent ones, so that'll help with the motivation. Almost done with the red, I'm halfway done. Okay, AC/DC.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting being able to hear now that they've got music going on upstairs, to be able to hear it kind of echoing throughout everything.
Yep.
I don't know, the crossbowmen really don't have a whole lot of this blue fabric on them.
It's fair.
It's just a little tabard because the legs from the knees down are their big fancy boots.
Mm-hmm. That'll make it a little bit easier then. Definitely don't think I'm going to try and do eyes on these guys. Unless I get real far along tomorrow. Or tonight. But I'm actually going to go pretty simple with the rest of this almost. It's ironic because the last time I was on the live stream, all I did was paint red skin too.
That's just your calling on the stream. You're just here to paint red.
All the red. I will rise above this. I will not just be the red person.
Uh-huh. I believe it when I see it. Now these streams are kind of an interesting experiment. To make them succeed and be more, more successful, I guess, we'll just have to do them more often, but that might not happen for a while.
Yeah.
Because for that to happen, I need to have people other than me working on the store consistently.
It's fair.
And that seems like it's still a little ways off.
Yeah. I'm always willing to jump in and help. Although I'm not sure I'm the most dynamic person, but
I think the next step will actually be getting like games live streamed again.
yeah.
Because we were doing that before we opened the store. We would live stream Every couple weeks, we'd stream games of Conquest.
Yeah. Still say we should do one of the narrative ones.
Oh, I agree. I think it'd be lots of fun. Just getting the time.
Yeah. I mean, I've got all the models for the Nord, and you've got all the ones for the Dominion one.
Yep, I just have to paint a couple more golems. And some, I gotta paint the character.
I already got the character painted even.
Well, ain't you fancy?
I am. I know this. Last name Pants, because my first name's Fancy.
It doesn't even have to be games of Conquest. If there was a night that... The only trick is finding people that I know won't say something weird on stream.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure there could be a night where we get like you and Johnny playing a game of Kings. But you have to play on a clock, because otherwise you'd be there for 5 hours.
No. That's fine. I'd be okay with that. I said having like a campaign going or something like that that would draw people back, or battle reports even, would be interesting.
I like streaming games a little more than I like the idea of battle reports, just because there's less editing.
That's fair.
Because editing is surprisingly time consuming.
Oh yeah.
That's why there's no background music in today's video. Because I did not have time to go find all the music and edit together a looping track for the music.
Well, so far I'm 2-1, or no, 1-2 for streaming Kings of War games, so which is surprising that I've had that many games on streams.
It's become kind of a joke for me with the Conquest matches, because I lose most of my matches off stream. When I fought Caleb in particular, and he wins most of his games off stream. But once we go on stream, I suddenly do really well, and he has. I've beat him every time we've played on stream.
Nice.
In fact, I've never lost a game on stream.
That's funny.
I don't know that it's that I'm playing any better. I think it was just in some cases it's the luck of the dice, and I guess I could say that there's room to argue that maybe the fact that it's on stream makes me a little more focused on the game.
That's fair.
Because when I play games in the store, for example, I'm often having to
Run away and
pause the game to go do store stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
I was just checking to see how many people were watching.
How many was it?
We're at 5 currently.
Woo!
I think so far our highest, I think at one point we had 8.
Gotta clear those double digits.
Well, and that's just from the display. It could be
Yeah.
more than that, but
No, that's funny. I mean, to be fair. Nope, it doesn't help that my camera keeps going in and out of focus.
yeah. Oh, that was lucky. I messed up and like twitched, but I managed to only get the paint in spots where the blue was supposed to be anyway.
Love it when those happy little accidents happen.
It's interesting that all of these Basilean guys have torn tabards. You would think that they would have some intact tabards, but every single one of them is kind of frayed down towards the bottom.
Well, going off of the lore of Basileia, the men-at-arms and stuff like that are like almost like a self-maintained militia.
Hmm.
As part of it, like they have a military presence and they have their equipment, but they kind of maintain their own, and some of them are even mercenaries.
Okay, so it makes sense that their equipment isn't always spotless.
Yeah. Like they are professional soldiers, or rather semi-professional in some cases, because they're also like conscripts and stuff like that too. Because if you serve, so it's very much a Roman thing. If you serve and kind of Starship Troopers, and like you get privileges if you serve in the military for a certain amount of time and do so many turns of service and whatnot. Oh, super glue not being super sounds awful.
Did perhaps you use too much or too little? I have found that super glue doesn't work great if you don't use the right amount. Okay, I'm on to the fifth guy for the blue.
Nice.
And it's just the first coat. I'm probably going to have to go do a second coat just because of the nature of this paint.
Makes sense. On the last two guys for the red. And I haven't decided if I want to do silver for the metal parts or if I want to do bronze. Brass kind of color.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like silver, like metal would be easier,
It
but
depends on if you want to have the colors be chosen based off of how they contrast the model you're working on, or how they contrast the army that's going to be opposite it. Because my army is blue and silver.
it's true.
So yours being red and bronze would contrast the two armies on the tabletop.
It's true. And I feel like it would complement the red more. I don't want to. Yeah, probably will.
If you would like, you could borrow my Pro Acryl Copper paint. It's more of a lighter bronze, but it goes on in a single coat.
So does stuff I've got. I've got the Reaper stuff that's pretty good for it. That's what I've done my abyssals with. Just don't want to.
There are many things that we are painting that I don't want to paint.
Yeah, that's just the name of the game with most paint jobs, though. Is there's always something that's like, this will look better, so I should do it this way, but I don't want to.
I think the best way for me to get through these is I'm going to have to go 5 at a time, get the first coat on, then go do the second coat on those same 5, then move on to the next batch of 5.
Yeah, I feel like 10 was a mistake to do this many at once. But I'm almost done with it now,
Well,
so...
After this stream, today and tomorrow, we will have learned how much we can stand to paint in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And we will know for the future, if we ever do another stream, maybe just do one squad at a time.
See, I preferred the last one because I could go at my own pace, and it wasn't like a goal for it. But at the same time, this is also getting more done, because in the last one we did, which
Neither of us even finished the...
single model that we were on.
We never even got close. Like, I only got through the skin
So
and
did
a little
I.
bit of the armor.
I didn't even get to the armor. I just got through the skin, and I wasn't even fully done with the skin yet.
But then again, that stream was also only 3 hours, maybe 4. Our stream that we're on right now,
It's already
we
more.
are 4.5 hours in.
Nice. Nice.
If you go by that, we really have made about the same amount of progress.
Exactly. Which, means that we're not speed painting.
I'm trying. This is
I
speed
know.
painting by my standards.
This is also by mine. The fact that I've almost got the skin done on 10 guys like this is actually saying something. I have stupid Pink Pony Club stuck in my head of all the songs. Don't ask me where it came from either, because I do not know.
Voodoo.
Someone's willing it on me.
Indeed. It's somebody on the internet watching the stream being like, you need an annoying song stuck in your head.
Pink Pony Club. Better be careful or else we'll get demonetized again.
Again?
Again.
Yes, our last stream got demonetized because the background music that I had used for years, apparently the licensing agreement on it expired, and it's no longer free open source like use. Yeah.
It used to be.
But it makes sense because the companies that you get those from, they have to pay for them, and I would assume eventually they just cut out the ones that aren't
Being used.
making them as much.
Yeah. Or they have to renegotiate rights and it just doesn't become profitable anymore.
The unfortunate part is really the only source I have for good free music that's not gonna get me demonetized is like YouTube's. They have like a library of music for creators,
Mm-hmm.
and most of it is like really budget, like guy in his basement with a keyboard recorded it, and all the sounds are electronically generated.
Nice.
It's usually not great stuff.
Yeah.
See, my video editor that I use used to have access to all of the, Shutterfly, I think is what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
And that one had a lot of good music by individual creators, but they dropped their partnership with that one. And instead kind of replaced it with the same quality of music as what YouTube has. It's like, ugh, gross.
It's unfortunate. Have you ever gone on Creative Commons? I mean, it's not stupendous, but there's some stuff that's...
So Texas Wargaming has joined us and is asking what models these are.
Yeah.
So we are painting the Kings of War Champions 2-player starter set. So on my side, we have the Basileans, which are your kind of humans for the setting. And the highlight of this set is the new Knights, which are updated sculpts, brand new. Obviously I haven't finished painting them, so they're not as fancy as they could be, but good sculpts. And then they have these cool character sculpts that are new as well, that are pretty cool.
Yes.
And then Ben here is painting the Infernals, or Abyssals.
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 Yes. Which are like the bad guys, the devils, that kind of stuff. They live in, deep, dark, think Dante's Inferno kind of thing. Their kits are all pretty well established already. Like, these are some of their older ones, but these two are both in their newest groups, right? So you got like a snake person, right, going around. And then you got your berserkers that are running up, that are super fast. But every champions box, their newest thing is that they've released these new champions. Like you saw the one that Scott had. This is the Abyssal one. He's like a big fat demon. Like a sin of gluttony kind of thing.
He's kind of cool. I think that's probably the funnest model in the set to paint.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm looking forward to him.
I'm kind of curious how it would have turned out if we had picked different armies, if I had been painting the Abyssals and you'd been painting these guys.
There'd be much more lamentations right now. Because that's a lot of infantry.
Oh, I know. I am well aware.
I said that I likened painting to a meal and infantry models like this. Oh yes, models from King's War. Is my basement keyboard music randomly interrupted by falling metal pipe sound not enough for you? Well,
Not when it comes to my YouTube videos.
lulling me off to sleep at night, maybe, but probably not for any kind of commercial endeavor. But
No, I'm okay with the progress we've been making. I don't feel bad about it.
no,
Like, I'm seeing
Honestly.
progress. And once I get the blue on, they're not finished.
but it'll.
But if I absolutely had to, I could glue them to a base plate, and people from a distance would be like, "Oh, look, models."
Yep, wouldn't just be blobs of plastic. No, I'm gonna do the browns next, and I think that's gonna bring them into focus. Alright, all the red's done on that unit. So, pile of friggin' devils done.
Well, you got the skin done.
Yes, that's true. But I think the rest of it's gonna go by a lot faster. I'm sorry. Every time I see the name of this one, the immature teenage boy in me. Might need to see a doctor if that's the case. So, waiting for sufficient amount of time before I
Show off what the paint is.
The paint is now.
Problem is now everybody's gonna be paying attention. They're gonna be like, "What
is
paint
it?
is it?
What
Why are
paint-
they laughing?"
Why are they laughing? Okay, so I'm going to do the base of nut brown.
Man, that's nuts.
No, they're 28 millimeter Texas. So a little bit smaller than like Warhammer. These guys are meant to be like the little devils are meant to be, like the same size as like a normal human being would be. These guys are huge. Like these are the size of like an ogre, so standing next to each other. In fact, you want to hand me an infantry guy really quick, and I can show them side by side comparison. So this is what a normal human height is, right? They're about the same size. They're 28 millimeter scale.
Trying to think if I have a Warhammer scale human floating around somewhere.
Yeah. So Warhammer's 32 millimeter, so they're a little bit bigger. 32, 33 millimeter. Oh my gosh, I just realized that. Could you paint a mine goblin? Phew, I don't know. It'd be a dirty mine goblin.
I just dropped him,
Who knows?
and the entire internet got to hear me go, "Ugh." Okay. I've got a few models. This is the best I could summon up in such short notice. So, Lord of the Rings, Orc. Stormcast Eternal. Conquest Basic Human.
Which Conquest is like 38
Yeah,
millimeter,
Conquest is
right?
38. So that is what we're working with.
Yep.
Could you paint a mind goblin in nut brown?
I just said that no, you couldn't. It'd probably be a very dirty mine goblin.
I see. I don't know what a mind goblin is.
Don't.
So
Don't ask. Don't. It's a D's joke.
Oh yeah. Okay, yep, I got it now.
Yep.
Okay.
Like it'd be a very be very dirty building oven.
Okay, yep. Well, that was a good setup. Good setup for a joke there.
Yep.
You really had me thinking a little too hard.
Too hard about that one. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Kings of War minis definitely are small if you are used to Warhammer and Conquest minis. Because people have, like, scale creep has definitely been a thing over the last decade or so of wargaming. As 40k and Age of Sigmar have moved into 32 heroic, it kind of throws people off when they go back and realize just how small 28mm was. Like, even Space Marines used to be tiny compared to what they are now.
Yeah, the scale has changed.
Which is fine, because it's come at the benefit of having more detail and easier to paint minis in general.
It's true. 28mm is right at that far level, I feel like.
It's weird because you go smaller and things get easier to paint up until you get below like 15mm. And then once you go below that, now it gets harder to paint because the details are too tiny.
Yeah.
But then as you go bigger, it gets easier to paint up until you get past like 45, 50mm. At which point the minis are so big that you feel like you have to do like insane skin tones and...
See, and my favorite thing to paint is 75mm, honestly, because there's so much detail that you can get out of them.
I don't know that I've painted 75mm.
So the trophies for Refugees of the Old World that I'm doing for next month,
Mm-hmm.
those I almost always do 75mm models for like best battle, best paint, middle of the road kind of thing. And so
I stand corrected on comedic delivery. Yep. Turns out you can be funny on a text chat. I'm just oblivious. I don't... The weird part is, when we're sitting around painting with a group of friends, I'm the guy that's always making like everything dirty. Like, I always end up being the guy that makes the "that's what she said" jokes. But then most of the time I don't understand the jokes. Like, I'm in this weird spot where I'm still innocent enough that a lot of those things go over my head.
Sweet summer child.
I have the mindset of a teenager, and I'm not a teenager.
Funny how the brain plays tricks on you like that.
Have to just keep telling myself it'll all be worth it when the project's done.
Yo, just gotta keep on going.
Just keep painting, just keep painting, just keep painting, painting, painting.
Eventually gonna get there. There is an end. It's just not now. Nope, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna wait till I get to the bone to do those.
Yeah, we should totally use dip washes on these. Yep.
Ugh.
That's Ben's favorite painting method. Yeah, totally.
They wake up in a cold sweat. I was dipping the goblin from the army painter mascot. Chases after me. Johnny tries to proselytize that to me all the time.
I don't think dip washes are a great idea. I don't. I think they're a little too. Like, there's a point where it's too sloppy.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of control as you paint stuff.
Agreed.
Now, there are people that can make it look good. Like, I could see a dip wash work if it's an oil wash, because then you're wiping most of it off anyway.
Yeah. And it's a good place to start, I suppose. Oh, that's what else I forgot to do.
Almost to the halfway point on the blue tabards.
Nice. Nice. Back off, dude.
Honestly, I might cut out some of the wait time on these and not do a wash over the tabards.
Good work.
Might just go straight to the fabric layering. Won't be quite as dark in the recesses, but I don't think it's going to matter because the tabards are not
The focus.
the focus of the model.
It's fair. Again, I don't have as many to get through as you, so I'll probably still wash the leather and the brown that I'm doing right now, but
The leather I'll probably still wash once I get to it, but that's after the blue's done.
yeah. See, I've basically done my tabards because it's the skin for these guys.
Sounds like it's picked up upstairs a little
Yeah,
bit.
it is.
Could potentially mean there's some Kings of War going on.
Sweet.
Maybe, I don't know. Depends on if Johnny's here yet or not.
And now if he's here, it's probably dead. Just not because of Johnny, but tradition dictates that when there's nobody here to give demos, that's when all the people inevitably show up.
This is the way. But it's only for the Mantic games. Mainly because most of the other games we always have people around to demo them.
Yeah.
Mantic's really the only one where where I don't know my way around the games enough to demo them all myself.
Yeah. Well, it's because there's like 70 of them, so
Yeah.
it's a lot.
You know, honestly, this one, he looks like he's getting ready to like swing the
The
crossbow at somebody.
Maybe that's what's happening. Getting ready to be charged. I always find this particular model a little weird. Like I've got village people playing in the background because he's wearing suspenders. Leather suspenders in this case.
Yeah.
Careful.
Based on the laughter I hear, your newest Kings of War player is there, and probably has a full army.
Which one?
Jeff.
Is he the one that bought the Skaven for me?
No, he is the one with the 3D printer and the like Dragonborn army that he wanted
Oh,
to
yes, yes. Okay.
run.
Yeah, yeah. That is the bane of my existence, is names. Like, it's the worst thing, and being a teacher, it's doubly so because the kids are like, don't you know who I am? I'm like, yes, I know your face.
Yes, you are
That person, and
child number 5.
remember. I remember you. I know you're one of mine. But could I tell you your name? No. No, I could not.
Okay, momentary breather before I begin the next batch of 10.
Almost there.
Well, the next batch is going to take slightly longer because they also have blue on their shields.
Ah, yes.
And since this is a speed project, I will not be doing any sort of crazy heraldry on their shields.
That's probably for the best.
If we really care about it, later on we can find some transfers.
Or something. Honestly, I could maybe use my new nail polish thing. That could be interesting.
So is it literally use nail polish to
Mhm.
apply the things? That's really weird. Could you use acrylics with it still, or?
I think acrylics dry a little too fast.
I see. That's interesting. Don't mess it up, because then you have to mess up the whole mini to get it off.
Yeah, or just paint over it.
Or that. Fine, be that way.
It's kind of my thought process. Is like, alright, well. Worst case scenario, I just have to paint black over it or something. Because it'll be flat. It's not like it's going to add a whole lot of texture or anything. Ah, dang it.
I would be very curious to try streaming a game when there are other people around in the store and
Yeah,
see
it's
how
too
bad
loud.
the background noise is.
Yeah, I can see that being a problem.
Because if
Potential.
it's not a problem, then I could just leave a streaming setup at one of the tables a couple days a week, and I could stream games all the time.
There you go. That would actually be kind of cool. You can even go a little bit further and maybe do like competitions or something like that. Either every week have a game.
Well, what I should do is I should test it before your tournament.
There you go.
But then I would need people to do commentary for your tournament. Because I probably don't want to put players from your tournament on stream.
No.
Like, I can have them playing, but I don't want their talking, because you never know what they're going to say.
It's fair.
So I would need a couple people, probably like 2 people that know their way around the rules and what's going on, to be able to just provide commentary. Kind of like we did with the Conquest tournament at LVO last year.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be awesome. Probably not for this year, maybe. Well, I mean, I guess I might be able to do it. But I'd also be, TOing.
Yeah, you would need somebody else to TO for you. Well, it could be something to work towards for next year.
Yeah. I mean, next year I'm trying to get Johnny to take over TOing it. And if that's the case, then I would be happy to commentate on it.
Is there a particular reason you'd like somebody else to TO, or?
I've been doing it for 10 years. And if it's ever going to survive past me,
Somebody else needs to know how to do it.
yep.
It's fine. You're going to be around for at least another 40. Oh, I guess I should bring back our chat.
Chat, see if there's anything.
Bloop. Nope, still the
Nope,
same.
Still the same. Alright. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, well, 40. Yeah, I'll probably be here for that long. Till I'm 70, 80. 80 might be a hard sell to be still doing it, but I hope I am. Hoping I'm doing miniature stuff until, they put me in an old folks home.
I like to joke around with my wife that I'll probably get dementia someday, and the only thing I'll be able to remember is all the fictional universe lore that I know, and like all the hours I spent playing video games.
Yep.
And I'll be like there in my deathbed telling my grandchildren, I was there when Master Chief stopped the Covenant.
Yep, I can see that. I think ours is going to be an interesting old person generation.
We're going to be super easy to take care of.
Yep, just give us something.
Give us an Xbox and
leave us be.
what I dread with getting old is the day that my eyesight starts to go bad enough that I can't paint anymore.
Yeah, that's something I'm not looking forward to either. That being said, I mean, my dad still friggin' runs. He's 82 and he still runs heavy machinery and all that kind of stuff, so there's hope. And by then, maybe cameras will have gotten good enough that that can be our eyes for us, kind of things.
Just plug a USB into the back of our head.
And not even that. I mean, have you ever, do you have glasses now?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say, if you do, and you ever need to find something, and you lose your glasses, I'm blind without my contacts in. And so there's a cyborg trick, which is I just take my phone and I put it on camera mode and I put that right up to my eye, and it brings everything into focus for me. Because
Interesting.
It's a picture. It's not worried about depth, right? Because I'm just focusing on the image of the camera.
Hmm.
And so I imagine if, your vision's getting that much worse, we've got magnifying glasses and all that kind of stuff, but I'm pretty sure the cameras are going to get good enough that in just your basic phone that I bet you could set them up so that you could look through that, and kind of like this right now with the streaming.
Yeah. Well, I know there's also companies that are, working on neural interface stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we're probably not too far off from being able to just mechanically basically replace your eyes with a set of glasses that see better than you can see. Which is an interesting concept. They'll keep us alive forever and we'll just be stuck painting forever.
Excellent. There's worse fates, I feel.
But it's going to be specifically these minis forever.
Yeah, boy. I might get tired of that. Now the question is, do I get to play the games with these minis?
No. You just paint. You guide others to a path, or to a treasure you cannot have, or whatever the quote is.
See the promised land but never enter.
Oh, how you feeling? Like another hour, or?
I'm actually picking up my third wind now or so.
I see.
Starting to feel like I'm going to be able to get these guys done now, honestly. So that's giving me motivation. So I'm good when you feel like you're going to be hitting the wall of despair.
Well, we will see. If I can make enough progress on this blue, maybe that'll give me the motivation to want to move on to the leather.
Yeah.
And if I can get the leather done, then these infantry are basically done. And getting all the infantry done would mean that tomorrow I can focus just on the cavalry.
Which would be the fun part.
Maybe.
Maybe. It's true. Cavalry's a mixed bag for me because I feel like they take way more effort than an infantry, but shouldn't take as much effort as they do sometimes.
At the end of this, I have to take into account that I haven't even started the character yet.
It's true.
I don't know, the characters could almost be their own stream altogether.
Yeah, it's true. So I guess it's been a while since we've asked this, but anybody that's on right now, you want to tell us what games you play and what all you're working on today? I know Fat Man's Kitchen's working on his Iron Warriors, but what's everybody else working on?
I always love seeing what other people are working on. It's often more entertaining than whatever I'm working on.
Yeah, distracts me from what I have to do. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength.
Just get distracted listening to conversations upstairs.
It's fair. Anything to distract you from the here and now?
Yes. I'm dreaming of the minis I get to paint after this.
Now, keep in mind, dear listeners, that this does not mean that we dislike these models. But
It's the batch painting.
It's the
batch painting.
Just not.
If I was painting a single dude, I'd probably be like, oh, this is great.
Yeah.
But I'm painting 20 dudes.
At once.
Let's see, we've got some comments.
Krieg and Gloomspite. Oh, cool. So between 40k and Sigmar.
Krieg have been kind of fun. A lot of people, like we had, when the Krieg came out, we discovered that we have like 10 Imperial Guard players in our local community. It was crazy. I haven't been able to keep Krieg on the shelves. And GW can't keep them on the shelves either because they've been out of stock for months now.
Well, they are probably the coolest looking Imperial Guard, honestly.
And then with your Gloomspite Gits,
Dirty little stabbers.
are you going a more Grot themed build, or are you doing Troggoths? Because my personal Gloomspite Gits are just Troggoths. I don't actually own any Grots for my Gloomspite Gits army.
Says he just finished his Knight or Flesh Eater Court dude. The Ghoul King commemorative model.
I'll have to look up that specific one.
Isn't that the big hulking one?
The hulking one wasn't a commemorative model, I didn't think.
I don't know. I thought it was
Oh.
kind of like pretty standard issue for most Flesh Eater Courts.
Well, commemorative usually is limited.
So yeah, that's why I'm like, not sure either.
Because that's usually a specific series of minis, and they're usually just small character minis. They're usually not big, huge ones. So I'll have to look up. I think I can picture which one it is in my mind, but
But not sure if that is the one you're thinking.
yeah, I could just be crazy.
Well, they're not mutually exclusive.
I mean, we know I'm crazy. I'm batch painting.
Right? I'm batch painting crazy. There we go.
Okay,
Said that.
grots, wolves, and spiders. That's fun. Uh, I have not. Our local Gloomspite gets players. We've got two of them, apart from me, because I kind of dabble. I'm not really like a dedicated Gloomspite git. Um, they are both leaning into like squigs and hordes of stabbas
Little tiny meth addicts.
and then lots of big spiders. Basically, one week, one guy showed up with a big spider, and then the other one was like, "Ooh, now I want a big spider." And then the first one was like, "Well, I want a second one because I have to have more spiders than you." And
Thus the arms race commenced.
yes, it works for me though. I'm the one selling them the spiders.
Right? One with the king sitting on the throne. See, I don't know Flesh Eater Courts all that well. I just know the lore. I don't know the models all that much.
Well, here, I'll pull out my phone and I will show you. Because I think it is one that I can picture. I think I know. I think I know the one. If my phone will catch up. My phone is,
Being a bit slow right now.
it is very slow. I've got all these army, list builder apps on here, and my
Yeah.
phone's memory is always full. Okay, that one's actually really cool. Yeah, he's just literally just sitting on a throne.
Okay.
Got a sword.
That's sick.
The Flesh Eater Courts are kind of cool. Like, visually, I'm not crazy about them,
Yeah.
but their lore is really cool because they start out as vampires,
Yeah.
but they go all in on the cannibalism, which then mutates them. And then
think
they're crazy.
brutal.
They think that they're a household of noble knights.
Yep. Which is fun.
I would be very tempted if I got into Flesh Eater Courts to go through and like green stuff, sculpt little like ripped up tabards on a bunch of them,
Yeah.
and like do them with half and half colors, like they were actually a household of knights.
That would be fun.
Maybe even throw in the occasional shield.
Yeah. It could be a lot of fun, I think. They'd be fun models. Or, I mean, that'd be a fun project. I like the lore behind them, but honestly, if I was going to go Death, Order of Death, or Alliance of Death, I'd probably do Ossiarch Bone Reapers, honestly.
They're pretty cool, and they're basically just Stormcast Eternals.
Seems I've got a type.
Yeah, you're into souls trapped inside endlessly reforged husks.
Says something about me, I think, but I don't know if I want to go deeper into that.
Well, you are batch painting demons.
Yeah, it's true. I kind of did this to myself. So you're saying I'm a masochist. Got it.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Texas Wargaming's got 2 different big spiders in the backlog. That's
Sounds about right.
that's some fun painting.
Yeah. The spiders seem like they'd be fun.
There are some big spiders on my painting log for the future, sometime during the summer. But not for Age of Sigmar. Conquest,
Yep.
their new army has
Giant spiders.
giant spiders being ridden by these anime
Arachnids.
people, by demons. They're going to be cool. I just have no clue how I'm going to paint it because spiders are not my thing.
And these ones are more realistic looking than the Gloomspite ones.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I'm going to paint it.
I think I'm going to do like bright greens, honestly, on it.
Now, Texas Wargaming does make a good point. The new Death Rattle for the Soulblight Gravelord's army in Age of Sigmar, they do look really good. I'm just not a. I don't know. I can't say I'm not an undead person because
You've got
I kind of
Dominion.
play undead in Conquest. Like that's my main army. But if I did get into Death Rattle, I would do an army themed after the Black Cauldron.
There you go. The Horned King.
Yep, I would have my White Lord would be converted to look like the Horned King, and I would have to go and like get cotton swabs and dye them green, so there's like green fog on the base plates of all the minis. Uh-oh, this is starting to turn into a Kings of War basing idea.
Mm-hmm. There you
Hmm.
go. Now you got an undead army
Hmm.
project ahead of you.
Dangerous. Do you think an Elden Ring game system would be cool dash interesting? So like a game where you just die over and over and over again?
Are you talking like a war game or a board game? Because I know they've got there is a Dark Souls board game, which is kind of the same idea. Or are you talking? Yeah, are you talking like RPG? Are you talking war game? Which way? Which way are you thinking of?
And if you're just talking in terms of art style, I would point you to Conquest,
yeah,
specifically the Old Dominion or the Hundred Kingdoms.
Hundred Kingdoms.
Both of those have
Or-
units that definitely have that Elden Ring vibe.
Yeah. Or if you would, or you could even go city states with some of the one version that they've got, which is like more Greek focused, something like Bloodsworn or something like that. That being said, I will admit I am not a Souls gamer,
Oh yeah,
so
I don't mind a difficult game, but I don't love when it's so difficult that I have to repeat it like 10 plus times.
yeah.
I don't mind repeating it 3 or 4 times, but the
My thing with it is I don't like how entirely freeform it is. Like I have to keep notes for the game. That is difficult for me to stay engaged because I don't know which items are going to be important later on, so I'm never sure which details I need to pay attention to. Which, granted, it's probably a byproduct of, modern RPGs being pretty catering towards that, but
Now, I will say I do enjoy listening to my wife play Elden Ring.
yeah.
That's kind of entertaining because it's a lot of like rage.
Oh man.
It is funny
Yeah.
because she loves games like that where she can sit there and try to, be challenged by it for hours and hours on end.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she also you listening to her, you would think that she hates it.
Here I am going to go relax. Well, Fat Man's Kitchen, I would say this to you then. You should really look into Kings of War because, especially here in the United States, and pretty much the whole world over, is that you can use whatever miniatures you want as long as they're in the right scale and they fit the unit footprint that they're supposed to fit. So you could go and get some 3D printed. I know several people that have done that. In fact, one player I know actually went into the Switch, downloaded all the art files from Zelda, converted them, did some modifications to turn them into STLs, and then printed a Breath of the Wild army that fit for Kings of War and took that to tournaments and stuff like that. So if you want to have those minis and you want a game that you can use them in, Kings of War is a great thing for it because you can find analogs for whatever those models are and use them for that army kind of thing. And there's like 27 armies to choose from in Kings of War. There's a lot. So you can probably find something in Kings of War that would work. So, might be something to look into.
And then Texas Wargaming, I see you mentioning the Lion Rider for the City States. That model is really cool. I've ordered a bunch here for my store, And I'm going to definitely be setting one aside for myself while I save up the funds to get it, because it looks like it'd be tons of fun to paint. Although, I confess I will probably not run it as the character it's meant to be run as, just because I don't love the cavalry build for the city-states. So I'll probably run it as a substitute for one of my infantry characters.
At least in its current state.
At least in its current state. Unless they, I don't know, I've tried the cavalry build a few times, and, like, it can work, but it takes a lot of careful piloting. Because the cavalry, their whole mechanic is built around trying to flank the enemies and hit them in the side, but that requires you to combo them pretty effectively with other units in the army, which is a lot easier said than done. At least in my experience. In fact, I won my first wooden spoon at a conquest tournament running that list, where I took a block of those and I had minotaurs supporting them, so the minotaurs were like, basically you had to choose. You either got hit by the minotaurs in the front and the cavalry in the side, or the cavalry hit you in the front and the minotaurs hit you in the side. And it worked okay, just that the rest of my list that I took with that event didn't do great. Was definitely lacking in objective grabbing units. You know, our streams have got to be kind of weird to listen to because we jump over topics like everywhere.
Yeah, it makes it more entertaining though.
We've talked about Conquest, Kings, we've talked about Age of Sigmar, 40k, Horus Heresy.
All of them.
It's the danger of doing a stream with Omni gamers that play all the games.
Mm-hmm.
The other minis from Conquest that I'm really excited for, there's a lot. I love Conquest's minis. They're just kind of crazy. I have a problem. But
They're fun.
the Euroni have so many cool sculpts, and the Conquest literally just sent me, like it just arrived today, the Damaro Damashi suits of armor. Those are going to be super cool. And then a month or so from now we get the monsters for the army, and those I'm really excited for. So if you look at my Instagram next week, you will probably see pictures of the Domaro Damashi. I don't know if I'm going to get around to painting them next week, because I do have I've got other tutorials that I've been stuck trying to record. Turns out when you're running a store, finding time to record tutorials is kind of hard.
Yeah, imagine that.
Like, I think it's been almost 3 weeks since the last time I got to sit down and just do a dedicated recording session. I'm also really excited for the Old Dominions monster. Like, I don't love the sculpt, but I'm sure once they put some paint on it, once I see it in person, I'll probably like it more. But I am excited to try the unit out in my armies. I've been looking forward to that one since the army came out.
have an affiliate code discount for Parabellum?
Surprisingly, no, I do not. Um, I have inquired a couple times, but Parabellum already sends me so much stuff for free, and they support the channel. They support our tournaments. It was one of those things where I kind of hit the point where I was like, I don't really want to ask for more support from them. Um, but I don't know. Yeah, I just have never. Every time I've asked about it, it's always kind of just gotten lost in the emails. It doesn't help that I also just sell the models myself, so most people that I would direct to buy them, back when we had our eBay store, I would just send them to eBay instead. Right now we don't have that set up because we're working on trying to decide if we want to do a website that you can order minis through or not. There's a handful of people on Discord that also figured out that if you just message me directly and shoot me your email, I can just invoice you for specific kits, and that's usually ends up being cheaper than the discount that you'd get through a affiliate discount link. As long as you live in the United States, anyway.
Which I'm assuming with your name being Texas Wargaming.
He clearly lives in China.
I mean, not outside the realm of possibility, but I knew I was going too fast. I forgot to paint their colors.
I will be right back.
Oh no, I have no problems with China or anything along those lines either, especially the people there. It's just one of those, you know, maybe even off-color jokes. Maybe we should make those jokes, but the idea of always made in China and stuff like that, leftovers from a bygone generation, I suppose. And yes, Texas Wargaming, I agree. Nothing like being like, I can't find this piece until you start cleaning up and you've already put everything away. It's the worst. Exactly. especially with, yeah, I will never encourage buying recasts, but I understand what drives people to that as well, because, man, plastic and resin are expensive. So I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, and that's fair.
I have returned.
Indeed.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat since it looks like there was a few messages while I was away.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a touch topic, especially for
Our
reseller.
our 40k group and our dash like Horus Heresy groups around here, we've always been okay with recasts, but the kind of the rule we've set is that you only order recasts of stuff you couldn't reasonably buy from one of the local stores. So like before opening my store, most of the other stores wouldn't order Forge World for you. So you really either had to pay full price and order it from GW, or you got the recast. And most people were fine with that because most people I've found consider GW's prices on their Forge World kits to be highway robbery. But I don't know. I can't say I support it or dislike it one way or the other.
Yeah.
I own official models. I own recast models. Minis are minis. And I don't. I think there's a reason that GW is moving away from their resin kits. And I think it's because A, they're more expensive to produce. B, the UK has some like trying to get rid of harmful substances initiatives that they're doing. At least I've heard that. And then I think it's also just that they don't sell as well as a plastic kit. That'd be an assumption, though. I don't have any data to back that up.
Well, and also resin. Like if you're gonna be making lots of kits, like GW does, plastic is cheaper in the long run.
Have you checked the army painter stuff to see what we have over there?
Yeah, we don't have a black primer. They have a gray primer. He's doing black Templar, so.
Well,
Alright, well then, I'll tell you we'll get some next week then. Yeah, I was surprised. Did we not get any army painter black primer? Or
no,
we...
because I didn't order any.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see one when I was doing the form.
Alright.
Actually, I think our group is getting ready to do a recast order soon. Titans are something that is very common to see people order recasts of. The really big ones.
They're super expensive to buy straight.
Yeah, it's
Prohibitively expensive. When I can buy like a brand new computer for the same price as that friggin' Titan.
yeah, Titans are a little ridiculous.
So
Yeah, Titans are hard to justify as well because unless you have an apocalypse group that plays on a regular basis on huge weekend long games, you're not going to use it. Um, in our local community, we're trying to get to a point where we do an apocalypse every quarter. So every 3 months there's an apocalypse game. And that has seen people, buying more Titans as a result. And that's been kind of cool to see. Each apocalypse has more Titans than the last one. And when the Titans blow up, that's tons of fun. They'll just leave a crater on that side of the table. To take everything around them with them. It's an art piece with a complimentary data sheet. I like that way of looking at it. I actually have a friend that, I don't know if he's still doing it, but at one point he was having somebody 3D print him a full size, almost one-to-one replica of a Warlord Titan.
What, 1-to-1? Like,
as in it when I no when I say one-to-one I mean one-to-one replica of the official kit. So
yeah.
if you didn't look up super close to it, you wouldn't be able to tell that it was a 3D print rather than an official
I was gonna
kit.
say, my goodness, a 10-story tall
Yeah.
piece of resin?
Haven't you seen it out in the desert?
Just saying. Jeez.
By the time he's done, it'll have cost him at least a couple million in resin alone.
In resin alone,
Not counting
super glue.
Not counting the 20 printers that he has running 24/7 for the next 10 years.
Yep. Jeez. Who the heck? I mean, at least make it FDM.
Usually what people who print Titans do is they print the legs out of filament and all the structural stuff out of filament, and they print the armor panels out of resin. Because the print files for Titans actually usually come already hollowed out so that they already have the holes for the rods in them, so that you can put metal frames in them without any real struggle.
Yeah.
I've considered it, a Warlord Titan's quite a bit cheaper that way. It's even cheaper than getting it recast. But it's still a few $100.
Yeah. That would be something that I might do. I could see myself doing if I was still into 40K.
What gets me is when you have people who clearly have a 3D printed one, and they try to claim it's an official one, and you're like, well, no, I can see the print lines.
It's right there, dude. Looks cool and all, but own it for what it is.
Scratch built Titan's pretty cool. I've considered trying to do a scratch built Warlord Titan to run in my Orc army. Just use sprues to build the frame and then just a bunch of plasticard.
Over top. I'm not sure I'm crafty enough to pull that off in a way that would look convincing.
Oh, it would take a lot of time and effort. It would not be any faster than building and painting an official one.
No. It's about cost in that case.
Okay, we have the base blue down on all 20 guys. Now I am doing a mixture that's going to be roughly 1-to-1 Cantor blue and Calidor sky.
Nice.
And I'm going to begin layering. This is where it's going to be time consuming.
But it's also going to be the most rewarding part.
We hope.
I would say so, because you're going to start seeing it come together finally. See, I made it off the red. I'm on the brown now. But yes, definitely going with speed paint right now.
This is the part where the process is really going to slow down for me because layering fabric is not something I am good at doing fast. Although these guys don't have as defined of like wrinkles in the fabric as like a Warhammer model, so
It's true.
I can get a little bit more creative with it, I guess.
Oh gosh dang it, I keep forgetting the stupid colors.
Good
You know I was going
job.
too fast. This one I didn't even do the first layer on.
So with your scratch-built Warlord Titan, are you building it to look like a Warlord Titan, or is it like more that you're just building a giant mech that is the size of a Warlord Titan, but like your own art style? Is it more like an orky project? I'd be very curious to see it. If you ever feel like, I don't know if you're already in our
Discord.
community Discord, but if you aren't, you should check down in the description of this stream and jump in there and show it off.
Do it. Do it.
Do it now!
Do it now. Get to the Discord. Get to the channel.
Okay, so there's the basic first batch of layering the blue.
Yes.
The next layer will be where it gets a little more noticeable.
Almost done with the browns.
Looks like a Warlord Titan, a bit bigger, has patches of the Obliterator virus with guns sticking out. It is disassembled. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty cool. So it's definitely a Chaos Titan then.
Which is cool.
Sounds like an exciting project.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure if you take it to Apocalypse Games,
People will be
it
excited
draws a
for
lot
it.
of attention. Oof, I just overpainted. Time to go clean it out with some water. think one mistake I've made in my color choice is that I didn't go quite a high enough change in the shade.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have to do at least one other layer because otherwise you won't be able to tell that I've highlighted it. Because this is too subtle.
Makes sense. That's what I was feeling about the red skin for a little bit there.
Oh, sweet. He's shown pictures of it in the 40K channel on Discord.
Okay. Alright. Huh. There we go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. So you've got the shape right now. Well, that's fun. Is that cardboard or like MDF? Looks like cardboard for the structure.
Yeah, that's cardboard.
That's a lot of fun.
Corrugated cardboard. Judas Priest, it's literally the size of his dresser, though.
Well, that's Titans for you. I saw pictures online of a guy that's trying to build a Emperor class Titan, and he's trying to build it so it's, you know, on par with the scale of 40K, and it's literally as tall as a person. I think what's going to be my limiting factor on how long I paint tonight is going to be my neck. Because I've noticed that it is starting to get a little bit sore, and I think it's just because trying to keep the mini on screen means I'm leaning over most of the time. So I think that's what's going to be what decides when I have to call it a day for tonight.
Makes sense. I am so close to finishing this unit, I think. I mean, granted, when I say close, meaning I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because I'm not going to go super detail heavy on them. But I feel like I'm so close.
Well, if nothing else from this weekend, we've learned how fast we can reasonably paint an army like this, even if it's not that fast.
Yeah. True. I do know that one of the podcasts for Kings of War used to do this exact challenge to try and get like 1,000-point army built in a weekend, built and painted. Like, nope, I cannot do that. I take a little bit longer to paint my guys than that, but
it's going to be worth it when it's done, because then we'll have our little store armies, and
yeah,
that'll help you guys with demoing.
exactly. Which will be nice. Check, progress is progress.
It is indeed. And like I said, all things considered, we're actually making pretty good progress. Like, I've got... Once the blue fabric is done, it's the leather on these guys. And then once the leather's done, everything after that is optional. Because really, 3 colors is all you need for these to look good. Because rank and file,
Kind of blend
you
together.
don't see all the details anyway.
Yep. I know I'm going to be skipping over some details on it just because my favorite color right now is done. But There'll be some things like on the back of the shields. I'm not going to paint the wood grains on that. I'm not even going to paint it brown. I'm going to paint it all just a copper disc.
On the shields on these guys, I'm going to do gold trim around the edge of the shield. And so the back of the shield will also be gold as well, because
Yeah.
there's no, like, clear division between the two.
Yeah. This one there is, but I don't think anybody's going to be looking that close at the troop of demons, smaller demons. So I'm not going to try too hard on that part. That now.
Okay, we are halfway through the first highlight layer of blue. Moving on to the shield guys now.
This is where I kind of need to force myself to slow down. I hate painting bone on horns and stuff like that. Just tedious. But it's a necessary step.
It'll all be worth it in the end.
Just gotta keep telling myself that. Until I believe it. I'm just kidding.
It'll be worth it when you're 20 people playing Kings of War every week, and
All started because of this.
yep, this is what did it. Having a demo army, yep, 100%.
Honestly, there's some truth to that, I imagine. It does not feel like, though, that we have been sitting down here for 6 hours, honestly.
Does it feel shorter or longer than
It's
that?
shorter than that, honestly.
Well, when you're painting, it's very easy for time to just disappear.
It's true. But it does put things in perspective as to how long does it take me to actually paint a troop of a unit of guys. The answer is a day.
I feel like sometimes, depending on the project and how into it you are,
Yeah.
some projects are harder to do if you do them all in one go.
That's true. I definitely feel like this is one of those, actually.
Yeah, because if you were sitting down and you said one night, oh, I'm going to do all the base skin color tonight.
Yep.
And then you come back the next day and you're like, okay, now we're doing this detail. After 2 or 3 days, you probably have the unit done and you don't even feel like you've spent that much time.
Yeah, that's fair. Don't do your battle line and sub-assemblies. Besides,
Ugh, yeah, don't do your battle line and sub-assemblies. Not if you're going to batch paint them.
Nope.
Because then you will never play. I used to, not put minis on the table until they were fully painted. But as I've gotten more involved in the hobby and picked up more games, it has hit a point where if I were to do that, I would never get to play a lot of the games.
Yeah.
At this point in my life, I have to make progress on the painting a little bit and then play the game with gray models. But the result is that those games take off because when people don't feel pressure to paint their minis, they can do it at a more enjoyable rate, and then they can enjoy playing the game. And if you got people playing the game, then it's easier to get new people in.
It's true.
Kings of War has been the interesting kind of like weird point where I've had to figure out a balance between them because I don't want to glue them to the base plates until they're painted. But I need the base plates to look pretty and have some models on them to be able to play.
So like building one or two models, building your base and then building a model or two to put on there until you get the rest of it done.
Yeah,
It's probably a good compromise.
yeah, that way my opponents at least know what the unit is supposed to be. And the base plate sizes are kind of what matter for the gameplay, so as long as that's correct, usually you're okay.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a demon, right?
Yes. I think they look like demons. From across the way, it looks like you are further along than I am. But
But I think you're...
we'll see.
Yeah,
Once I do the leather, it'll suddenly look like I've got a bunch of finished dudes.
yeah.
And I like the step I'm at right now because every time I put a model down, I can see the visual progress. Like I can see that it's a brighter blue.
Yep.
It's starting to get the little bit of depth
And
from
it's not
the.
looking like I just slapped paint on there kind of thing. You're not in
Yeah.
a sloppy phase.
Now I am being a little bit sloppy with how I highlight the shields. I'm just kind of
Going for
blobbing the highlights on there.
it. That's fine.
I don't know, in a way it's kind of refreshing because it is like I'm going back to an older paint style.
Yeah,
Like before I started getting really picky about highlights and
all that.
technical things.
Simpler times.
Back when I actually could play with a fully painted army. Back before I got too picky to ever have a fully painted army.
I'm getting there. I'm still of the opinion that I need to have a fully painted army, but
Oh, I agree, they're great to have. I just have had to accept that because I literally have models enough to play 20 plus different games.
yeah.
I do not have time in my lifetime to have all of them ever be painted completely.
Yeah, that's fair.
I do agree it depends on what the models are, whether or not I'll leave them in sub-assemblies. For example, my Conquest minis, I almost always leave the shields off because I have found that it is easier to paint all the details on the model and then paint their shields as a separate project and just glue the shields on later. Plus, doing it that way, you can play and have an army of painted minis, and only the people who are actually paying attention will realize that none of your line infantry have shields. It's actually kind of sad, but my old Dominion are like that. I've got Legionnaires that I painted 3 years ago that still don't have their shields because I haven't gotten around to actually finishing them. But it's okay because they have terrible saves and they die instantly anyway. So what is the shield actually doing for them?
It's lore accurate, that's what we're saying. Maybe if they had their shields, they wouldn't die so easily.
No, they've got a save of a defense of 1, and they're 2 with the shields. They're not surviving anything. The only thing that makes them durable at all is the fact that they don't take the resolve damage. And that kind of just brings them to be on par with most other line infantry. Just that their damage output is far inferior.
Makes sense.
Okay, the first layer of blue layering has been done on all 20 of these dudes.
Nice.
You're not wrong. They are undead, the Legionnaires, and there's a good chance they don't realize they're fighting without their shields.
You're gonna kill us all.
But imagine how they must feel when they do realize that they don't have their shields. Because, like, the whole thing with the memories of old ability is that they're remembering tactics from their past life in the middle of battle. Poor guys must feel very embarrassed when they realize they forgot their shields.
How unprofessional.
And you call yourself a soldier.
Okay, getting there.
Okay, so now I'm moving on to just using Calidor Sky for the highlight. Whereas before we were using a blend. And this one's going to be a lot more noticeable. It's going to brighten the project up quite a bit.
Now that being said, as far as progress talking about it, I feel like I've gotten a lot further on this unit, but you've got 2/3 of your army done, whereas, granted,
They're not done.
well, 2/3 of your army, like,
Close.
close to being done. Whereas I am very much so still in the, only finishing up 1 unit. And also your boss is much smaller amount of surface area to paint.
Yeah, I think the character for this army is going to be a pretty easy project.
Yeah.
I am going to be a little slower with this layer of blue just because since this one's more noticeable, I do got to make sure I be controlled with where I put it.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to ask what most people are doing while they watch this stream. Are you guys like painting or like just chilling, sitting around? I don't actually usually watch painting streams myself, so I don't actually know what the normal thing to do during a stream is. Kind of weird to be a content creator and be like, I actually don't consume the content that I create.
And also on top of that, what would be something that you guys would like to see on these live streams for like painting and stuff like that? Is there anything that you guys are like, would it be better to have like explanations as to what's going on more? Do you want it more like this has almost been like a podcast where we're just talking about, random things about the hobby and all that kind of stuff as they come up? Do you want it more Q&A? What are some things that you guys would like to see?
Assembly and chill, huh? Not that kind of chill.
Not that kind of chill. Got it. Right.
I would assume.
I would hope.
I mean, I don't know, but
I mean, I could tell stories of the wilder days of the internet.
another interesting question to ask is, what made you decide to watch this particular stream? Because, I mean, I'll admit, we're not the most entertaining dudes on the planet. Well, I'm sorry that you've been down with the sickness.
Sorry. A little disturbed there for you.
Okay, which guy did I just do? Okay. I've got to, like, create a separation between the ones I just did this layering on and the ones I have not.
Yeah, that is helpful. Oh gosh.
Well, there it goes. It's gone now.
Done now.
You know, as I'm getting more of this blue layering done, I don't actually hate it. I'm actually okay with how it's turning out.
Good.
At the rate I'm going, I might actually get to the leather before we call it quits.
Nice.
Which would mean I would have 2/3 of the army, or the army done.
Which is impressive.
But we'll see. I can't get ahead of myself.
It's true. Still have to get there first. Feme says, interesting models pulled me in, and responsiveness kept me here. Nice. Well, we're always happy to chat.
Yeah, this would be really boring if there weren't people giving us stuff to talk about, for being honest.
Yeah.
I think I ran out of conversation ideas like 2 or 3 hours ago.
It's true.
This is the first time I've done a stream that's quite this long.
It's true. Although the conversation has been fun.
Oh yeah, it's been tons of fun.
Oh, dang it. I forgot a part.
This is actually kind of an interesting little learning curve that I've got going here because I've never actually done fabric this fast before.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of forcing me to learn like what highlights are actually effective and which ones are not.
Mm-hmm. This is mostly just a. This feels like a final exam because I'm not trying any new techniques or anything like that. In fact, a lot of it is pretty. Like, I'm actually going backwards on a lot of the skills that I've developed. And,
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm not doing as much layering. I'm doing old tricks that I used to use back in the day before, you know, like you were saying earlier, before I got pickier with my processes. And so it's a lot faster as a result, but I also feel that I'm cutting a lot of corners.
Mm-hmm. Finding that this step is also more fun, uh, just because the time per mini that I'm spending is lower,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's not quite as monotonous.
Yeah, I can see that.
The cool part is if we ever want to expand these store armies out into full Kings of War armies that we can loan out to people, it wouldn't be all that hard.
No.
As I predicted, Jeff did in fact have an entire brand new printed army.
Excellent.
For those watching out, that's just a person in our community that recently decided he wanted to get into Kings of War because he realized that it's semi-miniature agnostic.
Yeah.
So he's able to use some minis that he'd been holding on to for a while that he hadn't been able to find a game where he could find a substitute that
Yeah.
they'd actually make sense as.
No, that's a great place for him to end up with, like, especially where your local community is going to care more that you're coming out to play than not, and where most of the tournaments are, you know, locally operated. It doesn't really matter if they're official models or anything like that for most tournaments and events. Like, there's incentives sometimes, but it's never a hard requirement. So, Kings of War is, Texas, to answer your question, Kings of War is, it's a rank and flank. What matters is not necessarily, I mean, the models that you have on for each unit need to be representative of what they are, right? So no having like bowmen that represent spearmen or anything like that. But like one of my armies that I have that I use for my elves is actually samurai kind of thing because the models make sense. Like my palace guard are samurai, my bowmen are actually Ashigaru bowmen. But what matters is the base size that you put them on. So like these 10 guys, well, 8 to 10 guys will fit on this base, right? And they'll all glue down and they count, the base size is what's important, right? And so that base size moves across the table, it can rotate and all that kind of stuff. Flanks matter, but it's mostly a streamlined rank and flank unit-based engagement, which is where it's different from like Age of Sigmar or 40k, where it's each individual model has its own stats and everything like that. In this case, it's the unit that has it. So like, here's the unit size for, because these are big dudes, all 4 of them will be on this one, and that'll count as, 1, 2, 3. All 3 of them will be on this one, and so that'll count as 1, right? He's on a base already, but it's all about the size of the base that matters. And so you can build an army around any theme that you want, so it's really a haven for like 3D printing, if you want to try that. And you've got like some cool ideas for models there, and so you can play it with pretty much any miniatures. Like you can switch over from Warhammer and you can use your Warhammer miniatures and stuff like that for it. But essentially, that's what it is.
Yeah, as I recall, the game got its start as a like the miniature line was originally substitutes for old fantasy models.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd play old Warhammer Fantasy, and you'd just have this as a cheaper alternative than buying the GW plastic. But then when Old World died, I think they had already made their own game by then.
Yeah.
But it kind of became
The
a bigger
refuge.
deal once the game, the Old World had died out. Because it was kind of like hey, instead of burning your old minis and putting it on YouTube, why don't you come play this game that'll let you use them?
Yep.
The biggest, I think, difference between this and the other games out there right now is the fact that these base plates that you put your minis on, like Ben was saying, you only need to put, so many of them. You don't have to put the full group of 10 minis on here. You can do crazy diorama stuff and focus more on the storytelling of the minis than the actual minis themselves.
Yeah, and so you can build up your own army with that, and that's how you build in the character of your army. It's from a unit by unit perspective, which is a lot of fun, and it creates a lot of like, honestly, of all the games I've played in, and I've been hobbying for well over 2 decades now. Like all the events I've ever gone to, the ones that I've seen the most impressive hobby from, like on a general basis, not individually, model by model, but as a group, have been my Kings of War games that I've gone to, the tournaments that I've gone to, because there's such pageantry in this idea of like, you get to create everything from your army. Like, I have an army of these guys as well, and like I have built it as if they were in the middle of a forest fire. Like they're fighting their way out of a forest fire and they're setting the forest on fire as they're escaping it, kind of thing. And it fits within the lore of the world. That there's this big, massive, magical forest, kind of like the Forest of Lauren, but it's called Galahir, and so they're fighting their way out of that. And as they're trying to escape it, because the Green Lady is their enemy, and she's the one that owns or is the guardian of Galahir, they want to tick her off, so they're lighting the forest on fire as they go out. And so I've modeled it so that there's burning trees on their bases and stuff like that, and charred earth around them and all that kind of stuff. Get out. And so that's the kind of thing that I've done with that. But there's so many different ideas that I've seen of people doing different things, right? And it's just whatever your imagination hits you, you can find a way to, and you can make it fit within the parameters of those base plates. You can make it into your army, as long as people can tell what is what. That's the other caveat.
As far as the gameplay goes, it's a pretty simple game. It's got kind of some cool elements to it. You actually, like in your opponent's turn, you won't roll any dice. Your opponent does all the dice rolling in their turn, which is super interesting. It actually speeds the game up because you're never waiting for your opponent to roll dice. You just roll it when it's your turn and then sit back and watch when it's not your turn. And it's not the turns aren't as long in my experience so far. They're not as long as like a 40k turn. It's still I activate my whole army, you activate your whole army kind of system. But it seems like it goes pretty quick.
On average, like a full-size game will take about 2 to 2.5 hours, generally speaking, to play. But the smaller games, we played games that are like 800 to 1,000 points and been done in 45 minutes to an hour. So
Yeah. And the minis we're painting right now are from their newest kind of spin-off of the game. It's called Champions, and it's if you've played Age of Sigmar or 40k, it's kind of the same concept as Spearhead in Age of Sigmar. I would compare it to Combat Patrol in 40k, but Combat Patrol didn't have a very effective execution in my opinion. So this is kind of the equivalent of that for Kings.
and it's a pretty clean, it's a pretty fun set, rule set. It takes, by your second game, you'll know the rules well enough that I bet you'd feel confident enough to play in a tournament. Second or third game, I imagine. But you'll find interactions with those rules that people have learned and people have developed that create some really crazy combos. And it takes a long time to fully master all of the different like movements and things like that you can do with it. So, real simple, clean, but it's elegant is how I would say it in its execution. Don't know if that was quick or not, but
That quick overview turns into a slightly less quick overview.
indeed.
Whatever keeps us rambling, right?
Right. As long as it's not quiet and the voices can't get to me.
The voices already got to you long ago.
Oh, it's true. But, sometimes I can keep them at bay.
Okay, so I have now finished the blue layering on these guys.
Nice.
It's not the prettiest in the world, but gets the message across. You can tell that there's a little bit of depth to the fabric. Which means I can move on to the leather on the infantry. However, I'm going to make one more break before I do that. What the people watching this don't see is that I've been chugging a water bottle, and I've refilled it every time I've taken a break, so as a result, I have to take a lot of breaks. Would Spearhead be comparable to First Blood? Yes and no. Spearhead and Champions are a little different from First Blood in that there is no list building to them. You buy the starter set, that is your list, and you go play with it. So they've tried to take out probably the part of wargaming that has the highest learning curve, and that's building a good list. And they just balance the starter boxes against each other. So it's different, but it is similar to First Blood in the sense that it is the smaller, faster version of the game.
Air quotes around faster.
Faster relative to the reading comprehension of the people playing. Okay, I will be right back.
Yep, you're good. I got you. One other thing, Texas Wargaming, I would recommend that if depending on where you're at in Texas, Texas is actually like the hotbed for Kings of War. So if you live near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, or even Austin, there is a very healthy and vibrant community down there. In fact, they host the biggest tournament in the United States on a regular basis every April in Dallas. So if you're looking to try Kings, you're in a good place to do it, honestly. because there is a huge, very, very active community of Kings of War down in Texas. So if you want, I can. There's plenty of people that we could put you in contact with if you want to try it. Oh, stretch. Getting super close with these guys. But this one's definitely this step's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. But halfway there through this one. I'm really banking on a wash to cover a multitude of sins with these, but that's kind of the name of the game with speed painting. So, I almost feel like I need to have one of my more regular paint jobs sitting on camera to show you what I'm capable of rather than this, but not that I think this will look bad. I think it'll look great for a tabletop standard, but because that's what we're going for with it, is to try and get it all painted in the weekend. So I was just saying, I feel like I need to get like my usual kind of paint job to put on camera so that I can show what I'm actually capable of instead of this level.
Bringing your personal army probably would have been a great idea.
Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. At least a model or two of it.
I don't exactly have a Kings of War army to compare to right now. I've only painted a couple models of mine.
Yeah.
That said, I've been meaning to grab some of those to show what the base plates kind of look like.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yep. That's a great way to look at it, but I also really enjoy when I can pick up a model and really get close in and see the detail and all this kind of stuff. This is definitely going to pass the 3-foot rule, but it's definitely not my most stellar work, that's for sure. Which, that's a personal qualm that I need to get over because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It matters is it fun to play with?
So I'm working on my personal army, and in Kings of War, you can do different size bases based off the size of your unit. This one I'm working on is like a horde. Eventually there's going to be 21, 22 models on here. But you could do these cool base plates. The base plate's also not finished. I got to get more dead grass, and then I'm going to put patches of snow on it. But this is a little bit more of what my normal non-speed paint would be like.
Yeah.
And the minis follow kind of a more old style art style. It's not as modern as some of the newer stuff. So here I've just got a base plate and I've stuck a individual orc to it just to represent what's going to eventually be there. So yeah. Probably do something kind of similar just with grass for this these forces that we're painting now.
Yep. To match the mat that they send with the starter kit.
Okay, so for the leather, I'm going to do leather brown from the Army Painter Fanatics.
Nice.
Oh, hey, it's Chunky. He's from the Miniature Manager Discord. He chats a lot with us there. Well, glad you can make it too. We're doing okay. We are, we're doing pretty well. Considering that we are 6.5 hours into this stream, I'd say things are going good.
Yeah. We haven't, thrown anything against the wall yet.
I can still see straight.
Mm-hmm.
The insanity is at, manageable levels.
My back only mildly aches from the office chair I've been sitting in all day.
I feel that. I mean, I'm sitting in a nicer chair, but I still feel the back aching thing. Yeah. Now watch this step be surprisingly time consuming.
Nah. You got this.
Just spent 5 hours setting up terrain for a 40k GT tomorrow. That's pretty exciting.
That's awesome.
It's a long 5 hours though. I've set up terrain.
Jeez, yeah.
Are you guys using the official GW layouts? Because those are miserable to set up.
No.
Well, because they give you like the measurements to the corners of the pieces, but they're always at like angles.
Oh.
And so you got to get both opposite corners at exactly the right measurement, or roughly,
Yeah.
close to it. I don't enjoy setting them up personally. I like a little bit more free-form terrain layout. But functionally, when playing the game, they do work pretty well.
Yeah, and that's a good way to look at it too. Texas is just focus on the things. Yeah, your basic rank and file troops honestly aren't going to be the focus of what people are scrutinizing when they look at your army, so it's fine to just maybe not put as much into them. I totally agree with that, and that's kind of my philosophy too. My other philosophy is a painted army is better than an unpainted army, or a painted unit is better than an unpainted unit. So paint until, it stops being fun, I guess. Once it stops being fun, figure out how much further you have to go to finish it and get it to an acceptable level, and then just go with that.
Well, with that in mind, I guess these models are done.
Done.
They were done after the first coat of paint.
Yeah.
Yep. No, they've been plenty fun. As fun as batch painting can be.
Yeah. And that's where fun is a relative term, also. Because gotta balance, progress with results. Get it done, make it pretty later. See, my problem with that philosophy is I'm a don't look back kind of person with projects. Sometimes it's like, nope, it's done, can't ever go back.
Job done.
Doors closed.
For the most part, I tend to be in the same boat. Like, once I've declared it done, it's not ever going to get touched again unless it like gets damaged or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I watered down my brown just a little bit too much. I'm not liking the coverage I'm getting.
Yeah.
Now there are some exceptions. My conquest army was very much like when I first got into the Old Dominion. I had like a year or less, and we were going to go to the Las Vegas Open the first time they did the conquest tournament there. And I kind of set the goal like I want to have a table-ready painted army. And so I kind of just had to accept like get the basic colors on it so that you can base it and get it on the table. And then I have kind of slowly gone back and touched them up and, worked on the basing a little more. But other than that, that's the only army I've ever done that for.
You can do what I did with my Nords. Get them painted in 3 months.
No, I'm not that cool.
Yeah. Very few people can. It's fine. No, I'm not cool either. I just don't have a life. Or rather,
You have a life. This is it.
this is it. This is where I go.
I'm not doing a very good job of staying on camera tonight.
I've actually been doing pretty good. I'm pretty proud of myself. At least I hope so. We're going to go back and rewatch the footage, and most of the time I'm going to be like over here, but I feel like I've been on camera most of the time.
See, and this current project is definitely more of a just get it done. Who cares if it's pretty?
And I don't want it to look bad, but I also...
But yeah. And pretty is relative.
Yeah.
It's relative to what you're used to painting. Like, this is definitely a lot less detailed than what I normally
Yeah.
would go with.
Mine's definitely more focused on paint on mini. But like I said, I think we've got like once we get the infantry done, that's like the majority of the hurdle, I feel like. Jonky's saying that, yeah, they use the official lineup. Oh, I way over watered that down.
I'm pretty familiar with 1 and 2. I do those ones a lot on my weekly game night tables. I think I've done 4 a few times. I don't know if I've done 6. Are your armies so many points specific, or a larger collection you can pick a choose a to list build with? So like there's points values like a normal game, just that the sets that we are doing specifically are
For a variant called champions. So
Yeah.
if you do regular Kings of War, you have like an army list that you can pick units from and build your lists, build your army how you want it to be. And there's different styles of play that you can build your army around within each army list. Think of the list as like themes, and then you can build your own like idea of what you want that army to be like. So with the for example, the demons here, the abyssals, I have an army of them, and I have just about 1 or 2 units of each one. And you can build them to be fast attack with like knights and cavalry and flying gargoyles that are all super fast, super hard striking, that kind of thing. But they're glass cannons in the fact that they can't really take a punch very well, or they don't stick around as well. Or you can also build a super tanky. The list that I build is very much so all about regeneration. So you'll do damage to me, but unless you take my unit off the board, they're gonna regenerate all their wounds, kind of thing. And so you've got to hit them hard, or else it doesn't do anything.
The list building is similar to Conquest in the sense that you have to take specific units to kind of unlock the rest of the options.
Yeah.
So, like based on like you take an infantry unit, and based on the size of the infantry unit, it unlocks so many other slots for building out your list. It'll unlock a certain number of characters, a certain number of monsters, etc. It's kind of reversed from Conquest. Like in Conquest, you pick your character, and that determines what you can unlock. And this one, it's you pick the infantry group, and that determines how many slots you get for characters and stuff.
Yep. So there is a list building mechanic that you have to follow, but
Just not for the Champions format. The Champions format is pre-built lists.
so yeah. I think overall I could field probably a 5,000 point army with these abyssals like these guys.
And as far as like what these would be in terms of points in the if you were playing a normal Kings game and not a Champions game, it's not a ton. These are
That's
really
like-
small little starter forces.
Yeah, this is like 300, 400 points. Is what I would hazard a guess at, just eyeballing it. Because troops are usually about 100 points. So actually, no, it's probably about 400. Maybe even up to 500, depending on, because these characters are unique to champions, so they don't have necessarily an analog in the bigger games yet. They are coming, though. They just haven't released how they're going to be represented or used in the bigger game. So they only have rules for them in champions. But everything else is usable in the game, a regular game.
Yeah, I think getting through the leather is going to take a minute. Because,
That's how I feel about the bone. It's taking a lot longer. But, because what?
well, just because there's there's not a ton of it, but there's a lot of details around it that you have to not paint over.
Yeah. It's kind of how the bone is on these guys.
Then on the crossbowmen, you've got to also get all the little gaps on the crossbow that are. You have to be a little more careful getting to them.
It's alright, we're almost there. Almost there.
Lies! Deception!
Hope is a lie. But sometimes the lie is necessary. Getting closer. Ever closer.
There he goes, whispering to himself again.
I do.
The voices, they're back.
The voices, they never left. Just sometimes I get them to go to the back of the mind instead. Oh.
Are you hitting your breaking point?
No. I refuse. Just might need to stand up and stretch here in a minute once I get these done. I might take a break after this just to walk around and get some blood into my feet again. Once I get the bone on and I put some ink on or some wash on to get in the crevasses.
I mean, you are hitting the 7-hour mark in about 20 minutes.
Quitters never prosper.
I didn't say quit. We have to come back and do it tomorrow regardless.
It's true. But I really want to get these guys done so I don't have that hanging over my head tomorrow, too. Because I really don't want to do any infantry tomorrow. Because those 5 guys will actually be kind of fun. Giggity. What time are we starting again tomorrow?
I think I had scheduled it to start at noon.
Okay.
So just when the store opens.
Sounds good.
Well, for now we're at 6 people watching, so
Nice.
it's cool that it's been consistent all day. I don't know if it's been the same people. I'm assuming it's been different people off and on.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Everybody. This is the part all the paint tutorials don't show you.
Guilty of that. My tutorials make it look like it only takes 10 minutes to paint a mini.
Instead of 10 hours.
10 hours and I don't even have a finished mini. Ugh.
Oof. That makes it sound worse. We should keep those statistics to ourselves. We don't wanna
I mean, anybody who's been here watching knows
It's true.
there are no finished minis on this table yet.
Yet.
When you hit the 7th and 8th hour in one sitting, you start to wonder if maybe you should have done slap chop.
Mm-hmm. Question does go through your head, but still the answer is no, in my opinion. But, again, not to say that there isn't merit in slap chop. It's just not amongst my merit badges. And your Johnny upstairs.
Yep, he's up there. He's been running some Halo demos, and eventually they will play Kings of War. However, we forgot to clear the tables off for them.
Oh dear. Starting to look like something. Last one for this layer. Thank goodness. And honestly, it's only the base layer that's the most tedious to me. The one you have to get the most coverage with. After
Mhm.
that base layer, honestly, the rest of it I enjoy.
Well, it's kind of like this leather stage. This leather stage is kind of just tedious. But I'm sure after I get the wash on it, it's going to be like, oh, look, job's done.
Yay. So close. So very oh noes. My thumb slipped.
You're a monster.
No, just now he has a very big buck tooth.
Monster, I tell
Look at
you.
him. Looks like he got his front two teeth punched in. Go.
Well, maybe he did.
Maybe he did. Maybe he earned those. All I want for Christmas is a two front teeth.
Careful, you might summon a snowstorm. We already had one of those this
That's
week.
true. And it was supposed to snow yesterday. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? There we go. That's better.
Joys of living in Idaho. It can snow whenever it feels like it. Doesn't matter how warm it is outside.
Sometimes the snow does come down in June.
And sometimes the snow just never goes away.
It's true. Springtime in Idaho is a crazy place. You roll the dice every morning. Sometimes it's spring, sometimes it's like, nah. You know it was a fun month? November. Let's relive that together.
No, Idaho weather. I've had 6 months of this already.
I do not want. Give me sunshine.
Give me sunshine or give me death. But do
You
not
choose.
waste my time with this.
You have chosen death. No, I was kidding. I'll take sun. I'll take snow. Maybe. I don't know. That being said, most of the time, Christmas is actually the least snowy time of the year anymore. The winter, it feels like.
Yep, indeed.
Usually it's like February that's the worst, weirdly enough.
I mean, I guess at the end of this, I can't complain too much, because these infantry are basically done.
Yeah.
And I can make the base plates just fancy enough that they distract from the shortcomings of the paint job.
I will also point out that my water has been down here for at least a couple of hours and is still fairly cold. So your AC works down here.
No, there's no AC down here. This is just a basement.
Just a natural cooler. Got it.
And honestly, it's probably warmer than it normally would be because we're running a computer and I got 2 people down here. And
Huzzah. Alright, now let's put some wash on these guys. Bone on the wood. Let that dry and I can walk around for a minute. Some blood back into my legs.
You don't need blood in your legs. Your legs are only useful for walking, and you're not doing any of that.
Doing any of that anytime soon, are you?
You belong to the chair now.
It does feel like it's grafted to my rear end right now, yes. We have become almost inseparable at this point. The Wilson to my Tom Hanks, if you will.
Okay, we've got 3 crossbowmen that now have the brown on them. Only 17 more infantry to go.
We are almost there. We're practically done.
We're wearing them down. They're on the ropes.
Just keep going. Don't stop. Keep going. Oh no! No, no!
The tired has kicked in.
The tired has kicked in.
Time to start the second Rockstar.
Yeah. I might need to go get another one. That'll be my 3rd one today, though.
This is the dangerous Rockstar because it's the lemonade one. Very easy to down that in 5 minutes and then be
Yep.
bouncing off the walls.
Well, not bouncing off the wall, but I have to go to the bathroom because it's got the electrolytes and all that stuff in it, too.
Well, Texas Wargaming, you've asked how long we usually paint at one time. So, when I was really pushing the YouTube channel before I had the store, my work day was literally just sit down and paint all day. So I am accustomed to just painting for 10 hours a day. That said, it's more common for me to probably sit down for 5 or 6 hours at a time if I'm trying to get something done.
Yeah. I mean, I won't do it daily like this. But honestly, I would be lying if I said this was the only painting I've done today. Because I actually painted a little bit before I came in on another project that I was working on. But I would say on average, I do 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours a night sometimes, and then on top of that, like on the weekends, I can do 8 to 10 hour stretches, kind of like this. But it is a little bit different because with that one, I put something on like music or an audiobook and zone out and just find my zen painting. Whereas this one, it's a little bit different because we're having a conversation, which I've thoroughly enjoyed. It's been a lot of fun. But also, I usually don't batch paint to this level. Like,
Yeah.
that has been really, like, more so than anything else, that has been the more trying part of, like, the stream is just batch painting. If I was painting one model the way I enjoy to paint, or just there wasn't, like, a time goal attached to what we're doing, I wouldn't even notice the time at all. Right? Like, that's why tomorrow when I'm only working on, like, those 5 guys. Oh noes! There it happened.
Oh
It's an
boy.
official stream now.
Oh, and you just absorb it? Oh, what a waste. You could have, like, soaked it up with your brush and put it back in the pot.
Oh, that would have taken so long.
Well, we officially spilled wash on stream. Luckily, you guys didn't get to see most of it because most of it was
Muzzle
off camera.
Muzzle tough. It was a christening. But yeah, I would say that's been the hardest part is just the batch painting. That's been the most mentally, that's where most of the mental exhaustion's coming from, is that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm hitting the point where it's like almost stressful because I'm like 4 guys in and there's still another 16 after this, and I'm like, ugh, this is kind of miserable.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still enjoying it, but it's because, you know, there's worse things. But like a bad day of painting is better than a good day at work, I guess. Unless your job is painting, and then I don't know what to tell you. Your perceptions are skewed then. Sorry.
Yep, my job is painting. So this is just another day. But you see more progress when you're painting just 1 or 2 minis. Usually when I do batch paint, it's 3 or 4 minis at a time. Um,
But where this is speed painting, it doesn't make sense to just do that because you'd be going back and forth so much.
I don't know. Doing 3 or 4 minis at a time could potentially actually be better for me at this stage.
It's fair. I can see that. I think it would be a step backwards for me because I'm already in get it done mode.
Like, I might actually, after this one's done, I might go and put the wash on all 4 of them, and then move on to the next batch of 4.
I can see that.
That way, by the time I get to the last one, half of them are already finished, like with the wash and everything. Then from there, it's just a choice of whether or not I want to take a lighter tan and do a quick dry brush on the leather.
I know I'm gonna hit the bone one more time with a light once over layer, and then I'm gonna do the brass on them. Gosh, I keep forgetting little bits and pieces on them.
What really has hit my motivation and is slowing me down right now is the fact that the Parabellum preview package arrived today, and it's got those Dumaro Damashi in it.
And you want to put them together?
And I'm like, oh, I could be building those. I could be building them and doing awesome things with them. That's actually probably the biggest motivation killer that I've run into just in any project lately, is that I'll get through it part of the way, and then new models show up or they come out. That is a big downside to playing as many games as I do. There is always a new project.
Yep.
Always.
This is why I've had to stop myself from getting into like Blackout and that, because I can't.
Oh man, the Blackout painting run that I've been on this week has been so good though. I finished 3 miniatures, which is the most I've finished all year. And I'm talking they're based, they're varnished, they are 100% ready to go to the tabletop.
Nice.
And then I was able to find time to finish up the bases on my Oni yesterday. So now I'm like eager to get back to work on that army as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's hitting me right now.
Yeah.
And yes, Bad Boy, Parabellum sent me a preview package. It has all of this month's new releases, which I didn't realize the Damaro Damashi were out this month.
Yeah, I thought they were out. Well, that was the one I was looking forward to more than the Origami Warriors, which...
For some reason, I thought it was just the Origami Warriors this month, but yeah. So now I'm kind of excited to get those put together. I want to see what they look like.
They're huge. They're huge.
So big.
So big. Nothing does bigger.
And the funny part is, I literally just got the last preview package in like a week ago. They just sent me last month's releases. They must have been behind on shipping those out. So I've got the Kappa in a box somewhere floating around, as well as the Kitsunes. And it also makes me be like, I need to go record some stuff for the YouTube, because I don't want them to stop sending me stuff. I like it when they send me minis. This preview pack also has the new Wadroon releases in it.
Ooh.
So I've got the Chosen of War and that new character.
So now we can say cows instead of the other thing.
Yes. Yes. Put your cow on the table.
Not your, well...
Well, you just... So, for those who are watching who aren't familiar with Conquest and Wadroon, they have a unit called the Chosen of Conquest, and you can just use your imagination. People don't say Chosen of Conquest most of the time. They just make an acronym out of it.
It's a naughty acronym.
But with Chosen of War,
You can say that one.
you can say that one. You can say I put my cow on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because that's okay.
Socially acceptable to put cows on the table, but not.
Anyway.
Can't put chickens on the table, but you can put cows on the table. We'll go with that.
Yeah, those Space Wolf releases that are coming soon are pretty cool, and there's a lot of it. If you are a Space Wolf player right now, you're going to be eating good, but you're also going to be suddenly buried under a backlog of new plastic.
You're maybe not gonna be eating good because you're gonna spend all your grocery money on models, but
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You've got me there. I can't really rebuttal that.
you know, you'll have something to while away those hours of hunger that you're feeling.
And Bad Boy, regarding your question about seeing them, I haven't even opened them yet. But here, a little bit later this evening, after we've ended the stream, like the last hour or two of the day, I'll probably be building them. So, yeah, you could probably come see them then. Or maybe I won't. We'll see. I might just...
Such a tease.
Well, I might just curl up in a ball under the table and die after we're done with this.
All my will to paint or do any hobby is just dried up. As you prepare for it to all start again tomorrow, Groundhog Day style.
But at least tomorrow I'm not starting from 0.
It's true.
We're starting from like 10%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will say this process of only having this many models to paint, though, is a much more palatable idea than having to build a whole, like, ambush-sized army.
I decided to go ahead and do the wash every 4 models instead of waiting for the whole batch to be ready.
That's not a bad idea.
And honestly, I might cut it off at 8 per squad and not do the last 2.
Yeah.
Just because I know that I'm not putting all 10 on the base plate at the end of this anyway.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and get all 10 on there just because, to give an example of this is what it should be, but you also can do less. Not even what it should be. This is what it says that it should fit on there.
You know, other than the character in this set, this actually would be a good... once they release this Basileia force by itself, it would actually be a good one to buy 2 of.
Yeah.
Because then you would end up with 3 regiments, or...
You get 3 regiments is what you'd end up with, yeah. You'd get 2 regiments of, well, 1 regiment of spearmen, 1 regiment of crossbowmen, and a regiment of knights. Ultimately, is what you'd end up with.
Because let's see, if you only used... So you need a minimum of 6 models on the base to fit Kings of War kind of normal regiment size.
Or troops.
Troops.
Unless you're cavalry, then 3 is a troop.
And so you could split the 2 boxes and basically turn everything into 3 squads.
Yeah. You'd have 20 of each.
Mm-hmm.
So you could potentially, you could do 3 easy. 3 troops of each.
Or you could do 2 troops and then the last one you throw the extra models in, and now you have a regiment. Right, that's
three
what
regiments and then a troop.
Which one's bigger?
Regiment's bigger.
Yeah, so you could do 2 troops, and
Of
because
each.
you're only using 6 from each batch, you have 2 extra. So the last one, I guess you'd still need more models.
Yeah.
It's fine. Either way, it's a good set if you want to build up an army other than the characters.
I think the ambush boxes are still the better, like, value, except for the fact that these ones come with knights. For the abyssals especially, because essentially the abyssals one is 6 of these guys and 3 of those guys. So, but for the Basilians, yeah, that's a good value for them because it gives you knights instead of just men at arms and stuff, which is what the ambush box of the other one is. Favorite conquest army?
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Mine.
Have a good night, Chunky.
Yeah, have a good night, Chunky. My favorite one presently is the Euroni because that's the one I'm working on, and they've got a cool aesthetic going. But the one that got me into it was Nords. That's the one that pulled me in.
For me, it depends on the playstyle, or the not the playstyle, but the aspect of the army that you're prioritizing. Playstyle-wise, I've actually really come to enjoy the Old Dominion. They were originally meant to be a temporary army to hold me over till the city-states came out, but then I actually really came to enjoy how they play. So they've continued to be my main army as I've worked on painting my city-states. And then as far as like the one that I think visually I've enjoyed my paint scheme the most on, it's got to probably be my Sorcerer Kings. But my Sorcerer Kings are also the army that, until fairly recently, I've felt like they were pretty oppressive to play as. Like, just watching other people play as them and being on the receiving end of them, I know that I have all the stuff to make a mean build, and I haven't really wanted to. And then Euroni I'm excited about, and I'm enjoying how my army's turning out. But I am very... I don't know if nervous is the right word, but I'm unsure as to how I'm going to actually enjoy their playstyle, because during playtesting I really struggled to master them. They were kind of hard to play.
And see, I haven't played a game with them yet. I really need to.
And then city-states, I've only ever won one game with city-states. I have like a 90% loss rate.
That's dedication right there.
And I think my loss rate with the city-states is just down to I'm playing the army the wrong way. I'm trying to play them the same way I play Old Dominion.
Yeah.
And
Very
that's
different.
not how that works. Old Dominion are a hard... Like, if you picked Old Dominion as your first army, it's hard to get into any other army.
Interesting.
And I think Euroni are going to be the same way. If you
They have
pick
very
Euroni as
distinct-
your first army, you'll have a hard time getting into the others. Because those are the two armies that, like, break core mechanics of the game.
Honestly, I still like my Nords. They're a fun army. I feel like they are a little bit more finessey than some others, but I will be right back. I'm going to stretch my legs for just a second and go to the bathroom.
Yeah, have fun on your break. Don't die.
No promises.
No, there it goes.
Because I pulled the headset out of the side of my head.
These headsets aren't too bad of an issue if you're only wearing them for an hour or two, but when you're sitting here uh, currently 7 hours into the stream, they start to dig into the side of your head. Bad boy, I'm excited to see how your Roni end up panning out as you get the rest of the army and start trying new lists. I think you'll be able to have some fun builds with them, and the big blobs of the heavy guys are pretty hard to chew through. I don't know. It's a fun army. Has a lot of potential. That sounds interesting. So 2-man Kapabushi squads with one Kami Ayakashi for extra defense. Did you find that it was working out pretty well, or not so much? Or have you not tested that list? Is that just theory crafting at this point? Okay, I've gotten through the wash on those 4. So we're going to let those dry while I move on to the next batch of 4. I think that's how I'm going to get through this and keep myself semi-sane. What mini have I painted that intimidated me? Um, well, that is an excellent question. Let me think about that for a second. So, because I mean, I've painted a lot of minis, and there have been lots that have been intimidating. More recently, hmm. That is an excellent question. I think some of the bigger models are a little bit intimidating, especially ones with lots of skin tone. Um, for example, the giants for the city-states in my city-states army, they are, they've got a lot of skin on them. And when you're painting small models and they've got lots of skin, it's not a big deal. You just kind of paint it, throw a wash on it, maybe highlight a little bit, and you're good. When you do a giant, though, the skin is so obvious that if you don't do it right, it shows. So that's a little bit intimidating for me. Um, it's interesting that skin tones are something that I struggle with, but if you want me to paint like checkers and heraldry, I can do that no problem. And I can do it, I can do quite a bit of it and not really bat an eye. Just every person has their different things that they're good at and their things that are, not so strong. And for me, skin tones are one of my weak points. And it's really only skin tones on big things. And it's specifically like human skin tones. I don't have issues when I'm painting orcs or demons or anything like that. It's just stuff that has believable human skin. Some of my favorite skin tones to paint are actually like blues and purples. When I do trolls for Age of Sigmar, I have a lot of fun with those. And then a skin tone that I haven't painted a whole lot, that I would say flat out I don't really want to paint, is actually more like darker skin tones. And it's not because I don't think they look good or anything like that. It's that I do not know how to paint those without feeling like I've not done it justice. Like, I don't know, I've just never been happy with any darker skin tones that I've done, whether that's more of a tan or a darker brown. It's always been a struggle. Listening to Ben as he's trying to return back down here to paint, and one of the players upstairs is telling him that what we're doing is not speed painting. And I'm like, well, it is relative to the way we normally paint.
It's true.
Because you would not normally see me get this much progress on a whole squad of infantry in a single day.
Yeah. No.
So while, I guess Ben will get his headset back on and then he'll be chatting with us again. But while you were away, Ben, the question was asked, what mini have we painted or have you painted that intimidated you, that like...
Intimidated me.
And I was talking about how, for me, it's like giants with lots of skin tones to them, because skin tones are what I consider one of my weakest painting areas.
Oh, see, I love skin tones, but
I love fantasy skin tones. I love
That's true.
reds and blues and stuff. With human skin tones, I really struggle.
honestly, I don't think if a model has ever really intimidated me. It's more like different techniques. Like freehand always leaves me going, I think I know what I'm doing. Not really, but here we go. We'll try this. That's kind of been more the thing that's gotten me to be like hesitant, because my thought process is, at the end of the day, if I mess up, I can always strip it and start over or something along those lines. Yeah, that's a lot of time, and I probably won't ever do that. I also know that I could also play around with it to get it to the point where I like what it looks like again. So I guess there's that. I guess when I was younger and when I was first starting out, because I've been doing miniatures, like I said, over 2 decades now. When I was first starting out and it was harder to get a hold of miniatures, I was worried about messing up like some of those, because it would be harder to get a hold of them, and plus on top of that, they were expensive, and I didn't have as much, disposable income as I do now. So I guess in those situations, yeah, I would be a little bit a little bit less confident. So I guess my first few dragons were probably scary for me, or intimidating for me, because I didn't know how to do like the wing membranes and all the specific details and all that.
I think now that I'm a little bit more of a veteran painter, I tend to know what I'm doing most of the time. Um, so for the most part, I don't get like intimidated by projects.
Yeah. But I totally get that idea of like not wanting to mess things up, but it's like I tell my kids with like writing and stuff like that too, because I teach creative writing to my kids, and it's like just go for it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Do it. Do it.
What are you waiting for? Just do it.
But it's just kind of like worst case scenario, you learn something new about your abilities, and you need to change something up, and what you need to change up. That's kind of what it boils down to. That's the worst thing that's going to happen, is that, oh no, you put paint where it shouldn't go, and or you put it the wrong color in the wrong spot, and now you know that, right?
I get a lot of people in the comments of my videos that'll they'll ask like, "Oh, what tricks and tips do you have for making painting easier?" And usually I just respond with like, "You just have to paint. Like, that the only way to make it easier is to do it more, so that you know, master the skill, so that you start turning it into just muscle memory
And also just expose yourself to it as much as possible. Like things like OSL and that has literally just been trial and error. And the more I've listened to explanations, the more sense it's made. So, and the more I've like gone and tried to make it work, the more sense it's made. So it's just a matter of just try it. You're gonna, to quote Hemingway, the first draft of anything is, well, I can't say exactly what he says because, you know, family friendly and all that, but the first draft of anything is garbage, essentially. And the same thing goes with paint. Your first attempts at anything are going to be kind of awful. So no matter what you do, no matter how naturally talented you are, your first attempts at something are not going to be good. That's just the nature of acquiring skill. And so just go. And, you know, after a little while it gets easier, and then you get better, and then you start developing a complex about certain abilities. But like, I'm trying to think about what other things I've noticed about that kind of stuff. Like, I wish I had some of my first dwarves I ever painted, way back in like junior high and stuff like that. And those guys, by the time I was done with them, repainting them over and over and over again, they were more paint than they were plastic, and so they looked awful. But if you're really worried about like making a model look, it's like the box art or like what you see on YouTube, just don't worry about that, because it never will look exactly like that, because every artist puts their own interpretation on it. And so do what you want to do. Do what you think looks cool.
none of it looks cool. It's all terrible.
It's all terrible.
Every last piece.
That's what the stupid voice in your head will tell you, and you need to tell it to shut up, because it's not true.
What's really funny, and I don't think it ever changes or goes away, but like, even as a veteran painter, I still love looking at other people's minis more than my own. Like, it doesn't matter, even if I can see that the paint job on somebody else's stuff is technically less advanced than mine, I will always like other people's paint jobs more. Because it's not my own mind. It's like, oh, I never would have thought of those color combinations.
Yeah. I love looking at, like, some people get really intimidated by looking at like Golden Demon and stuff like that. I love looking at that stuff because it inspires me. And even though I know I'm nowhere near that skill level, it can inspire me. But some people get inspired by seeing something a little bit closer to their level, and that's totally understandable too. So find what inspires you and base your painting off of that.
See, and I'm a bit of a weirdo. I don't tend to get super excited about like paint competition minis because my paint style isn't trying to get to that level. Like I love seeing them, but I don't ever like look at them and say, "Oh, I'd like to do that." I tend to paint more functional, but I try to make it so that I can paint good and functional at the same time.
Yeah. And see, mine, I have a different mentality, is that I want my stuff to get to that level of like art, ultimately. Now, is it going to happen? No, because I don't have the patience for it like that. But would I love it to? Yes. So that's kind of what gets me motivated, is like, hey, I could totally do something that's like that. And like, I like seeing how my craft has progressed over the years. Like seeing stuff that I've done 6, 7 years ago, or even last year, and how that's changed with the most recent project that I did. I like seeing that progress. It's kind of fun. So
What really gets me is occasionally I'll look at a project and realize, oh, I have declined in my skills. Because like you put a whole bunch of work into something the first time you paint it, and you're like, oh, this turned out really, really good. And then you figure out an easier way to do it, but it's like ever so slightly inferior.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
That gets funny. Looks like there's a new question up. What model are you most looking forward to painting? And it looks like Texas Wargaming is really looking forward to the new Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon, which is a super cool sculpt. I don't know if you've seen that one from
Yeah, that's a
GW.
good one.
So they just barely, I'll get my phone and I'll show you. But they just updated their Zombie Lord on Dragon, and it's really cool. Definitely a step up from their previous one. But it's also a $200 model.
Yeah, well, as you do.
It's a little ridiculously priced.
Oh man, something that I'm excited to paint. That's a good question. I'd say at present, honestly, I'm getting kind of excited to paint the Uroni spider, honestly, because I'm getting ideas for it. Now, is it going to look like what I want it to? Oh, no. My finger slipped. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Holy cow, he's spindly.
Well, he's also on a base this big.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm not saying, like, the model isn't a good size. I'm saying that he's, like, he looks really kind of...
He looks kind of skinny. Well, he's a zombie dragon.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What they don't show from the front, but when you go to the web store and look at the pictures of it on the web store, he's actually got his organs, like, falling out of his gut.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like, there's intestines and stuff, and they paint them purple, so you don't really know that that's what they are, but...
Yeah, well, don't want to have bars put on their stuff online.
Yeah. Models that I'm looking forward to painting. So I just painted some minis for a game called Blackout. Just painted this mech, and I posted it on my personal Facebook profile the other day. But I really enjoyed how, like, the process of painting it went. The entire time I was, like, super excited to paint it. It was a very good palette cleanser of a project. As far as the next project I'm looking forward to, I'm actually kind of looking forward to when the Euroni's big demon monster shows up. That's like there's two versions of it. One version where it's a big demon that like absorbs the things it kills. And then there's another version where it's wielding this giant glaive, and it's, according to the promotional images, it's supposed to be over 12 inches tall with the glaive.
Which is redonkulous.
And I'm really excited to try going all out on the detail on the armor.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm intrigued at the idea of painting that profane sepulcher model for the Old Dominion, because it's supposed to be huge. They're actually having to make a new base plate size for it or something like that. They haven't really announced what exactly they're doing with it, but it is larger than monsters in the past have been. And while I'm not super crazy about the design, I think once I get my hands on it and get some paint on it, I think I'll be able to do some really cool things with it.
I also have an Iridan the Witness coming, I think, right?
Yes, you do.
So I'm kind of looking forward to that one.
That one's one that I've got in my backlog. I started working on it, and I started recording a tutorial for it, which is why it hasn't gotten finished. Unfortunately, these days, being set aside to be dedicated as a tutorial model is like a 6-month delay in your backlog sentence. So right now I'm thinking we go until we hit the 8-hour mark. By then it'll be 10 p.m. And I think that's a pretty lengthy paint session.
Yeah, that is. That is.
That's like a whole work shift.
That's a long day.
So I think that's where we should probably call it a night for
And
this session of painting.
Honestly, we haven't eaten since before this.
Exactly.
We should probably get some food. Especially since I'm a diabetic. That was probably not the smartest choice. But I'm so close.
I'm also really excited for those Saturnine Terminators that they just leaked this week for Horus Heresy. Assuming that ends up being real. I'm not currently a Horus Heresy player, but those models alone will probably get me into it because they're exactly the kind of minis I like painting. I like painting kind of bulky, tanky units that have a presence on the table, and you see them and you go, oh wow. I don't have the money to get those, but sometime between now and then I'm gonna figure something out. Sell my kidney or something.
You only need one until
Exactly.
until that one fails, and then having two's nice. Yeah, they're looking pretty good now. I'm kind of okay with how this is turning out.
So this is where these guys sit after the shade has dried.
Yeah.
Until I drop them.
He drops and he shatters, and we have to start all over again. Yeah.
So, not bad. Not my best work, but
Yeah.
it'll be functional.
Gosh
You
dang.
can put them on the table and they'll look pretty.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about these guys. This is how these guys look after the bone is on there and after the ink's dried on the bone and the leather and the brown stuff. So they're looking okay. Nothing that's going to win awards, but good enough. But also thinking about the next project is a surefire way to kill your motivation to finish the project you're currently on. So that's also the other thing that kind of is blocking me from right now thinking what model I want to paint next, because I have this one that I need to finish.
Oh, that's fair.
And I also don't want to build resentment between my hobbies, because if it's something that's stopping me from doing the thing I want to do, then that can harbor resentment. Which makes me do a worse job on the model that I'm currently working on.
Starting to near the point where I need to go buy a new set of brushes.
Yeah. Hey, if only there was a set of brushes upstairs that you could.
I mean, I do sell brushes.
It's true. These ones are actually half decent too, that Johnny's brother sells. At least that has been.
And next week I probably have to pivot some of my attention back to painting terrain, because we've got a 40k team doubles tournament that we're hosting next week, and every time there's a tournament coming up I like to try and plow through a bit of terrain, get it looking just a little bit nicer, so that players that travel see improvement each time they come up.
Yeah.
So I think I have about 4 buildings that I'll get base colors on next week.
Nice.
How much longer you guys got?
Probably about
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
We're gonna call it quits at 10. Do you need to go?
I was thinking about going and working out, that Jake was asking, so.
You can totally do that. Is Rylan still up there?
Yeah, Ryan's still there. He has the keys, so.
Yeah, you can head out wherever you want.
Okay.
Sorry to keep you stuck here all day.
No, that's alright. Just fun.
You can be around tomorrow.
Yeah, I should be.
Sweet.
Awesome. Okay, and I might be back down tonight, too. He wanted to try and kill Team out with his new stuff, so. We'll see.
You have a rule book?
No. And I don't have a rule book either, but here we go.
Well, good luck.
Alright.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Looks like I'm just gonna get the bone done tonight.
I am about to hit the minimum viable point for one of the 4 units. Because this is the 7th of these guys. I'd say 7 is probably like the absolute minimum amount that I could fit on a base and have it look good.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I could argue that 6, because 6 I could probably make look good as well, but... Now, if I were going to do these to my full standard of what I would like, I would go back through and layer over all the leather and clean it all up, and then I would go through with gold and I'd hit every little bit of trim on their armor panels, And I would probably do more highlighting on the fabric. And I probably would have figured out another way to, like, somewhere to incorporate another color into it.
Yeah. If I was to do these guys to a higher standard, there's a lot of things I'd probably do. Mostly I would do a better job on the bone, I think, than what I've done. But it's good enough for a tabletop ready.
I possibly would have started with a darker brown for the leather as well and built up to the light brown.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the shields I would have done like half and half. I would have done like white and blue or something, or
Yeah,
yellow and
something like
blue,
that.
or...
Also, there's a lot of details that I'm just kind of like, hey, I know that's leather technically, but it's going to be bone. Because it's a detail that you'll notice if you pick it up and you look really close. But if you don't look that close, it kind of blends in, so it works fine.
Yeah, there's a couple details that I've just painted brown and been like, well, it's part of the leather now, even if that was pants and I would have normally painted a different color.
Yeah. That's a thing too. Like, there's a lot of detail on miniatures these days, and not all of it needs to be painted accurately. It can be representative.
Yep, because from like a distance, this armor on these guys, most people are going to just assume it's flat plate armor and not notice the fancy, intricate embellishments.
Unless you paint to draw attention to that, which is an option. But
Which I usually do.
yeah.
That's why it takes me so long to paint things.
Yep. So close. I have 3 left.
Yeah, it seems like our viewership's slowly dying down for the evening, which is
Yeah.
fine.
I think they heard that we were getting ready to shut down.
Well, not only that, but if Texas Wargaming is actually in Texas,
It is almost
then
11.
it's late. Would it be 11 or would they be
It'd be 11.
11?
Yeah, because they're not Eastern time. Depending on... Yeah, I think all of Texas is in the central. left tomorrow are the medals, which honestly won't take too long.
Yeah, I think there's a chance of getting through all this tomorrow. I don't know if I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to do on the horses if I try to get them finished tomorrow. I might not be able to go quite as in depth as I would normally like to.
That's fair. I think that's the name of this project, honestly. Oh, he lives in the one part that is mountain time, he says.
There is a part of Texas that is mountain time. I had no idea.
I had no idea either.
That must be the corner that's technically closer to Idaho than the top corner of Idaho is to us.
Yeah.
I thought that was super funny to learn that the northwestmost corner of Idaho is farther from the southeast corner of Idaho
Then Texas.
than Texas's northwest corner is to the southeast corner of Idaho.
Yeah, Idaho's a long ways up to Coeur d'Alene. I remember I had a friend coming from Duluth, and he's like, "Hey, I'm coming to Idaho, and I might stop by and see him. We're going to go visit a friend in Idaho, and we're going to figure, well, how close are you?" And I'm like, "What part are you going to?" "Coeur d'Alene." I'm like,
You're not nearby.
You're
You're 10 hours away still.
You're 10 hours away. He's like, oh, holy cow. I was like, yeah, you're not even going to come close. In fact, you're not even going to be at the same time zone as me. So, appreciate the sentiment, but you're not going to stop and visit me.
That's super interesting, though. I never would have thought that Texas had part of it that was in our same time zone.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of that either. All right.
Hitting your stopping point.
Yeah, at this point, we're about to terminate the stream in 5 minutes, 8 minutes, and I would have to get out a new paint color to start something new. So, just going to do a quick recap. I got all 10 of these guys to this level. This is my progress today. Got 'em all
Have a
up.
good night, Texas.
Yep.
So, let's see. Here's where I'm at. So, yeah.
Try and touch this up just a bit.
Overall, I'm happy with the progress.
Yeah, same. I feel like it's a good amount. It's tabletop ready level. That's where we're getting it to. Tomorrow all I've got to do is the metal on their shins, arm guards, belt buckles, and their weapons. And then that unit will be done. Like I said, I think I might try and get the base plates ready.
I think I might do a little bit of light dry brushing with a lighter tan on the leathers. But other than that, those 7 guys could be put on a base plate and be called good.
Yeah. It works.
Well, I think we'll wrap up here. For those that are still watching, we will try to resume. Well, I mean, we will be resuming tomorrow at noon Mountain Standard Time. So hopefully we'll see you guys then.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, and have a great night.